Welcome to the second of 4 public hearings. The Joint Committee on Finance will conduct to hear input on the 2025-2027 state budget. Thank you to State Fair Park for hosting us for this public hearing. The first item of business will be, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Markline.
Here.
Teston.
Here.
Winberger. Here. Stafschult. Here. Bradley. Here. Quinn. Here. Johnson. Royce. Representative Bourne.
Here.
Kurtz.
Here.
Zimmerman.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Dahlman.
Here.
Hurd.
Here.
McGuire.
Here.
Andraka.
Here.
All members are present.
All members are present. We have a quorum. Before we begin, I've got a few housekeeping rules. Our job today is to listen to you. We have 3 microphones in the front where people will be able to speak. We will go back and forth between the microphones. We will call people up ahead of time so that they can line up behind the microphones. As a reminder, individuals will have 2 minutes to speak. Groups of 3 or more will be given 5 minutes. The committee clerk, Joe Malkasian, to my left here, will have a timer and will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when your time is up. Please be respectful of the time limit. In order to be respectful of everyone's time and opinions, silent applause only, hands, stand up, that sort of thing. No signs are allowed. At this point, we're going to have the members of the committee introduce themselves. My name is Howard Markline, State Senator. I represent the 17th Senate District, which is in southwest Wisconsin. My district borders Iowa and Illinois.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm State Senator Patrick Teston, represent the 24th Senate District up in the Stevens Point area, and just appreciate the great turnout and looking forward to a good conversation today. Thank you.
State Senator Eric Winberger from the Green Bay area, District 2. Thanks.
State Senator Rob Stafschult, Senate District 10 on the far west side of the state up against Minnesota.
State Senator Julian Bradley of the 28th Senate District, Waukesha County. Thank you for being here.
State Senator Romaine Quinn from the 25th Senate District. I encompass all the North Shore, so from the Minnesota border to the UP.
Good morning. I'm State Senator LaTanya Johnson. I represent the 6th Senate District, which is Milwaukee's north and west sides and parts of Wauwatosa.
Good morning. I'm Senator Kelda Royce. I represent Dane County, including our state capital and our great flagship UW-Madison.
Good morning. State Representative Mark Bourne, the Assembly Co-Chair of the Joint Finance Committee, representing parts of Dodge and Fond du Lac County from Beaver Dam.
Good morning. My name is State Representative Tony Kurtz. I'm from the 41st Assembly District, about 140 miles west of here in beautiful Waniwak.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Zimmerman. I represent the border district, which contains Hudson and River Falls, Wisconsin, and a pleasure to be here this morning.
Good morning. My name is Jessie Rodriguez. I represent the 21st Assembly District, which are the cities of Oak Creek, parts of Milwaukee, and parts of Greenfield.
Hello, Representative Alex Dahlman, 39th Assembly District, parts of counties of Marquette, Green Lake, and Fond du Lac, hail from Marquezan, Wisconsin.
Hello, I'm Representative Karen Hurd. I represent the 69th District Assembly, which is most of Clark County, parts of Taylor County, Marathon County, and Chippewa County.
Good morning. I'm State Representative Tip McGuire. I represent the 64th Assembly District, which is northeastern Kenosha County from I-94 to the shore.
I'm State Representative Deb Andraka. I represent the northern Milwaukee suburbs and southern Ozaukee. That's Whitefish Bay, Fox Point, Bayside, River Hills, Brown Deer, Mequon, and Thiensville.
And we're expecting some non-JFC area legislators to be joining us soon. I don't know if they're here yet. Senator Wangard, Senator Hutton, Senator Carpenter, and Senator Habish-Sinekin.
We also have some state representatives from the region joining us today. So far attending are Representatives Knodel, Dietrich, Pewarz, Karsich, Malitek, Wickers, Nedwuski, Sinicki, Tenorio, Vining, and Clancy.
We will now hear from John Yingling, Chair of the State Fair Park Board of Directors, and then Milwaukee Mayor Cavalier Johnson, and then Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley. So thank you, Chair Yingling, for hosting us here. I'm privileged to serve on the State Fair Park Board, so good to be here. Welcome.
Senator, Mr. Markline, Mr. Bourne, thank you very much for coming to State Fair Park. We love hosting you. This is the second time in a number of years, so it's a real honor and a privilege to have you come, see our grounds, utilize our grounds, be in our wonderful exposition center. I've got to tell you, when I got the call from Bob Lang to be able to say a welcome, I was very honored. You know, I met Bob in 1981. He was talking about the transportation budget. You know, I thought he was a genius at that time, but I thought he was a relatively old guy. Turns out he was 14 years old. I'm the old guy. Having you here and having you here to talk about the biennial budget again is a tremendous opportunity for State Fair Park to showcase ourselves. As the senator pointed out, not only is the senator a board member, but so is Representative Rodriguez, Representative Sinicki, and Senator Carpenter. You know, we appreciate the partnership with state government. State Fair Park was founded in 1851. In this year, we will celebrate 174 years, and in 2026, we will celebrate 175 years of existence. We started on these grounds in West Allis in 1892. We've made tremendous improvements, tremendous strides, and it's all with state government and your help. Right now, we're renovating the iconic and our important food, the cream puff building, so that we can not only produce more, but different types of cream puff. Because at State Fair, we're about youth exhibitors, we're about agriculture, and we're about food. So thank you all for coming. Have a great hearing. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, and good morning, Co-Chairman Markline and Bourne, members of the Joint Finance Committee. I'm Mayor Cavalier Johnson for the City of Milwaukee. I'm here today to continue the work that we set out to do when I first became mayor some years ago, which is to build coalitions, advocate for city residents, and strengthen bipartisan relationships with Madison to move our city, our region, and the entire state forward. The last few years have shown us that when the state invests here in the City of Milwaukee, the vibrancy and fiscal position of the entire state is positively impacted. Now, we now have the first year of receipts for the 2% sales tax in the City of Milwaukee, and it showed that we raised slightly over $200 million to help stabilize Milwaukee's pension, as well as support public safety. The sales tax generated speaks volumes and provides concrete data to support Milwaukee's moniker as the economic engine of the state. Knowing that 1% of Milwaukee's sales tax comprises about $100 million, that means the City of Milwaukee contributes $500 million to the state in the form of sales taxes. These funds support state government and enrich every community throughout the state with shared revenue. What this should teach us all is that by working together and investing in Milwaukee benefits all of us, because a strong Milwaukee means a strong Wisconsin. One way to ensure the city and state keeps moving forward is to invest in our youth so they become successful members of the workforce here in our state. That's why I want to ask for increased funding for our Earn and Learn Summer Youth Jobs program. Given the positive impact the program has had on violence prevention, economic mobility, and worker quantity challenges, the city requests to increase the annual $422,000 to $1 million per year. With the increased allocation, Earn and Learn will be able to support approximately 450 more youth in this summer youth job program compared to its current 154 participants. We also can't lose focus on continuing to invest in our young students. And I'd like to thank the governor for his continued commitment to education, and I ask this committee to support the governor's budget investments in 4K, increasing the special education rate reimbursement for investments in early childhood education, as well as child care. It's our responsibility to ensure that youngest residents here and young families have the support they need to start off on the right foot as they enter school and the workforce. The city of Milwaukee has received roughly 5% of GTA allocations over the past 3 years, and the fact that we have over 5,000 lane miles of streets and almost 10% of the state's population. The city's Department of Public Works expenditures greatly exceed GTA allocations from the state. So in addition to the 5,000 plus lane miles the city has to maintain, we also have 180 bridges, including 21 movable river bridges with 25,000 plus annual openings and 780 traffic signals. Meaningful increases to GTA will help ensure the safe and enjoyable movement of residents, of commerce, and visitors all throughout the city. I want to spend a brief moment to highlight local projects from some of our community partners that will positively impact the city, the state, and the region. First, a major investment in Milwaukee County's public safety building is essential to our community. Removal and replacement of the county's public safety building will provide significant efficiencies, cost savings, and increased public safety for our entire county. With these improvements, Milwaukee Police Department officers will be required to spend less time in the county courthouse complex and more time out patrolling the streets and engaging with our community. Second, I'd like to express my support for a capital investment from the state in the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee's Health Sciences Building. The logic is pretty simple for this. 82% of the alumni from UWM, they live and they work right here in the state of Wisconsin. 98% of the health sciences graduates, they get immediate job placements. This investment would mean 300 additional students would graduate each year with a health science degree and help the workforce needs of over 500 regional healthcare providers seeking these graduates throughout the state. So let me close with this. The impression that I hope to leave you with here today is a reminder that we can accomplish important, meaningful, impactful change through the continuation of our existing partnerships. We've already shown here in Milwaukee that state investment can help us accomplish fiscal stability, increased public safety, and vibrant economic environment for residents and visitors. Let's continue our momentum by working together and investing in our children, in our infrastructure, in our regional partners, as well as our community. Investments in Milwaukee are not felt just in the city, they're felt throughout the region, and they're felt throughout the entire state. Thank you so much, and now I'll pass it over to County Executive David Crowley.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Good morning. I want to say welcome to Milwaukee County to all of our members of the Joint Committee on Finance and all the state legislators across the entire southeastern Wisconsin region for coming to Milwaukee County. We truly appreciate this opportunity to build on the partnership. Again, I am David Crowley, Milwaukee County Executive, and we appreciate you holding this hearing today in West Allis to learn more about Milwaukee County's priorities for the upcoming state budget. As you know, the partnership between the states and Milwaukee County, it has been impactful. Together, we have steered clear of a fiscal cliff. We kept the brewers in Milwaukee, and we shared the burden of funding important services and investments. With some of our region's most urgent issues being addressed, Milwaukee County is turning our focus to the generational impact that we can have in our community on public safety. The most important investment that we can deliver for public safety will be the removal and the replacement of the Milwaukee County Public Safety Building. Many of you have seen this crumbling, unsafe, and inefficient facility firsthand. And that's why in order to improve outcomes for all, strong partnerships will be key in this endeavor. Nearly 80% of Milwaukee County's property tax levy is already dedicated to state-mandated services. And over the past 5 years, we have invested an additional $70 million in state-mandated public safety services, which include highway patrol, circuit court functions, and the district attorney's office. And I'm going to continue to prioritize meeting our obligation to make sure that we're delivering these important state-mandated public safety services at the local level, but the cost to continues to rise and outpaces our revenues. The local investment in state services is unsustainable and challenges our ability to continue funding these critical services and make any additional investments in local priorities like transportation, mental health, birth to 3, these things that reduce the barriers to employment and enhances prosperity. And so that's why a partnership with the state is essential to ensure that we can continue to deliver critical public safety services to our community in a way that reduces costs to taxpayers and improves our outcomes in our community. And for the first time in a long time, Milwaukee County leaders are united. I sincerely appreciate the partnership with District Attorney Kent Laverne, Chief Judge Carl Ashley, and Sheriff Danita Ball, who are all invested in positively impacting public safety outcomes in our community. We all know that when you, our partners in Madison, deliver public safety investments for Milwaukee County, we will deliver results. We've done it before, and I guarantee you we'll do it again. And so I'm looking forward to working with all of you and our colleagues and your colleagues in the legislature to address this critical public safety needs in Milwaukee County for the benefit of not only our entire region, but our entire state. Thank you.
All right, the committee clerk will now call up the first group. And again, we have 3 microphones. If you can kind of divide up as equally as you can, that would be helpful.
We have Nancy Urbini, Jay Mikowski, Ann Katz, Connor Williams, Chancellor Corey King, John Erdman, Dale Koenga. We have a group with the UW-Milwaukee Chancellor, with John Raymond and Robin Van Horken, Christine Hojacki, Hojanacki, Image Milwaukee, Mark Rice, John Humphreys, Barbara Burkert, I think it's Beckert, Manisha Jalapsky, UW-Milwaukee, Emily Tyner, UW Green Bay, and Julie Burish.
Alrighty, good morning. Good morning. We'll start over here. Dale, ready to go?
I'm ready to rock. I want to thank you for coming to Milwaukee. I'm Dale Koenga, I'm the president of the Metropolitan Milwaukee Association of Commerce. We represent over 2,400 companies in southeast Wisconsin, which makes us the largest business association in the state of Wisconsin. I first of all want to thank you. You never hear about bipartisanship, but the bipartisanship on this committee with Governor Evers last session, with the leadership of our mayor here, Mayor Cavalier Johnson, and County Executive David Crowley, solved significant problems. You put more police on the street, you dissolved an infamously bad pension at the county and state level, you kept our Milwaukee Brewers in Milwaukee, you increased funding for all kids in all schools, and we're very grateful for you just being bipartisanship and making that happen. Looking forward is, want to bring 3 things to your attention. Number 1 and foremost is we have an education crisis in Milwaukee. We have the worst public education system and improvement across our whole education system, especially for our minority children in Milwaukee. We absolutely need reforms in our Milwaukee public schools. Also, there's no reason that a child should get 33% less money depending on what type of school they go to. And we need to equally fund all of our students in Wisconsin, especially those that have trauma issues and are trying to climb the economic ladder here in Milwaukee. And finally, we are in a global war for economic development from big companies to small companies and talent. And Wisconsin's tax burden is just simply too high. I would ask you to look at our tax burden and not do gimmicks, but look at that tax burden and make sure that we're lowering our taxes for all Wisconsinites. Thank you for your work. Looking forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Nancy Urbani, and I am a product of public education. I have 2 children in public school in Mequon. Thank you for being here to listen. 2 years ago, my friend, who at the time was the president of the Mequon-Thiensville Board of Education, spoke to you in the Dells. At that time, she lobbied for a higher reimbursement rate for special education and an increase in per pupil categorical aid. Unfortunately, I'm here to ask for the exact same thing. The special ed reimbursement rate is around 33% for public school districts. We need it to be at 90%, which is the same amount that voucher schools are being reimbursed. Special education is delivered according to many laws. We are mandated to deliver services in specific ways, and we are not reimbursed accordingly. Children with special needs deserve to receive education as much as any other child. They deserve to be taught in ways that are best for them so that they can become contributing members of society, just like every other child. And limiting school districts' ability to hold an operating referendum is not the answer to limiting operating referendums. They don't want to be running those referendums. They feel forced to because they are not receiving what they need from the state, according to a shared revenue system that is not being followed. The shared revenue system is taking our tax money and appears to be hoarding it, calling our tax money a budget surplus. In actuality, that shared revenue money is supposed to be doled out equitably across the state to school districts and municipalities. Please take this opportunity to invest in our children, in all children, in our future. In the paraphrased words of my own representative, investing in high-quality education will keep our homegrown talent here in Wisconsin, attract more businesses, and ensure that Wisconsin thrives. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Members of the Joint Committee on Finance, my name is Jason Mikowski, and as a proud 2018 graduate of UW-Madison's MBA program, I'm here to support the university's 25-27 budget priorities. The University of Madison's impact across our state is undeniable. UW-Madison literally has employees living in every county of the state. The institution is continuously pushing boundaries for research and innovation, especially in healthcare and technology. It has a $30 billion annual impact on the state, which translates approximately to a $26 return for every $1 invested. UW-Madison graduates more than 10,000 skilled, job-ready graduates every year. As a former student myself, I can speak firsthand to the quality in the classroom. As a senior vice president at the largest bank headquartered in Wisconsin, I use these skills every day. It's made me a better employee, a better manager, and a better leader. However, these achievements do not happen by luck or in a vacuum. Wisconsin ranks 43rd out of 50 states for tuition and state support funding. UW-Madison's Humanities Building, for example, has $70 million in deferred maintenance, and federal research funding remains uncertain. The state needs to invest in UW-Madison now to ensure it can remain competitive nationally moving forward. Please increase general purpose funding revenue. Please fully fund the compensation plan that can recruit and retain top talent. Please give UW-Madison independent bonding authority. It is the only Big Ten university that does not have this. Lastly, please approve the capital budget ask for demolition to tear down the Humanities Building, create 2,000 new beds for student overflow, and expand capacity for the growing population. These investments will help the Wisconsin growing for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Markline, and members of the Joint Finance Committee. Thank you for your work. This is really important for us to be able to speak today. I'm Mark Money, Chancellor of UW-Milwaukee. With me today is Robin Van Harpen, Senior Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration, and Dr. John Raymond, President and CEO of the Medical College of Wisconsin. We're here today to talk about the challenge facing our state, and we're ready to partner with you to find a solution. Many of you have sounded a call. We've heard it, and we agree. Wisconsin needs more healthcare workers, more engineers, and more skilled talent. Our current shortage is only expected to get worse. UWM fills a critical talent pipeline. 80% of our 5,300 graduates per year stay in the state of Wisconsin. Important to this hearing today, Wisconsin's aging population is driving demand for all types of health care. Every day at UWM, we have people who are helpful to fill that need. We're the home of Wisconsin's largest health sciences and state's largest nursing program. Our university plays a critical role in producing healthcare workers who will help fill the need for care for patients from pediatrics to geriatrics. But today we're turning away applicants who want to pursue a healthcare career. By the way, how many times do you hear a chancellor say, we're turning away students? We really need this help. Why? Because we don't have the space to teach them. We have plenty of applicants and plenty of jobs, but this pipeline of talent is encountering a bottleneck on our campus. Our health science disciplines have been forced to grow across 5 different separate buildings. This is inefficient, it's siloed, and it's not the way that healthcare is delivered, and it doesn't help us in terms of practice-ready healthcare providers. Our current classrooms are also overcrowded, out of date, but this can change. UWM is ready to do more to meet Wisconsin's growing demand for healthcare workers. We have a plan that will produce 300 more health science professionals every year. That's 3,000 over the next decade. Robin, please.
Thank you, Mark. At UWM, we've been planning for a way to improve our healthcare programs for more than 15 years. In 2010, we purchased the vacated Columbia St. Mary's Hospital on the east side of Milwaukee. This was a one-time opportunity to expand our space-constrained main campus. Immediately, we had visions for improving our health sciences learning using the newly acquired space. Thanks to smaller investments by the state since the acquisition of what we now call the Northwest Quad, we've improved a number of spaces in the complex, including a new health and wellness clinic for our students and demolition of the oldest portion. But the main space still looks and functions like an outdated hospital facility. That is, except for the James and Yvonne Zemer Clinical Simulation Center. Jim and Yvonne were concerned about our growing shortage of healthcare workers, so they invested in a space that redefines how UWM delivers healthcare education. This single floor of the Northwest Quad looks and functions like a modern hospital, where students from a variety of disciplines learn to work together to deliver high-quality healthcare, just as they will do in their careers. Now, we want to expand this concept to the rest of the facility. UWM Health Sciences graduates enjoy a 98% job placement rate, and many are hired by the 500 local partners we serve.
My name is Dr. John Raymond, president of the Medical College of Wisconsin, and I'm one of the partners that Robin just mentioned. We need students who are workforce ready, and the interdisciplinary mindset that people learn at UWM is crucial to delivering modern, high-quality health care. MCW depends on UWM for tomorrow's doctors, pharmacists, physician assistants, nurse practitioners, researchers, and every member of the healthcare team. Wisconsin is suffering from the growing burden of healthcare workforce shortages across the entire spectrum of careers, providers, and support personnel. And here in Wisconsin, we're challenged by an aging population and an aging healthcare workforce. UWM is uniquely positioned to be a leader in addressing these shortages.
So in summary, wrapping up, our 210,000 alumni that are largely in the state of Wisconsin have north of a $1 billion impact in the state. Support for projects like the health sciences renovation will increase the return on taxpayer investment. The same is true for our engineering and neuroscience planning and design funds, which will add critical STEM talent to the state when the project is complete. With these funds, we can be shovel-ready in 27-29, just as the planning dollars allocated in 2023 help prepare us for our health science renovation. UWM also is in critical need of operational budget support, including a pay plan increase for our dedicated employees who believe in our mission and continue to do more with less. We invite you to partner with us in making Wisconsin an even greater state in which to work and live. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Let's keep this higher education conversation going. Corey King, Chancellor at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. And I'm glad to share with you and talk with you today about the continued need for investment of $855 million in Wisconsin's future. Right now, our state ranks 43rd in the nation for public support of higher education, and that's not where we should be as the great state of Wisconsin. At UW-Whitewater, where 75% of our students come from within 60 miles, this investment of $855 million strengthens across affordability, access, and student success. These are things that we live and breathe every day. First, it opens the doors for access to our students. On our campus, the Warhawk Academy gives high school students a head start with dual enrollment. Programs like Direct Admit Wisconsin, Welcome Back Wisconsin, help us to reach first-generation students, adult learners, two groups that are very important to our state. Second, it strengthens the support that students need to thrive every day. We have a one-stop on campus that serves our students and gives 24/7 access for telehealth services, meeting our students' needs where they are and helping them to achieve their goals through graduation. We set an ambitious goal on our campus of getting at least 82% retention rate yearly in order to move forward in this endeavor. And finally, keeping higher education within reach for our students. The Wisconsin Tuition Promise makes it possible for more students, especially those students who are eligible for Pell Grants, to pursue higher education without having the financial burdens standing in their way. And even with less GPR money, which we need more of, UW-Whitewater is ranked #1 in the student experience in Wisconsin. Thank you, and go Warhawks.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Ann Katz from Create Wisconsin. You heard me speak on Wednesday in Kaukauna, so I'm going to ask two of my colleagues to give you more texture about investment in the state's creative economy.
Sarah DeLeiden. I have 3 creative small businesses here in the city of Milwaukee. I work throughout the state of Wisconsin. I'm also based in downtown Los Angeles with my business and have business throughout the state of California. I'm proud to have Senator Johnson as my state legislator. I'm here to talk to you about this being the year to have our Film and Creative Industries office open, and also the need to actually have those film, television, and media tax incentives in place. Los Angeles is leaving Los Angeles from the Hollywood studios and industry's perspective. This was already happening before we had the wildfires this winter, and it is exponentially, that translation is happening in the marketplace right now. Studios are going to Denver, they're going to Atlanta, they could be coming to Milwaukee, they could be coming to Wisconsin. We need that film office in place for that to be possible, and the incentives need to be healthy. In addition, I just want you to also look at how, in complement, you can increase that per capita funding for arts and creative industries, as well as your rural creative economy bill. All of this is an excellent package that's really going to get us where we need to go. This is at a $12 billion industry right now in the state of Wisconsin. We all know the Wisconsin economy needs a big push. I really believe this could be the thing that unlocks that. And so I just really strongly encourage you to think about it again as a bipartisan effort that's a light lift this year. Thank you. Turn it over to my colleague.
Hi, I'm Emily Greenwald, and I live in Edgerton, and I work in Madison as a co-CEO and Chief Development Officer at Overture Center for the Arts. At Overture Center, we provide over 500,000 arts experiences annually, and 40% of those are through our education and engagement programs. That's 175,000 arts experiences for Wisconsinites for free or little cost. While Overture is based in Madison, our impact touches people throughout the state, including your districts. Senators Bourne, Marklene Royce, and Representative Kurtz, public, private, and homeschool students from your districts attend on-stage student field trips at Overture, and they are cheering full blast for shows that reinforced our state education standards. Our Overture's Jury Awards, our program that encourages and honors high school musical excellence, will review 122 shows in 32 counties this season. All Joint Finance Committee districts, except for Senators Weinberger, Teston, and Representative Hurd, have schools participating in the Jerry's, and it's our pleasure to visit your districts and see the pride your constituents have in your schools. Over 500 students from across the state come to Overture for the Jerry Awards, and you will be hard-pressed to find a louder, more celebratory environment. Senators Wimberger, Teston, and Representative Hurd, while you don't have schools currently participating in our programs, your constituents visit us. We have Broadway subscribers coming down from Black River Falls and Toma, and 151 households from Shawano subscribe to our mailing list, and 144 in Medford. Overture's performing Broadway series, professional tours, and resident arts companies attract people from across the state and beyond and generate sales tax revenue. The arts are also good for our economy. A UW-Whitewater fiscal and economic research study found that Overture provided $34.5 million in economic impact in the first 9 months of activity coming out of the pandemic. When our communities were depressed, the arts helped revive them. These are Overture stories, but these are stories that arts organizations across the state share. And that's why I urge you to support arts funding in the 2025-27 budget by increasing funding to the Wisconsin Arts Board by $1 per capita, supporting the Rural Creative Economy Development Grants, and establishing the Office of Film and Creative Industries. Also, expanding property tax exemption to nonprofit theaters. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman Bourne and Markline. I'm Marissa Jablonski, Executive Director of the Freshwater Collaborative of Wisconsin. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the $5 million we receive from the Wisconsin State Legislature every 2 years to build the water workforce across Wisconsin. So with that $5 million, we've been able to strategically invest in the pipeline to jobs across the universities of Wisconsin. We know that we have 13 universities. We know they each have a water strength. We have the most fresh water in all of the nation. So we've been able to grow programs to recruit students to study water. Our camps sell out within hours of starting them. We get those middle school and high school kids in waders, in water as soon as they can, and they never leave the environment, right? Once they come to the university, we invest in hands-on field experiences and hands-on lab experiences that grow that water knowledge so that then we can place them in internships that really run the economy of Wisconsin. So if you're thinking about PFAS, if you're thinking about phosphorus and the problems that these things are causing in our health in Wisconsin, I please ask that you continue to invest and possibly invest more. We're looking for $10 million additional dollars into the Freshwater Collaborative to grow that water workforce. I want to give you just a little bit of data. We have an estimated $800 billion by 2035 in the water sector of the nation. So this is really prime for Wisconsin's water workforce to fill that in. A third of the water sector workforce is eligible to retire in 10 years, meaning our students across the state would fill those jobs and they would become skilled professionals. So this also has to do with what we would use those funds for.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is John Humphreys. I'm the Executive Director of the Wisconsin Association for Equity and Funding, 71 school districts educating 83,000 students across the state. Article 10 of the Wisconsin Constitution calls on the legislature to provide by law for the establishment of school districts, which shall be as nearly uniform as practicable. And yet here we sit in 2025 with a system of highly inequitable school funding. We have a number of low-revenue districts right here in this area: West Allis, West Milwaukee, Oak Creek, Oconomowoc, Johnson Creek, and Mukwonago are all getting about $11,300 per student, and yet just up the road in Elmbrook, my alma mater, they're getting more than $1,300 more per student than those other districts. Kettle Moraine gets over $2,000 more per student than the ones I listed. It's inequitable, it's not fair, and as you heard Mr. Koyenga speak, it's not competitive. It's not a competitive marketplace. It doesn't help our schools do the best job. Last time I was with you, I appreciated how much the Joint Finance Committee did to equalize the system. You added $1,300 per student at the bottom. That was a huge gain, 13%. Importantly, you paired that with over $500 million in equalization aid to offset the local tax impact, and that resulted in just a 1% increase in the local property tax levies. That budget was so much fun, we're asking you to do it again. Add another $1,325 at the bottom, make the base revenue amount $12,650 per student. We would then have 90% of school districts funded within 10% of each other on a per pupil basis. That's our goal: make a fair, equitable system, a level playing field, so that we reflect the Wisconsin Constitution, a system of district schools which shall be as nearly uniform as practicable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Joint Finance Committee. Thank you for listening today to all of these issues here in Wisconsin. My name's Christine Honacki, and I'm the Executive Director of Imagine MKE. Our organization advocates, serves, and advances arts, culture, and creative industries for Greater Milwaukee and the region. We work in partnership with Create Wisconsin, who you heard previously speaking here at this podium. I'm testifying today to request the committee's support and your leadership of these three issues that are key economic drivers in Wisconsin. First is the creation of film production incentives and establishing a state film office. This issue, included in the governor's proposed budget, was originally introduced last year as a separate bipartisan legislation by Senator Julian Bradley and Representative Armstrong and Callahan. Wisconsin is just 1 in 13 states without a film production incentives and 1 in 3 without a film office. And that changed last week. Last week we were 4, and now we're already 3. We are losing out on job creation, wages,
retention of creative workers, and graduating students who are leaving our state. For every dollar spent on this tax credit, $6 to $7 is generated. So a $10 million investment equals $60 to $70 million. We're also asking for your support of the Wisconsin's arts and cultural assets with increased funding for Wisconsin Arts Board, the state agency dedicated to the arts. The creative sector is a major industry in Wisconsin, representing $12.4 billion in economic impact and employs over 95,000 people, and there's a significant potential for growth. Wisconsin ranks 48th in per capita in arts spending. That's just 18 cents per capita, and we're asking for a significant increase.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Joint Finance Committee. I'm Emily Tyner, the Director of Freshwater Strategy at UW Green Bay. A special hello to Senator Wimberger. I'm also an alum of the School of Freshwater Sciences at Milwaukee. I'm picking up the story on the Freshwater Collaborative of Wisconsin from Marissa, who spoke before me. I serve on the steering committee of that group. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this. I want to talk about the Freshwater Collaborative of Wisconsin's impact on UW Green Bay. I'm going to highlight 3 key areas. One is K through 12 engagement. Since 2020, the Freshwater Collaborative of Wisconsin has supported 3,200 K through 12 students across Northeast Wisconsin, engaging in field tours of the natural world, tours to our coastal environment, invasive species removal, wild rice seeding in Akanto, and educator workshops. We offer a high school freshwater summer research opportunity, a paid opportunity for high school students to get research experience in the water sector. That program has grown from 4 students in 2023 to 37 applicants for 14 spots this summer. We also work in the space of undergraduate internships in freshwater. We've placed 21 paid interns across Northeast Wisconsin, providing essential skills training for the state's water workforce. The third area is hands-on undergraduate research. Our campus has benefited from funding that's supported looking at lake sturgeon passage through dams on the Menominee River, phosphorus runoff reduction, which impacts our state's water quality, PFAS mitigation projects, and the economic impact of fisheries in Lake Michigan and the Bay of Green Bay. Water defines Wisconsin. We are a water state. As you consider funding priorities, I urge you to support the Freshwater Collaborative of Wisconsin and its support for UW system programs on water. This will advance water education and research across our state. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm Barbara Beckert from Whitefish Bay and a constituent of Representative Andraka and Senator Habush-Sinekin. I'm here today to ask you to keep the community promise and fully support home and community-based services for people with disabilities and older adults, support and sustain mental health services, and increase funding for transportation for non-drivers. Wisconsin has a long, proud, bipartisan history of supporting community-based services for children and adults with disabilities. In Wisconsin, Medicaid covers 1 in 3 people with disabilities, 1 in 3 children, and 4 in 7 nursing home residents. These long-term supports are important to millions of Wisconsin families, including families like mine. When our son was born prematurely, we had coverage from 2 private insurance companies, but those would only cover services in the hospital. We could not have brought our son home without coverage from Katie Beckett Medicaid. So thank you for your support for Medicaid. Please fully support that in the budget. I also ask you to please support mental health peer support programs. I am very concerned that unexpected cuts in federal funding have put at risk outstanding programs like the Parachute House, Peer Run Respite, and also Uplift Wisconsin, a warm line that provides peer support to people dealing with mental health issues. Please fund these programs in the budget. Finally, 31% of Wisconsinites are non-drivers, according to WisDOT. We need more funding for programs for non-drivers, especially as our population ages. Please increase funding for paratransit, specialized transportation, and transit. Thank you for considering these and for supporting people with disabilities and older adults in the budget.
Thank you. Before we begin, I think what we're going to do is have the committee clerk read off the list of the next group of people, please.
And I'm really sorry for butchering everybody's names, so just bear with me. Lena Weiss, UW Platteville, Brian Lewis, Dr. John Busby, Paul Shriver, Shoreland Lutheran High School, Maurice Weinz, UW Oshkosh, Carla Pennington Cross, Mark Hubbard, I think it's Lawrence Brown, People First, Milwaukee, Dr. Wayne Weber, Marty Frank, Suzanne Jura, Action Wisconsin, Cindy Dentlig, People First Wisconsin, Jess Hinkler, Public School Parent, Susan Barron, and Nancy Gapskin, Gapinski, I believe it is. And Nancy was at 743 registration.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Senator Markline and Representative Bourne and members of the Joint Finance Committee. I'm a proud constituent of Representative Vining and Senator Hutton. My name is Connor Williams. I'm speaking on behalf of the Transitional Jobs Collaborative, MICA and Wisdom. Transitional jobs are short-term subsidized jobs that are very effective in getting people with obstacles to employment into work. We ask you to support the governor's increase in funding from $9.5 million to $12.5 million for transitional jobs, and to expand transitional jobs beyond TANF eligibility for non-TANF eligible people. Just under 2/3 of transitional jobs participants go on to secure long-term unsubsidized employment. Many transitional jobs participants were previously incarcerated, and they gain a foothold in the world of work through transitional jobs. We spend $1.4 billion a year on our Department of Corrections. We spend less than $10 million a year on transitional jobs. Employment reduces recidivism and binds people to community. My friend Eric spent 9 years in prison at the cost to us of over $400,000 as taxpayers. Upon release from prison, he got a transitional job at Community Warehouse. It cost us taxpayers $7,500 for that subsidy. Eric went on to do well, and he now has his own small construction business. We're much wiser in investing in people through transitional jobs rather than incarcerating them. Please exercise care for our community and good stewardship of our taxpayer dollars, and support the governor's plans to expand transitional jobs. Thank you.
Good morning.
Yes. Hello. My name is Julie Burrish. I live in Brookfield. I'm a constituent of Representative Vining and Rob Hutton. I am the parent of an adult daughter, she's 29 years old, who has intellectual and developmental disabilities. She lives in her own apartment. She works at a job. She lives in the community, and she's a full participant. She receives Medicaid health care and long-term care supports through IRIS. I'm afraid of the federal cuts to Medicaid and the devastating effects it will have on people with disabilities, their caregivers, and families, as well as the effect it's going to have on the Wisconsin economy. Make no mistake, Medicaid is an economic driver and engine in our state. The cuts will devastate people's lives. My daughter uses IRIS, which is the self-directed long-term care program. Due to what I see as a faulty budget algorithm, her current budget was what I think arbitrarily cut by 36% already which is putting her in a very precarious situation because it doesn't cover the support she needs to live independently and to work her job and get the transportation and support she needs. One thing I would like to ask all of you is I would like to see strong advocacy from you and the state legislature to advocate to stop these cuts to Medicaid. And I'd like to know what you're planning to fill the gap, because Wisconsin cannot afford to fill the gap that these cuts will leave to the Medicaid program and the lives that people live with disabilities. Caregivers are often aging parents. My husband and I are aging. And, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Rice. I currently serve as the Transformational Justice Campaign Coordinator of Wisdom, Wisconsin. I'm a constituent of Representative Kurtz currently. Wisconsin's disastrous system of mass supervision is not in alignment with our state's motto of forward. Wisconsin policymakers have consistently been moving the state backward by investing nearly $200 million each year to detain people for convictionless rule violations. This policy is at odds with common sense approaches to justice. This policy drains resources that could instead be used to build safer, stronger, and healthier communities. This issue is personal to me. In 2007, the Department of Corrections forced me to spend nearly 6 months in Milwaukee Secure Detention Facility for allegedly violating a rule of supervision that did not involve a new conviction. Milwaukee police officers arrested me for disorderly conduct while I was experiencing a mental health crisis. I went to court a few days later. Court officials all agreed that my behavior was not criminal. The judge dismissed the case, but my probation officer, who had no specialized training in mental health issues, decided to move forward with the revocation process. Instead of helping me flourish in a community-based setting, my probation officer forced me to spend 6 months in one of the most inhumane prisons in the United States. This was a very devastating, stressful, and traumatic experience for me. It's time to stop detaining people for convictionless rule violations. Let's invest in communities, not prisons. Let's invest in health, not punishment. It's really time to invest in community-based options for the state's Alternatives to Revocation program. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Maurice Wentz, proud alumnus of the University of Oshkosh and owner of Sherman Park Grocery Store here, right in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I come to you today as a proud Titan, requesting that your strong support continue, not just at the University of Oshkosh, but throughout the universities throughout our state. We have a saying in Oshkosh, go Kosh. Graduate Titans, most of the Titans that graduate, 90% of those individuals do internships, work, and do incredible regional and state amazing things throughout our community. Under the leadership of Chancellor Levitt, we've worked with students, staff, alumni, and creating a physical, sustainable university structure to include 2 things. 1, the support of the students. 2, the success of students. The University of Oshkosh has a need for additional funding. Being number 43 in the nation is just not enough. It's not cutting the mustard. For example, those funds will go directly to the need for the University of Oshkosh transformation of its library. By this creating a cost-effective recycling process, which is inclusive of creating a safe haven, a meeting space, a multi-purpose usage for just the students as well as the community. The renaming of that Polk Library will be Polk Learning Commons Center. It'll be 30% smaller. For years, under good stewardship and the leadership of our maintenance crew, we have patched and patched and patched leaky roofs, broken pipes, water damages and floods, which causes additional damage to not just the facilities and the building, but the additional inventory, our inventory, which is inclusive and directly related to historical, local.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the committee. My name is Paul Scriver. I'm the president at Shoreland Lutheran High School. We're located in the village of Summers in northeast Kenosha County. We currently serve 443 students, 65% of which benefit from the school choice program. These students have an opportunity to attend a 5-star rated school according to the state report card system, currently ranked top 3% when it comes to overall score and top 1% when it comes to academic growth. I'm here today on behalf of our parents and students and faculty to thank you for the increase in the school choice voucher in the last budget. I wanted to let you know specifically what we were able to do for kids. We were able to add an additional school counselor to help students with their college career planning and social and emotional challenges. We were able to add an additional faculty member to teach our civics course and offer other electives. We were able to add more programming in our Project Lead the Way driven STEM Academy. We were able to add additional offerings for our students in our four-year pathway to the skilled trades. We were able to invest in teacher salaries to make sure that our students have not only have teachers in the classroom, but the best possible teachers. And it also cleared up some room in the budget for us to consider adding a classroom addition to make it possible for even more young people to have an opportunity to attend a school like Shoreland. So thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of our kids and education.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of Mark Hubbard here. He would like to see more investment in transportation. He uses Paratransit Milwaukee County, known as TransDev, and they have had issues with shortage in funding leading to shortage of drivers, and they've had to invest in technology and replace tablets. And to my knowledge, that's part of why we were nearly left stranded at a medical appointment last Tuesday. For example, I understand that there are a lot of other people like Mark suffering from lack of transportation and lack of driver support. This can also lead to, if he doesn't get in home in time for a shift, then he doesn't get care. And that's where he's called me to step in and help out and fill in. So transportation, we ask that the governor step up and allow more contingency for non-drivers like Mark. Also for him, he's concerned about Medicaid being cut at the federal layer, which in turn might lead to stress at the state level and affect long-term care for him. So he uses a lot of in-home care so that in effect can affect whether he can live on his own or live in an institution, which we all know people have a default right to, but he prefers living in the community. So I think that does it for Mark. Is that right? Okay, and then I'll speak for myself because I think I was up next. Lawrence Brown from South Milwaukee. I have concerns myself about the federal cut layers. Of course, we don't know what and when and how much this is going to amount to of $880 billion at the federal layer. But we do know that about the federal FMAP match affecting long-term care programs such as your IRIS, family care, etc. I use some long-term care myself, and I have concerns as I'm going to be 58 on May 14th, and I'm not getting any younger either, and I would like to stay in my place. Medicaid supports me widely. Just got my vehicle from Division of Voc Rehab and from, DVR and long-term care. and they split the bill, making it possible for me to drive. I'm better able to fight for myself, or I'm going to a school for web development, but I would like increased supports for people with disabilities on the job, because like it or not, discrimination still is alive and well, so we need supports as well. I'm asking that the governor step up any Medicaid and support programs for DVR as well in the communities. I am with several advocacy organizations, and we agree that people with disabilities are currently underserved, and if anything, we need anything and everything we can get for as long as we can get it to stay a viable part of the society in which we live and contribute to the economy. Thank you for your time. Have a blessed day.
Please, no tapping. Sir.
Good morning. I'm John Busby. I'm a very proud UW Platteville alumnus, and I'm here to advocate for the UW's universities of Wisconsin, and specifically UW Platteville. The education that I received, and just about everybody at Platteville, has had a profound influence on my career, my life, and I'm here to pay it forward for the faculty to make sure that they're compensated accordingly. UW Platteville has a lot of STEAM and STEM majors and faculty. These are people that can move to the private sector quite easily and probably get paid significantly more. The last 5 and 10 years, the UW systems have had raises that barely cover inflation. If you are not seeing inflation, technically you're slipping behind, which critically hurts the viability of UW Platteville. I'm urging you to consider more funding for faculty specifically, and thank you. Go Pioneers.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Carla Pennington Cross. I'm the school board president for the Glendale River Hills School District, and I'm here to ask that you stop treating school boards like a laundering service, requiring us to send growing amounts of local taxpayer money to private schools that don't have equal accountability, equal transparency, or equal legal obligation to our kids and community. I ask that you increase per pupil revenue limits to catch up and keep up with inflation. Your long-term failure to do so means that my district has lost more than $3 million in real spending power since 2009 under your revenue limits. In the last budget cycle, you gave private K-8 voucher schools payment increases that were 4.5 times more than the increase in public school revenue limits. Special needs vouchers went up 6 times more than our increase. Are the 83% of Wisconsin kids who attend public schools worth less? They deserve to be treated fairly in the next budget cycle. I ask that you treat public and private school kids equally for special education funding as well. Private schools have a significant advantage right now with respect to state aid. In the past year, public schools reimbursed for only 32% of special ed costs, while private schools received 90%. Why are students with disabilities worth less when they go to public schools? They should get the same financial support from the state, regardless of their school choice. Your funding model causes people to blame kids with disabilities for budget shortfalls in public schools, reinforcing stigma and discrimination. It is unconscionable. No student should be blamed for a school's budget challenges. The reason for fiscal shortfalls in public schools isn't any child. It is the failure of the adults in our legislature to fund special education fairly and to increase revenue limits reasonably. You have the power right now to right these wrongs.
Hello, my name is Jess Hinker. I am both a proud public school district employee and a public school district parent. Today, I ask you to consider 3 crucial funding pieces for public schools. 1, increase the per pupil revenue limit, $415 in year 1 and $430 in year 2. 2, raise the special education reimbursement rate to 60% on a sum-sufficient basis. And 3, support programs that strengthen the teacher pipeline. Public schools transform lives. When my daughter was just 5, she delivered a speech as a flower girl. entirely in Spanish. My husband and I do not speak Spanish, but thanks to her incredible bilingual public school, she does. It's students like her who will strengthen Wisconsin's workforce, attract global business, and help our economy thrive. But to maintain this excellence, we need sustainable funding. Aligning per student revenue with inflation ensures that specialty programs, high quality instruction, and successful student outcomes continue. Special education funding gaps force districts to pull resources from all students. Raising reimbursement rates will help close that shortfall. And the teacher shortage, it's real. My daughter's third grade class had over 30 students, not by design, but because we couldn't find a qualified teacher in order to have 2 sections. Wisconsin has a budget surplus. The resources exist to make these changes. Now we need the will to act. Let's invest in our children's future by increasing revenue limits, supporting special education, and strengthening the teacher pipeline. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to Wisconsin's children. They're counting on you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Juan Weezy. I am a proud UW-Platteville graduate. My husband and I are first-generation graduates from UW-Platteville, raised on a farm in Grant County. Now we own our own business that's 35 years old in downtown Milwaukee. The education that we received through UW-Platteville was the foundation for our future, the foundation for our careers, the foundation for our success. It is time we stop starving the UW system. We need talented young people. We need a strong university system. If on my business, if I was not increasing the pay for my employees, if I was not increasing their benefits, if I was not investing in equipment and my facilities, I would be failing as a business. I would not be the success we are today, dealing with Fortune 500 companies in the Midwest and traveling around the country doing work for them. We did that because of the education that was started at UW-Platteville. First generation students are critical in this state, and many of them are at Platteville, they're at Whitewater, they're at Oshkosh. We need to support them. What does that mean? That means we have to talk about dollars that go into that UW system. The payoff is big. It is a stronger, more talented workforce. That's what we're after. That's what we need. And that's what business in this state wants. We want to hire locally. We want those young people. We want to help them intern. What we need is you to help us and to allocate those dollars appropriately so that business in Wisconsin grows and thrives and we don't lose the talent to Illinois and Minnesota. I want them in this state, and I think you want them in this state. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marty Frank. I'm Director of Sales Support at Train Technologies, and I'm one of 2,000 employees in the state of Wisconsin, most of whom are located in the birthplace of Train 112 years ago in La Crosse, Wisconsin. I'm speaking in support of the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse Prairie Springs 2 completion project. I want to thank you for hearing my voice. You have a difficult job appropriating the funds for Wisconsin taxpayers. It's a tough job, and I'm sure you won't make everybody happy. My first comment is a confession. I hate paying taxes. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but because I don't have a choice, and I like to see my money get used for investments, Prairie Springs 2 is a completion project that is an investment. It's an investment in UWL, one of only 2 Wisconsin universities that's growing in enrollment and posted its largest student enrollment in 2024. It's an investment in the students, of which 87% of them in the health and science field stay and generate revenue in Wisconsin, including my daughter. It's an investment in business like Train that hire these students and graduates for STEM jobs. Other notable companies supporting this project are Mayo Clinic, Amplify Health by Gunderson, Marshfield Clinics, Quartz, Dairyland Power, JF Brennan, Festival Foods, and Quick Trip. It's an investment in the community. It's an investment in the Health and Science Center, which continues to need great graduates to support our state's needs. Prairie Springs was originally one project that was requested to be broken in half. Since 2018, when Prairie Springs 1 was completed, The costs to complete the project have doubled from $93 million to $182 million. Also, the current facility, Cowley Hall, is the most expensive building on campus to maintain. It's the Universities of Wisconsin #1 building project. We are shovel ready. Let's not wait any longer and let's get this investment approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Bentley. I'm from the city of Glendale, and I'd like to tell you my story. I was born in 1957. I was taken away from my mother. At the county hospital, which is Freighter. I was given 24 hours to live. I was born with fetal alcoholism and sliced cocaine in my system. And then I went to the foster care center, First foster mother, I was just a baby, she wasn't bad, but the second one gave me third-degree burns. I'm also an athlete in Special Olympics, but my story is I was sent down to a state institution down at Southern because I had a lot of medical and conditions in that. I was released from Southern and when I was 26, came back to my hometown, Milwaukee. I moved to a group home. From there, I moved to my apartment, and I have good care in Milwaukee, a lot cheaper. I'm much cheaper than living, and I'm living my life. I'm also executive director of organization People First of Wisconsin. I use the IRIS program. I want to make sure that the IRIS program does not go away because it's keeping my life stable. I direct my services in my apartment, but I also want to say we need to save IRIS and all the programs, and please save Medicare, because my Medicare pays for everything that I need. And I want you to know we are not going backwards. We are going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, thank you. I would like to ask permission to bring up some very talented filmmakers to speak from the Coalition of Action Wisconsin. We have six. 5 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Suzanne Jerba, and as I said, I'm with Action Wisconsin, the coalition that is here to ask and seek support for a film office and film tax incentives. I am a filmmaker, and you may notice or may know or see this. This is the crew jacket from Saving Private Ryan. I was a film executive at DreamWorks and have worked on many Academy Award-winning and nominated films, including Saving Private Ryan. I would like to bring up my very talented filmmakers to keep speaking and talk to you about the film tax incentives and film office.
My name is Kyle Peralski. I'm a Wauwatosa native and resident, a UW-Madison graduate, and a filmmaker who has worked on films like 50-50, This Is the End, and Neighbors. Yes, those are 3 Seth Rogen movies. We are one of only 13 states that do not have the film tax incentives, and one of only 3 without the film office. It is by no accident that states all across the nation are embracing and investing in these programs.
Hello, I'm Ramon Sloan with Swift Motion Pictures, where we produced over 12 films and TV series. Communities in our neighboring states of Illinois and Minnesota are thriving because of film production activity. Recent studies have shown that every $1 Illinois spends for a film, incentives return $7. We offer identical resources as our neighbors, but we do not offer incentives as an economic advantage.
Hi, my name is Erin McKenzie. I'm a producer with Swift Motion Pictures, graduate from MATC downtown Milwaukee, and I live in Brown Deer, Wisconsin. Local businesses will benefit from film productions, including hotels, Airbnb owners, gas stations, restaurants, hair and makeup, equipment rental companies, and even public parking companies, even public parking lots, because we have a mirage of vehicles that travel with us at all times. So this would be very stimulating to our local economy.
Hi, my name is Josh Peralski. I was born here in West Allis, and I'm a proud 2014 UW-Madison graduate. I worked out west for many years for high-level production companies and talent, including Wisconsin's own David Zucker, who is a supporter of this cause. I just wanted to quickly cite some specific ROI data points we have from the recent filming of Top Chef in the state. We know that series alone produced $5 million in hotel room bookings generated. Frank Lloyd Wright's Taliesin was up 250% for sales and bookings. This year alone, it's, I believe, their best year on record. And lastly, the company Upland's Cheese, which was featured on an episode, received 1 order per minute in the days following. Thank you.
I'm Maureen Cashin-Bolog. I own and operate Actors Craft in beautiful downtown Kenosha, Wisconsin. I've been in business for 20 years. I also host a Facebook group called Actors in Wisconsin, which has 9,600 members. It's considered a premier networking group in our state, connecting actors, filmmakers, and theater companies to build skill sets, reels, and resumes. The thousands of roles which have been cast through Actors in Wisconsin prove our state has talent ready to work. My actors have worked on Disney, Netflix, and network television, and with Hollywood greats like Leonardo DiCaprio and Clint Eastwood, but they have had to leave our state in order to do so.
Hello, my name is Paulina Lule Bugembe Kuahara. I am an actor, and I am a living, breathing example of what retention of creatives in this state would look like. I am an actor who has starred on The Good Place, General Hospital, and recently starred with Forrest Whitaker in the show Emperor of Ocean Park on MGM+. I had to start my career in Los Angeles. I spent 10 years of my career building it in Los Angeles, but I am from a native of Wisconsin and have always wanted to live here for my family, for the cheese, and for the beer. So I've moved back here, and what retention looks like is self-incorporating here, creating other businesses for my own films. I have recently completed a film where I hired 35 Wisconsin residents, half of which were former UWM film students. So retention on retention on retention, and film incentives in the film office will help with that.
Hello, my name is Ashley Hess. I'm a graduate of Carthage College and a resident of Wisconsin. Each year, over 500 students graduate from film training and education programs around our state and receive world-class educations and UW.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Kopinski, and I'm from Glendale. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm the parent of 2 children, an 11th grader and 12th grader, who attend public school. Our older child is on the autism spectrum and has had an individual education plan, or IEP, since age 3. Over the past 15 years, I've advocated for the state to increase its special education reimbursement rate. I've called, written letters, testified at hearings, and met with legislators in district and in Madison. Staffers from Representative Knodl's office even came to my son's IEP meeting 11 years ago so we could help educate them on the importance of special education services. As our family prepares for our son's life after high school, I've reflected on how many more appointments, meetings, commitments, and worries that parents of children with disabilities have. Advocating year after year for the state to meet its obligations to public school special education students should not be among them. There is no way of knowing how my children's school experiences would have been different if the state had fully funded special education years ago. I know this, however, I would have been able to enjoy more of those little moments with my kids that parents of typically developing children often take for granted. I respectfully request this one last time that you please increase the special education categorical aid reimbursement from 33% to 90%. Make it comparable to the special needs vouchers amount you give, and make it sum sufficient to guarantee schools always have special education costs covered, even if the costs go up. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Wayne Weber. I'm Dean of the College of Business, Industry, Life Science, and Agriculture at the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. And first I want to thank the work of the committee, the Joint Committee on Finance, especially, of course, Senator Mark Klein and Representative Kurtz, who serve our region. What I'm here to ask this committee and the legislature is to partner with and invest in one of the best economic investments in our state, and that's the universities of Wisconsin and particularly UW-Platteville. There's often this question about the value of higher education, but one just has to look at the data. Look at UW-Platteville as an example. At UW-Platteville, less than half of our students graduate with any loan debt. And for those that do, that loan debt is less than $22,000. And when we talk about student success and regional impact, at UW-Platteville, 95% of our graduates have a job at the time of graduation or shortly thereafter. And 90% of those students are placed in the tri-state area. You expand that to the Universities of Wisconsin system, graduating almost 37,000 students annually. And when you look at the research and jobs and workforce contribution, the state return on investment is 23-1. That's the best investment going. And we need to further invest to ensure access, to keep tuition low and maintain affordability, and help us move forward with competitive salaries so we can bring in high quality faculty and staff. And at UW-Platteville, we ask support for 2 major building projects, a Carmen Library facility to help support our students and student learning, especially 35% of our students, which are first generation, and our Ottensman Hall project to further our STEM students and help with the workforce. In short, please invest in our future, invest in the Universities of Wisconsin system, and invest in UW-Platteville. Thank you very much.
Chairman Mark Lane, JFC, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak before you today about the important topic of public school funding. I am Kenosha Unified School Board member Todd Price. Also with me is fellow board member and current parent Sabrina Landry and our superintendent Dr. Jeff Weiss. KUSD is the 3rd largest district in the state. We serve over 18,500 students in 31 schools. We are home to Lakeview High School, which was recently voted the 2nd best high school in the state of Wisconsin by U.S. News and World Report. One of our elementary schools, Prairie Lane, was recently nominated for a Blue Ribbon Award for academic excellence. We have nationally recognized theater and music programs, and I must say I'm a proud parent of 2 KUSD students, one who is a sophomore and one who is a graduate, who are both succeeding in life after high school. We are able to achieve all of this despite the fact that we are in the aftermath of a failed referendum to close a $19 million gap in our budget as proposed. As we are frozen in what we can raise due to revenue caps, we needed to go to our local taxpayers for approval of the money. Our aim was to keep our class sizes reasonable, vital programs intact, again, like advanced placement programs that my son at UW-Madison benefited greatly from, which are popular for students aiming to go to college. And we want to retain our staff. In particular, our hardworking teachers are sorely in need of increased preparation time for their lesson plans. Our goals, and I can speak for the board and for our colleagues here, is to raise literacy and numeracy achievement for all of our students. To that end, our superintendent and the curriculum instruction team have made it their aim to improve our student test scores by 12%. We are succeeding under the Act 20 Science of Reading mandate, and our school district has opted, I think smartly, to save some funds to, rather than outsource, we develop our own curriculum. We are seeking to retain our knowledgeable instructional coaches for continuing to implement this mandate, and we will succeed. However, we are struggling. Last year, an unfortunate incident occurred where a student threatened an elementary school. As a result, our administration responded quickly, and our CFO explored a $4 million loan to implement upgrades to help make our entrances at several of our schools more secure. This also included plans for controlled entrances, cameras, improved safety procedures, and we also want to maintain the mental health counselors and the critical student support services they provide to all of our students, including a student that we'll talk about now.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Landry. I have 3 children in KUSD, but my youngest is the reason why I'm here today. He's 7 years old and in 1st grade. He's been diagnosed with nonverbal autism, pica, which is the urge to eat non-food items, and ADHD. He has sensory issues, self-harming tendencies, and an IEP. I'm exactly the kind of parent that the special education reimbursement rate directly affects. We need to increase the reimbursement rate to at least 60%, if not the 90%. make it sum sufficient. This will allow for the funding to fully staff our ESPs to be in the classrooms where and when they are needed. Children with special needs learn best when they are emotionally and physically well regulated. Fully staffing ESPs alleviates the demand that accompanies special needs students, putting them in the classrooms to minimize dysregulation and maximize classroom learning efficiencies. When disruptions happen, the ESP can manage these situations without the teacher having to stop their lesson with the other students. Things like a child eating a book, harming themselves, having a meltdown, etc. As ESPs are trained to handle these situations and often need tools to help these students to regulate themselves, such as trampolines, fidgets, sensory rooms, etc. Without proper funding, we can't afford any of that.
Good morning. As legislators, you have the power to be a strong partner in public education, and there are examples of times when we have been. Act 20, which was recently enacted to improve reading, is a great example of how the state legislature and the school districts can work together to improve student outcomes. I am asking you to do this in the area of finances. By raising the reimbursement for special education to 60%, Kenosha Unified will receive $13 million of spendable money. We are currently facing a $19 million budget shortfall. $13 million, as well as by raising the revenue limit to $415 in year one and $430 in year two, will go a very long way to keep Kenosha Unified from having to seek an operational referendum in the coming year. The time and resources that school districts must devote to plead with local taxpayers to make up for shortfalls in funding is immense. In a 6-week period, we had 4 town hall meetings, 20 small meetings, and 5 television, 4 radio station interviews. This is not how I want to spend our time in the school district. I would much rather be using that time to increase student learning and to improve our educational program.
I'm a mother of 3 public school dual language students. I substitute teach in the Racine Unified School District, where I'm also an active participant in the Community Coalition for Public Education. I'm here today representing the Wisconsin Congress of Parents and Teachers, more commonly known as Wisconsin PTA, where I serve as legislative chair, working on behalf of all children. I represent over our 4,000 PTA members across the state, tens of thousands of teachers, and over 800,000 students in the families in the communities that we serve. PTA's mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. National, state, and local PTAs advocate that an adequately funded, equitable, inclusive, and safe education experience is what our children deserve regardless of their zip code. PTA advocates for investment in public school operations and building infrastructure to provide students with a well-rounded education and safe and healthy learning environment. As a substitute teacher, I see firsthand how insufficient funding is affecting students and staff. Many educational aides and administrators have been eliminated already. Most shocking to me, there are no longer kindergarten classroom aides. Imagine being the only adult in the room responsible for 25 5-year-old children. Had a referendum not passed, that number would go up to 32 or more in higher grade levels. This is not what's best for kids. Forcing school districts to rely on referendum to fund essential operating expenses is unethical and exacerbates inequities across Wisconsin. Our state constitution mandates that public schools be as nearly uniform as practicable, yet our current funding model fails to uphold this principle. Wisconsin school districts are increasingly forced to go to referendum just to keep their doors open. The current funding model is unsustainable, and without urgent action, we risk further damaging our education system and increasing inequities and undermining our children and communities' futures. Public education is a right, not a privilege. 80% of Wisconsin students attend public schools. Public schools must adequately serve students who are high achievers and on accelerated courses, as well as students with disabilities of all kinds. Public schools are reimbursed at only around 30% of special education costs, whereas private schools are reimbursed at 90%. Governor Evers' budget proposal doubles that current rate, and at minimum, we would like to see it passed in this budget, though we believe it should be at 90% sum sufficient reimbursement. These parental choice private voucher programs divert public funds to private institutions, many of which that lack accountability, transparency, and inclusivity that define public education. With enrollment caps slated to end in the 26-27 school year, these inequities will become even more apparent. Research from Stanford University and others find no significant academic benefit for students in voucher programs when compared to those in public schools. If these programs do not improve student outcomes, why are we funding them at the expense of our public school system? Furthermore, these institutions can reject students at any time for any reason, sending them back to public schools that are required to service them. According to CFO Jeff Serac of Racine Unified School District, as of February 3rd, 2025, 118 students from private voucher schools were returned to our public schools at a cost of $870,000. The funding for these students remains with the private schools that they left. This date was before the second semester count day. I'm sure that number has only continued to rise. One thing we may agree on is that our current funding model is broken. As costs rise, the state has failed to increase funding accordingly, leaving taxpayers to shoulder the burden through referendums. In this biennial budget, we must prioritize increasing public school funding to prevent further financial strain on districts and avoid further inequity based on a single district's ability to pass a referendum. Pending state legislation such as AB 81, AB 71, and AB 60 further threatens school funding by limiting referendums and restricting how schools can allocate funds. If these bills were to pass, many school districts will face even greater financial instability. We must hold lawmakers accountable and demand legislation that supports rather than undermines our public schools. This is not a partisan issue. It's about ensuring that every child in Wisconsin has access to quality education. Public education is a great equalizer, but only if we commit to properly funding and protecting it. Fund public schools in a way that all our children and communities deserve. I have made it my personal mission to educate others about the funding challenges that public schools face and asking them too to pay attention and to care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before you begin, we're going to call up our next group of speakers, please.
Rebecca Rabatin, R-A-B-A-T-I-N, Kevin Myers, Aaron Miller. We have a group with Learn in My Shoes, Melissa Cluster, Wisconsin Council for the Deaf, Elizabeth Ermitz, Cole Braun, Bill Drewliner, Eastbrook Academy, Dan Rogers, Jenny Hertzel, Dr. Jill Reese. Looks like we have another group with Wisconsin PTA with Rita Winsky and Kimberly Anderson and Diana Valinar, Gail Campbell, Juanita Britton, St. Anthony's City Forward, Suzanne Welsh, and Alma Lorenzo. And that was at 7:49.
Good morning, welcome. Thanks all morning yet.
Morning. My name is Susan Barron. I'm here to ask you to continue funding the IRIS and family care programs. I am a caretaker here in Milwaukee for a person who shortly before his retirement had an accident that left him with permanent cognitive and physical disabilities. After 3 months in the hospital and 2 surgeries, every single penny of his retirement savings was gone. When he left the hospital, he would have gone straight to a nursing home, which would have been funded by the state of Wisconsin, except for the family care program. The family care program allows him to still live in his own home, which gives him the only quality of life that he has. However, I'm not asking you to fund these programs because it's the humane thing to do, which it is. I'm asking you to do it because it's the fiscally responsible thing to do. Family care and IRIS were begun by Tommy Thompson. It was expanded by Scott Walker, and these programs have always had bipartisan support. And the reason they've had bipartisan support is because they save us Wisconsin taxpayers a huge amount of money. It obviously is very much more expensive for the state to pay for people in nursing homes than for them to live in the community. Now, as the expected federal Medicaid cuts hit Wisconsin, if you stop funding or cut funding for family care or IRIS, you've made the problem worse, not better. So I'm asking you all to do the fiscally responsible thing and continue to fund IRIS and family care. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Becky Berbatten, and I am with Independence First, a Center of Independent Living serving Milwaukee and the WOW counties, and I'm also the co-facilitator of our transportation advocacy team. I'm going to speak specifically to transportation. I urge you to support the governor's budget for transportation. However, I do want to have a little caveat there. Rather than a 4% increase for mass transit, 10% increase. Reason being is there is a lot of need out there. And I'm going to talk a little statistics. So I'm looking at senators and representatives here. So 7 of you, up to maybe Representative Rodriguez, you're going to be representing 31% of Wisconsinite adults that are non-drivers, that depend on maybe this other 69% of you over here representing drivers here in the state of Wisconsin, adult drivers. You're being dependent upon for transportation for this 31% over here. Also, you 31% over here depend on mass transit, the bus system, and paratransit. Also, I want to speak about regional transportation authorities. I cannot stress enough how important that is, because that opens opportunities for persons with disabilities to be able to get out, to get jobs. They want to be out in the workforce. They are glad to be taxpayers. And I want to finish up with saying that support our Centers of Independence of Living here in the state of Wisconsin. There are 8 of us. In the budget, there's $204,000 allocated in increase. We would like to see $2.6 million, because that's divvied out between all 8. We provide a lot of services for the disabled community, and we cannot do that without that support. Thank you.
We are with the Learn in My Shoes campaign, a grassroots group of parents of students in special education. My name is Amanda Sherman, and I live in Mequon. The binder I have here contains just a portion of the evaluations, reports, and individual education plans for my son Dominic, who is 15 now. I've kept this binder since he was diagnosed with autism at age 2.5. While I've done my best as a parent, a huge amount of work has been done by my brilliant son and his incredible teachers. As an introvert with social anxiety, standing before you is not something I'm comfortable with. I'm doing it because we need this committee to step up and do what's right for our children. I see my representative here, Devin Draka. I need your help to bring this home. We need at least a 60%, some sufficient special education reimbursement in our state budget. Our school districts are starving on 30%. Special education should not be a political issue, and we should not have to beg for this. Our students, our kids have bright futures ahead of them, but without adequate funding, we're limiting their potential to have a positive impact as adults. Positive impact can be measured by productivity, independence, and by the lives they touch. Disabled individuals are not others. They're people deserving of respect and dignity. That's the lesson Dominic teaches his peers by attending public school each day. A few weeks ago, Dominic read a letter to the editor I wrote advocating for special education. He was quiet as he read, processing each word. Then he looked at me with tears in his eyes and wrapped his arms around my neck, thanking me. That is why I am here today. The moment I'm advocating for him and for all of our children. Members of the Joint Finance Committee, it's time for you to advocate for special needs children. 60%.
My name is Melissa Custer. I live in Grafton with my husband and 2 amazing neurodivergent boys. My younger son is non-speaking and he's in 4K. He has an outstanding special education team. They helped me apply for a grant for an AAC device from a local nonprofit, showed him how to use one, and now his classmates are excited to talk to him every day. My older son is in 2nd grade and we've been homeschooling him for about a year. He has some complex health issues and high support needs. Because of his need for more support, we have had great difficulty accessing his right to an education. In 5K, he was moved from the general education setting to a self-contained classroom when he developed selective mutism, which is caused by severe anxiety. He didn't speak for 3 months until we decided to try medication to help. His room did not have enough trained staff, and sometimes there wasn't a certified teacher. I eventually contacted an advocate, and we called a meeting to get him a one-to-one aid that he desperately needed. During that meeting, the director of special education at the time told me that they would have to pull an aid from another child who needed it for learning because my son needed it for safety, and safety came first. That is the moment I knew I would never stop fighting for these kids. He met and exceeded all of his IEP goals the rest of the school year. At the beginning of 1st grade, we had high expectations, but his teacher left after the 1st week. The replacement they hired was brand new and was not a good fit. We tried our best to work things out, but there weren't any other options for him. We had to withdraw him for his health due to increased episodes of his cyclic vomiting syndrome due to stress. This is what happens when schools have to cut corners. Our children pay the price. Our current funding for special education reimbursement in public schools is not enough. Why is it that schools who use the private voucher program are reimbursed at 90% guaranteed when public schools are only giving a rate of about 30%? They do not need to follow the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It's unfair to families in non-privatized settings. We need to reimburse public schools at 60%, some sufficient. Parents are tired of competing for limited resources. We are tired of excuses, of being dismissed, and of your heads nodding like you understand when you really don't. It's time for special education to be reimbursed at least 60%, some sufficient, and we aren't going anywhere until we have it.
My name is Connie Kincaid. I'm here in my personal, not elected capacity to state that I stand in solidarity. Thank you.
Good morning, go ahead.
Please do not add work requirements to Medicaid. My name is Erin Miller, and I'm autistic. I use the Forward Health Card through Badger Care, which is a Medicaid program. I work 2 part-time jobs, but neither of my jobs provide health insurance. And I'm not alone. 68% of adults in Wisconsin on Medicaid are working. In November last year, I had discovered a lump on my breast. Because of Medicaid, I was able to have a mammogram to find out what it was. The lump turned out to be benign, no cancer. Now I have a follow-up appointment in June. If I no longer have Medicaid, I might not be able to go. My congressman, Brian Stahel, keeps telling me that it will only be able-bodied adults that aren't working who will be affected. But they don't seem to hear when I ask, do you know not all disabilities are visible? I'm not in a wheelchair, but I do have a disability. As an autistic person, my brain has trouble organizing, planning, and keeping calm. That means I might have trouble starting a task, completing tasks, and meeting tight deadlines. It's only because of Medicaid that I can scrape through it all. Not only is the paperwork to prove I'm working impossible for me, it's difficult for my non-disabled mother to do so as well. Paperwork is hard to understand. There are time-sensitive deadlines. Mistakes are hard to correct. If we get it wrong, it means we're going to do the same form all over again. In the time it takes to repeat all my information, I could lose my health coverage fixing mistakes. While it may not seem like it, Medicaid work requirements are functionally Medicaid cuts. Mom and I are drowning in paperwork as it is. Please, no more paperwork. Medicaid work requirements only give working people like me more work and be able to lose my health insurance.
Good morning, go ahead. Hi, my name is Kevin Myers. I'm an advocate for transportation for individuals with disabilities. I'm a member of the Same-Day Pilot Program Task Force in Milwaukee County. I'm also co-facilitator of the Transportation Advocacy Committee at Independence First. I'm a user of the paratransit system here in Milwaukee County, as well as a fixed bus route system. If I did not use those two services for over 20 years, I would not have been able to work at two large corporations here in Milwaukee. With the lack of funding for the past 5 years, there's been cuts by MCTS to the bus routes. This has directly affected me as I have to now walk farther to a bus stop, and it also cross a very busy intersection. As we all know, people are driving really radical these days. That makes that intersection much more hazardous. With continued cuts to the Milwaukee County's transportation bus routes, it's going to cause the paratransit system to have less coverage in the Milwaukee County area. Paratransit is an essential support for individuals with a disability and older adults when it comes to health care and independence. The lack of funding that has been encountered through this has caused the paratransit system to have riders be on the van for much longer times and affect them not making their jobs or missing medical appointments. We are asking the governor's budget for 2025 and 2027 to pass the transportation budget line items, to approve those, and to increase it by a minimum of 10%. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Don Rogers, Victory Christian Academy Board President. I want to thank you for increasing school choice funding in the last session. My wife and I were some of the original disciples of the Polly Williams initiative of school choice, where Polly, Mike Wallace of 60 Minutes featured the school we taught at. VCA has encapsulated and embodied the passion of the school choice architectural framers with incredible results in 25 years. Thousands of our urban students have battled through poverty, severe family traumas, to achieve academic excellence as productive members of our communities. These students have built strong families, become entrepreneurs, hard-working citizens representing the city of Milwaukee. They have demonstrated incredible resilient faith in God of the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob faith that I espouse to, against unfathomable racial hatred and entrenched wickedness of school choice opponents. In addition to academic excellence, our students are experiencing a climate of strong moral family values, respect for authority that our community desperately needs right now. We're producing students that can help build a strong economy in our business community because we've trained them to respect their God, their parents, their employers, and the value of entrepreneurship. With great passion and conviction, I urge this legislation body to continue to forge the pathway for a powerful purpose to young boys and girls that are destined by their Creator to become the Davids who will slay the Milwaukee proverbial giants, who will become the Josephs of the Old Testament to bring future posterity to the stability of our city. I know firsthand what this means, as I was once raised in this city, and I attended an urban school that produced state Supreme Court judges, police chiefs, real estate agents, attorneys, doctors, and board presidents, in which I became. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I stand before you today as a former public school teacher and mother of 5, grateful for the opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks for the additional funding for school choice. Your decision has made an incredible difference for families like mine. As someone with the teacher perspective, I always chose to focus on solutions rather than complaints, even when I encountered things I disagreed with. That changed when I faced an experience that shook my trust in the very profession I dedicated my life to. A teacher whose character, integrity, and care for children were deeply lacking became my daughter's educator. When I asked the principal to remove my daughter from her class, the solution offered was an independent study. The superintendent then offered to bus my daughter to another school in the district. As a result, we turned to private education, enrolling our children at Trinity Lutheran and now also Living Word Lutheran High School. Romans 8:28 says, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him." And this was truly our silver lining. At Trinity and Living Word, we discovered a sense of community, exceptional academic standards, and teachers who truly care about their students. The difference from Germantown has been beyond what we could have imagined. Our daughter is blossoming at Living Word. She's happier, more confident, and thriving. People have even commented on how she's come out of her shell. I feel like our kids are loved at Trinity. Night and day difference. These schools, being choice schools, represent dozens of zip codes, creating a beautiful diversity in their halls. The choice program has opened doors for families like ours who could never afford the full cost of private tuition for all of our children. It makes quality education accessible to so many, and I believe its impact is immeasurable. Your funding has improved countless lives and given families the ability to choose what's best for their children.
Thank you.
Ma'am, what was your name?
Jennifer Hetzel.
You go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Jill Reese, and I'm the superintendent for the Swallow School District. We're a K-8 school district located in Heartland, Wisconsin. We're home to approximately 440 students. The Swallow School District was established by local residents in 1844, 4 years before Wisconsin became a state. The school is an award-winning district providing stellar education for all students. In 2016, Swallow became a Blue Ribbon school. In 2024, the school district is recognized on the state report cards as the #1 school district in the state of Wisconsin. In 2024 and 25, the school district won the Top Workplaces Award. The Swallow School District has a history of being fiscally responsible district, and because of that history, we have weathered the storms of the equalization formula. Since its inception, the state has minimally supported school districts through this formula, and if you are a property-rich district, you are inversely affected by the formula. We can no longer weather the storm, and we are facing a multi-million-dollar deficit in the future. We have reached the fiscal cliff. We can choose to bare bones public education, but is that what we want our state to become? I propose several ideas to rectify the current challenges. First, in 2019, a bipartisan group of elected officials participated in the Blue Ribbon Commission. They provided 11 pages of fixes for the state funding formula. Reading through that and agreeing to implement even a portion of those ideas would assist all districts. If you agree that each child deserves a high-quality education, then please consider increasing the per pupil adjustment under the revenue limits and also the school tax levy credit. Supporting an increase through the general aid formula rather than the school tax levy credit. Overall, if the current elected officials cannot agree on fixes, at a minimum, it would assist us to increase the reimbursement for special education students to some sufficient 60%. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Good, is it still morning? Good morning. My name is Tim Youngingle, and I'm speaking in Cole Brown's spot. Cole Brown. I have been the chairman of Lumen, which is the Lutheran Urban Mission Initiative, for 23 years. So I have a lot of experience in the school choice movement and what's going on there. I'm here today speaking on as a representative of Journeys Lutheran School, which is a unique school in Hales Corners. Journeys Lutheran School is a choice school that has all students that are special needs. 90% of our students attend Journeys on a special needs scholarship program, and the rest are there under the choice program, the regular choice program. You know, I've heard a lot of talk about education today, which is a great thing. My wife has been an educator for 45 years in public schools, and it's been amazing to watch the landscape change over the course of her career and during my time in the choice movement. Choice schools are not the bad guys. Bad schools are the problem. And choice schools exist because parents want options for their kids that result in opportunities for them. And if their public school doesn't meet those needs, be it shared values, shared educational goals, or shared goals in general, then they want an option. They want an opportunity where they can send their child to the place that meets their needs best. Choice schools provide parents with those opportunities. It's been a blessing for me to work at Journeys, where I see caring, nurturing students work with special needs students every day. But I see the same thing in all the other choice schools that I've been in. And so we're grateful for the increase in funding that you've given us, and we ask that you continue to support choice schools in addition to great public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a pause so our clerk can call up more people.
We have the Milwaukee County Sheriff, Donna Martin Brown, Judge Carl Ashley. We have the AARP group. We have Zasha Carter, Asia White Harris. We have another group with the Wisconsin Library Association. Another group, Special Olympics Wisconsin. Looks like we have another group here. Let's see, Emily Peterson, Milwaukee County Commissioner on Aging. Looks like we have another group here, Centers for Independence, CFI. Ursula Flores. Kelsey Leopold, Leoplt, I believe. Abby Willie. Maya Bass. Matt Stenstra, Feeding America, Eastern Wisconsin. And then Jennifer Hoffman Jonas, and Jennifer was at 750.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Milwaukee County Sheriff Danita Ball, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today regarding the need for a state partnership to address critical public safety challenges. The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office executes its services and operations out of a facility that is crumbling, outdated, and unfairly impacts the administration of justice. Significant resources are needed to administer basic functions such as prisoner escorts and responding to 911 calls within the public safety building. Many of these calls are a direct result of the facility's condition and design. Among many concerns about the deteriorating public safety building is the close proximity of victims, family members, visitors, and in-custody defendants. Such exposure creates a constant air of tension, and in 2024 alone, led to 852 security incidents that required a response by the Sheriff's Office. Also in 2024, MCSO performed 6,300 prisoner escorts of defendants through public hallways. We estimate that a new facility would reduce the number of escorts by 80% and significantly reduce costs for service, both of which allow resources to be reallocated to proactive policing. It is not sustainable to continue working as we have, and it is not fair to those who come in contact with our justice system. In order to address these significant safety concerns and preserve the continuity of court operations, funding from the state of Wisconsin will be critical. I am pleased that the governor's capital budget recommended funding to address the deteriorating public safety building as well as highway patrol services.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
You may go ahead. There. Okay.
Hi, I'm going to try to cover two topics in my 2 minutes. My name is Rita Wisniewski. I'm the treasurer of the Wisconsin Congress of Parents and Teachers. I'm also the president of the Wauwatosa Council of PTAs, which comprises of 11 units in 11 Wauwatosa schools. I'm also a parent of a college graduate in psychology, a student graduating this year in welding from a technical school, and a high school freshman dreaming of being an author. In addition, I'm the aunt with guardianship of a middle schooler with many dreams. And I'm a caregiver for my mother, who has lived with me for 11 years. My husband is almost a saint, right? After years of cutting costs, the Wauwatosa School District, due to the lack of sufficient state funding, teachers were leaving as their pay stagnated and students struggled with low academic results and dysregulated behaviors. We used our fund balance to invest in our teachers' salaries and students' mental health, and we were right to make that choice. The data we have proves these investments paid off on multiple levels, increasing teacher retention, reducing student dysregulated behaviors, and increasing student academic achievements. Funding mental health specialists and programs in public schools allows our students to stay in school and their parents to stay at work, rather than leaving often for appointments, and students need these just-in-time supports. To sustain these investments, Wauwatosa held its first operating referendum in November, and a repeated concern from the community was, will we need this again in 4 years? And the answer is yes, if we do not get our states to advocate for more funding. And a bill is out there proposing to cut our funds even more if we pass referendums. And 2 years ago, public school funding was the most advocated topic in the JFC hearings, although I heard a legislator lie and say it was not a big concern.
Thank you very much. You may go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bill Drewliner, and I'm here on behalf of Eastbrook Academy, a K-4 through 12th grade school in the Lincoln Park neighborhood on Milwaukee's north side. I'm a resident of the north side of Milwaukee. I serve as an administrator at Eastbrook, and I'm also the father of 2 Eastbrook Academy warriors, Marisol and Elena. We currently serve 400 students, 85% of whom are students of color. Most come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, and about 75% participate in the Milwaukee and Wisconsin Choice programs. Eastbrook has always been known for our high standards, our intentional diversity, and our commitment to small class sizes. Every one of our graduates has been accepted to college since our school was founded 26 years ago. We recently had our second perfect score on the ACT in our short history, and our kids read and write amongst some of the highest performing kids in the state of Wisconsin. None of that would be possible without our dedicated teachers, who are the heartbeat of our school. I want to personally thank you for the increase in the per pupil funding for our students. Within weeks of learning of this change, our administration and board made the bold decision to offer a double-digit raise to our teachers. This has been a game changer. It's allowed us to affirm the value of our educators, not just as professionals, but also as people who are trying to support their families while pouring into the lives of students. It helped us to get great teachers and keep great teachers in our classrooms, and it's already having a visible impact on morale, retention, and student success. We've seen a significant improvement to the academic performance of our economically disadvantaged students, and our employee engagement scores benchmark amongst the highest tier of K-12 schools across the country. This funding didn't just help us to balance a budget, but it helped us to build a better future for our kids that are in our care. It's critical for all of us to support continued funding for public, charter, and choice schools, rural, urban, and suburban, all across Wisconsin. This funding invests in the success of our state's children, which build a pipeline of citizens that will lead to a brighter economic future in our state. Thanks for recognizing the importance of educational equity and for continuing to invest in schools like ours that are committed to closing gaps and opening doors. Thank you.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Carl Ashley, Chief Judge for Milwaukee County, District 1. For years, Milwaukee County has been doing its best to make ends meet when it comes to providing public safety services for our community. The harsh reality is that Milwaukee County's court facilities can no longer responsibly carry out modern safety and justice services. The layout of hallways, courtroom, and other spaces in the public safety building and throughout the courthouse complex impact justice and exacerbate public safety challenges. A primary issue is there are no secure corridors to transport defendants. Those in custody are transported through shared public hallways to courtrooms spread out across the historic courthouse and public safety building. Jurors, victims, family members, visitors, and staff all share the same elevators, hallways with those in custody. This goes against the Supreme Court standards about shared spaces that lead to security incidents, mistrials that impact court operations. In a new building, all criminal courtrooms will be co-located instead of being in multiple buildings. Corridors will be secure and private spaces will be available. This will allow us to best wrap services around the criminal courts and focus security efforts in one place, reducing strain on staffing and creating efficiencies that will lead to a more transparent and timely hearing. Now is the time to work together to construct a new building. It is only with, thank you.
You may go ahead.
Hello, my name is Leslie Spencer Herrera, Whitefish Bay. I'm here as the volunteer president for the state of Wisconsin ARP, representing all these great folks and many hundreds of thousands of others throughout Wisconsin. I am here to speak to you today about caregivers in Wisconsin and how the 23 to 25 budget to provide a tax credit for these very invaluable caregivers. Ironically, the person before me spoke about her caregiving. You know, caregiving is for all of us. We will be caregivers, we have received care. So let me start by defining the term. A family caregiver is a broad term. It's applied to spouses, friends, neighbors who provide a range of services to adults in need of in-home care. Having supported my 96-year-old mother's desire to remain in her own apartment, even through leading up to her death, I can much relate to the pressures that these caregivers go through. You have to juggle everything else, your work, your other family, and finances. I have a friend who makes a 3-hour trip every week, co-shared the responsibility of taking care of parents in the central part of the state, so they receive their wraparound services from their family members, and the strain emotionally, financially is huge. So anyway, we refer at ARP as Wisconsin's unsung heroes. You know, when I mentioned to a friend I was coming here, she said, well, we do it out of love. And it's true, but, you know, love needs support, and that's what we talk about, because these caregivers do everything from scheduling to driving to appointments, providing medical care, even wound care, just countless tasks. Family caregivers provide the backbone of long-term care here for the state. And if not for these caregivers, the costs would fall on the state. That's the thing. I'm certain all of you here have someone you have helped take care of, or have a close family member, friend who has taken care of someone. I know all of us here have. And it's a financial strain. Our survey work shows that on average, a family caregiver spends $7,000 annually to support that family member. This is uncompensated work. $9.2 billion in the state is given by these caregivers. So they're providing this, as I said, while juggling everything else in their lives, doing their work. So what we are asking for you is to support this family caregiver tax credit. $500 tax credit is what we're asking for. Is it enough? No, but it's showing to these caregivers that you, the fiscal guardians, recognize the value you place upon them and the wonderful care they're giving our fellow Wisconsin adult members who have contributed so much to the health of this state. We already know Wisconsinites support this. Again, in our survey work, 86% of Wisconsinites support this caregiver support. And you know, we in Wisconsin are aging, and so it's a strain on the long-term care system. So we want to support these family caregivers because we know once they say, oh no, I can't take it, or the spouse says, oh, do we have the money to do that? You know, maybe they give up. So this support is crucial. And from a budget standpoint, which I know is where you are, not supporting this is a penny wise, pound foolish, as many have heard our parents say that kind of thing. So this is great work, and again, thank you from me, from all of us, and all of us aging Wisconsinites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may go ahead.
Yes, thank you all for being with us here today. My name is Donna Brown Martin. As Commissioner of the Wisconsin County Highway Association Southeast District and Director of the Milwaukee County Department of Transportation, your support for state and local transportation programs is key to fueling the economic engine of Wisconsin. Past investments like Zoo Interchange and I-94 East-West projects have helped drive our freight and commercial industries. Looking ahead, your continued support will be critical to sustaining a transportation network that grows our economy and brings more travelers safely across the state. As the Wisconsin Policy Forum noted in December, our road quality is at risk if a transportation funding gap is not addressed. Specifically, I'm asking you to support the proposals related to RMA, routine maintenance agreements, GTA, general transportation aids, as well as the local roads improvement program, particularly LRIP supplemental funding. Not everyone knows this, but unique to Wisconsin, counties maintain state roadways. When you traveled here this morning, I hope you noticed the efficient, well-maintained interstate lanes and interchanges on I-94. That's because the work is mow, plow, and otherwise maintained. That roadway is performed by Milwaukee County staff. Though routine maintenance agreements or RMAs, the Wisconsin Department of Transportation reimburses the county for this work. Over the years, these reimbursements have struggled to cover the costs to perform this work. We are reaching an impasse. On GTA, Milwaukee County relies on this critical funding to assist in maintaining the county trunk highway system, which are essential in linking the state system as a whole. Local property tax limits, inflation, and mandated services have made it a challenge to meet the needs of the system in my county and in many. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for holding this public hearing. I'm Kent Lovern, District Attorney for Milwaukee County. I first want to thank you to you and the rest of the legislature for your significant investment in the justice system statewide during the last budget. And moving forward in this budget, I am asking you on behalf of communities here and statewide to continue investing in our justice system so we can meet our increasing public safety obligations. We need to continue merit-based pay progression for assistant district attorneys and public defenders in order to staff the increase in cases we are prosecuting. The public defender program also needs the rate of private attorneys increased in order to address the attorney shortage we currently see. Since 2022, our office has charged approximately 1,500 additional cases each year. Most of those are felony matters, the serious cases that everyone in our community is concerned about. Over the last few years, Milwaukee County has lost a number of attorneys to higher paying jobs, over 40 attorneys in fact, and half of our prosecution staff now has less than 5 years of experience, and there are many of them handling very serious cases today. When federal funds expire this summer, Milwaukee County will see an additional 10% reduction of our assistant DA staff, and that actually means laying off 10% of our current ADAs who are today staffing criminal courts in Milwaukee County. So I am asking the state to fund these ADA positions to prevent these layoffs. Milwaukee County is called on to manage an increasing number of felony cases with a less experienced staff in a public safety building that is literally crumbling. And we need this investment in the facility as well that will support and not hinder the important work we're doing. And additional funding for ADAs will help us attract and retain the talent we need to handle the various serious matters in this community. I would welcome the opportunity to speak with any of you individually in the future to talk about these needs. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, co-chairs Mark Lyon and Warren, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jason Blank. I live in Cedarburg, and I have the pleasure of serving as Vice President of Sports and Programs for Special Olympics Wisconsin. We are here to ask for your support of the $300,000 per year increase to Special Olympics Wisconsin in the governor's DPI budget, and I ask that you provide a $1 million per year to Special Olympics Wisconsin through the DHS budget. The four mission-based program pillars of Special Olympics Wisconsin are sports, health, unified champion schools, and athlete leadership. Annually, we have over 220 events that serve more than 14,000 athletes and unified partners. Since 2022, we have increased the number of unified champion schools from 71 to 138, and we have more than 300 trained athlete leaders. Special Olympics is the world's largest public health organization for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Annually, Special Olympics Wisconsin provides 1,700 free healthcare screenings across 8 different disciplines. Thanks to a one-time grant from DHS, last year we were able to expand our health trainings from 3 to 65. As a result, more than 1,300 medical students and providers now know how to work with individuals with intellectual disabilities. The governor's proposed DPI budget provides an additional $300,000 per year for Special Olympics Wisconsin. With this funding, we will expand and deepen our Unified Champion Schools programs, invest in sports and training, support and deepen our athlete leadership program, and invest in technology to drive athlete engagement. We are also asking for the Joint Finance Committee to provide $1 million per year in the DHS budget to expand our health programming to reduce Medicaid costs. With this funding, we will increase and expand training for health providers, create a stronger referral and care coordination network, expand the number of healthy athlete screenings, and launch our Young Healthy Athletes program. Did you know that Special Olympics Wisconsin reduces Medicaid costs in Wisconsin? According to a published study by the Weizmann Center, Special Olympics Wisconsin athletes who participate in our Healthy Athletes programs cost Medicaid 3 times less than non-Special Olympics Wisconsin athletes. Today, I have Milwaukee area athletes Tyler Derringer and John Avery to support Special Olympics Wisconsin, and now I'd like to share her personal story. I'd like to introduce you to my friend Brittany Wilson.
Thank you, co-chairs Mark Clean and Bourne, for this opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Brittany Wilson. I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I'm a Special Olympics Wisconsin athlete. I've been involved with Special Olympics Wisconsin for the past 8 years, and the sports I play are basketball, soccer, track and field, bocce, and volleyball. Special Olympics Wisconsin has helped me make new friends and taught me about the meaning of leadership and sportsmanship. I understand that everyone has a talent, and Special Olympics has given me an opportunity to share mine, while at the same time helping me improve my health. Many people are surprised to learn that Special Olympics Wisconsin does more than just sports. They also help keep athletes healthy by providing free health screenings at tournaments. I have high blood pressure and I'm pre-diabetic. Through Special Olympics sports and strength training, I have lost a total of 66 pounds. As a result of my weight loss, I have more energy, less pain, and overall more self-confidence. Recently, I competed in the Special Olympics Wisconsin Athlete Health Messenger class. I learned more about nutrition, hydration, and physical fitness, and how it can affect my mental health. Taking this class taught me how to control my food portions and how to moderate my junk food intake. My personal health journey combined with this health education helps me be a better leader and enables me to share my gifts and help others create a path of their own. Through inclusive health, we all stay healthier. Therefore, please support our Special Olympic Wisconsin programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Leffel, Representative Wolf, and committee members. Welcome to Milwaukee County. I am Peter Leffel, the director of the Wauwatosa Public Library. Nick and I have had the pleasure to meet with most of you in recent months. The individuals standing with me today represent the Wisconsin Library Association, whose members have met with all legislators at the Capitol recently. We are librarians, library board trustees, and supporters. And we proudly stand before you today with our books held high to say thank you for your past support of Library State System Aid, and we ask for your continued support in the next budget. Because libraries touch all corners of the state, I would also like to invite anybody in the audience today who has a library card and uses library services to stand, if you are able, to show your support for libraries. Public libraries are essential to Wisconsin's communities. They provide access to books, technology, educational programs, and workforce development resources that benefits residents of all ages. By providing cost-effective infrastructure and support, our 15 regional library systems ensure that people across the state have access to the same opportunities. Wisconsin libraries are crucial for job seekers and small businesses. They provide job search assistance and business development resources. Small business owners rely on libraries for market research and meeting spaces. Public libraries play a key role alongside Wisconsin's educational institutions. Libraries offer early literacy programs like 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten and support students with homework help like STEM programs and reading initiatives. Adults benefit for GED preparation and lifelong learning programs. By funding library systems and libraries, we are investing in Wisconsin's workforce and economy and investing in every individual in the state of Wisconsin. I'm proud to turn it over to Abby.
Thank you. My name is Abby Armour. I am the director of the Mukwonago Community Library, and I'm here to share how Wisconsin's library systems multiply our impact through collaborative programs such as the Library Memory Project, a network of memory cafes to support those affected by memory loss and dementia. The Surgeon General recently declared loneliness a public health crisis, equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. For those with memory loss and their caregivers, social isolation is particularly severe. With Wisconsin's dementia population projected to increase by 68% over the next 20 years, community connections that foster understanding and support are increasingly crucial. Connection happens when 4-H Club students bring animals to a memory cafe at the library after receiving dementia-friendly training from the ADRC. As one 4-H leader noted of this intergenerational experience, when generations come together, wonderful things happen. What makes this project remarkable is the multiplier effect. One library couldn't sustain this programming alone, but together, sharing resources, expertise, and coordination, we've created something transformative. For Michelle and Jim from Fort Atkinson, transformation meant finding community after Jim's dementia diagnosis left him feeling abandoned by medical providers. Through memory cafes at the Jefferson County Libraries, Jim found a place where he's known by name, and now he eagerly asks the next time he gets to see my friends. These gatherings create meaningful connections beyond clinical settings, offering joyful moments in an often isolating journey. As one caregiver shared, we look forward to these social gatherings as we have made friends. In our increasingly disconnected world, libraries remain one of the few places that connect people, not just to resources, but to each other. Now let me turn it over to Nick for some final thoughts.
Thanks very much. My name is Nick Damasis, Beloit Public Library. Honored to be here again to say thank you on behalf of the Wisconsin Library Association. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your support. Obviously, support is financial. We wouldn't all be here today if it wasn't for that. But support goes beyond that. Support is Representative Bourne calling us anytime during the year and asking, how will this bill or affect and impact libraries? It is Representative Kurtz showing up at our Library Legislative Day morning with his good sense of humor and inspiring us and motivating us as we go out to the Capitol. I'm glad it's a listening session because Representative Hurd, you asked the toughest questions, and I've never seen anybody's face light up at a spreadsheet the way yours did, but we brought you the answers, we brought you the details. And Senator Bradley, the personal stories that touched everybody, it stunned, it deeply moved everybody that was in that budget meeting with you of your personal story in libraries and how your mother made sure that it was a safe and secure place that you were so you could have the opportunities. I hope that there are kids all over that will now join you up there.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is LaToya Woods. I'm not here to testify, but to introduce a parent. Prior to introducing this parent, I want to, as a parent, share my sincere gratitude for this committee. I stood here 2 years ago out in Waukesha, and I want to thank you guys for not only listening to your constituents, but actually delivering on our increase to our per pupil funding. Thank you, all of you who helped us in that increase. I'll introduce Alma, who will be sharing her testimony in Spanish. You all have a copy.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alma Lorenzo. Tengo 2 hijos en Rocky Ships Subside. Mi hija está en 4º grado y mi hijo que tiene autismo está en 2º grado. Llevo 11 años viviendo en Milwaukee. Soy madre líder del comité organizador de padres de Rocky Ship. Estoy orgullosa de los servicios de educación especial de Rocky Ship y de su modelo de inclusión. Los maestros de mi hijo han colaborado estrechamente conmigo para garantizar que reciba el apoyo que necesita y que alcance sus metas académicas. Gracias a Rocky Ship, mi hijo ha estado reduciendo la brecha académica. Cuando empezó la escuela no hablaba, pero sus habilidades verbales han mejorado significativamente. Quisiera compartir uno de los momentos más importantes de la experiencia educativa de mi hijo en Rocky Ship. Un día sentados en la mesa dijo, me gusta la escuela Rocky Ship. Lo repitió varias veces y con lágrimas en los ojos celebré este logro. Este momento demuestra cuánto está aprendiendo mi hijo y cuánto se siente seguro en Rocky Ship. Estoy aquí hoy para agradecer a los legisladores por escucharnos y por aumentar la financiación por alumno. Les pido que sigan priorizando la financiación justa para todos los estudiantes y que trabajen para cerrar las brechas de financiación restantes en esta próxima legislatura. Rocky Ship está construyendo una comunidad sólida e inclusiva que merece la financiación para seguir apoyando a niños como mi hijo. Con su ayuda, podemos garantizar que todos los estudiantes de Wisconsin, incluidos aquellos con necesidades especiales, reciban la educación que merecen, independientemente de su origen. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good morning, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Quinetta Britton. I'm a proud mother of 2 scholars that attend St. Marcus Lutheran School in the 5th and 7th grade. I was born and raised on the north side of Milwaukee, and I currently live in the 10th Senate District under Senator Rob Stafford. I admire how St. Marcus understands the importance of addressing not just the academic needs of their students, but also the social and emotional needs of the children that they serve. This is an all-inclusive approach, ensures that students are well-rounded and equipped to face life challenges. One of my favorite qualities of St. Marcus is its Christian values. I believe fostering a connection with God and instilling morals and values will guide my children to grow into a positive, responsible leaders. As they face difficult decisions in life, I trust that the lessons that they learned at St. Marcus will help them navigate through challenges by keeping the faith that everything will work out. Life has been a bit challenging for my children after their father passed away. This incident deeply affected them emotionally. My oldest daughter would have episodes when she would cry uncontrollably. When she was in the 1st grade, St. Marcus offered counseling services. The counseling sessions helped her tremendously. It taught her how to express her feelings in a positive way. I tried to seek counseling at other agencies, however, there were waiting lists. If it wasn't for St. Marcus, this experience would have been mentally overwhelming for us. The opportunity for counseling shows that St. Marcus cares for my children's well-being. I believe by working together with your support, we can ensure that our students can continue to receive the education they deserve. I am here today to thank the legislators for listening to us and provide an increase in our per pupil funding. I ask that you continue to prioritize fair funding for all students and work to close the remaining funding gaps this upcoming session. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Joint Finance Committee members. My name is Susie Welsh, and I reside in Greenfield, where Senator Van Wangard of District 21 represents me. I'm a proud parent of 3 children attending Bruce Guadalupe Community School. I first became familiar with Bruce Guadalupe when working at a Milwaukee high school. I worked closely with Hispanic high school students, and I was deeply impressed by the graduates of Bruce Guadalupe. They carried themselves with a strong connection to their culture, history, identity, and had a solid academic foundation. Their pride and respect for others was evident, and I thought to myself, this school is doing something right. Fast forward 5 years, when my husband and I had school-aged children, we finally had the opportunity to tour Bruce Guadalupe. I was blown away. What we saw was exactly what we had hoped for: passionate teachers, strong leadership with high expectations, a deep commitment to community engagement, and an exceptional music program.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Wilberg, and I am speaking for the Milwaukee County Commission on Aging, which represents 190,000 people over the age of 60 in Milwaukee County. As a commission, we are committed to older adults' health and wellness through community engagement, supportive services, and advocacy. We know you share our belief that elders deserve the peaceful and productive retirements they've worked for their entire lives. We are here today to advocate for two important investments in the well-being of older adults. First, we request substantially increased funding for the home-delivered meals program. This simple program is proven to improve nutrition and reduce social isolation and loneliness. We ask that the state increase its support for this critical program to $13.5 million over the biennium. Cuts in federal funding, rising food costs, and increased need have pressured Milwaukee County to do more with less every year. Reluctantly, we raised the suggested donation for each home-delivered meal from $3 to $4 in 2024, hoping to avoid creating a wait list. 2,247 people received meals in 2024, but this is just a portion of the need. For homebound elderly, a home-delivered meal is very often the only nutritious meal they will have that day. It's not a frill, it's not an extra, it's basic and terribly needed. Second, we are asking for a 10% per year increase in funding for specialized transportation. Put quite simply, this is how older adults and people with disabilities get to the doctor. Nearly 40% of Milwaukee County older adults do not drive, and 50% live alone. Public transit helps in some cases, but not for those who need the care and support provided by specialized transportation providers. In 2024, Aging Services provided 37,347 one-way rides, but had to deny some people rides because of lack of resources. I cannot stress enough how critical transportation is to older adults. It's basic and life-supporting. Meals and transportation, simple things that can save lives. That's what we're asking for in this state budget. And we need you to be champions for older adults. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is George Banda, and I'm also serving on the Commission on Aging for Milwaukee County. I'm a veteran and a senior citizen. A veteran because I signed up for that call of duty, a senior citizen because of the passing of time. Never would I have thought that I would be here at 77 years old, asking for your help to help senior citizens like myself and provide the programs that are so needed. And I needed those programs. 4 years ago, I lost my wife. It was devastating. My soulmate was gone, and I was alone. They know how to cook. They know how to do anything. My wife did it all. And through the help of the programs that Milwaukee County provided, it helped me get up and out. I got tired of the cheese and macaroni and McDonald's. They were not healthy. The meals that are provided in Milwaukee County programs are the healthiest I've ever had. And I continue to go to these senior centers, not only for the food, but the camaraderie. I needed to be there with these people to help me through this loneliness of losing my wife. And I made a lot of friends, and that helped me make it through, and it still does now. It's not easy, and it never will be. When you lose your soulmate, half of you dies. So please consider continuing these programs that are so important not only to me, but to 190,000 other older adults in Milwaukee County. They deserve so much. We deserve that. So please help. Whatever you can do, we're here with our hat in our hand, pleading. And I know it's not easy for you. It's a very tough world out there, and it's a tough political, yeah, okay. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, co-chairs Markline, Bourne, and the rest of the committee for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Stephen DeVogus, and I am the Vice President of Legal and Compliance for Centers for Independence, a large Milwaukee-based nonprofit that supports and advocates for people with disabilities and behavioral health needs. CFI provides home and community-based services to 25,000 children and adults and facilitates payments for around 16,000 caregivers throughout the state of Wisconsin. The people we serve, your constituents, rely on critical funding to access life-saving behavioral health and crisis resources, finding meaningful employment, and maintain their health and well-being, which allows them to live fulfilling lives. 1 in 4 adults in the U.S. report having a disability. That means you or someone you know is living with a physical, cognitive, or psychological condition. This includes children and adults who have depression, anxiety, ADHD, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, autism, PTSD, Down syndrome, substance use challenges, or have a physical disability such as a traumatic brain injury. These people are your family members, neighbors, co-workers, and constituents. This includes 2-year-old Bella, who relies on a ventilator to breathe, Devontae, who is 29 and has PTSD and substance use challenges, and 75-year-old Janet, who has mobility concerns that prevent her from getting out to buy groceries. And it's CFI's job to help them access the care and support they need to live their best possible lives.
Good afternoon. I'm good. My name is Ursula Flores, and I'm the director of CFI's Home Care and Community-Based Services. CFI partners with health systems, law enforcement agencies, and other community partners to provide care and support in the communities throughout Wisconsin. We are on the front lines every day, helping people of every age, race, political persuasion, and socioeconomic class access the support that they need. Reduced funding means that people with persistent mental illnesses will lose access to therapists and social workers who can help them manage their conditions. It also means parents of children like Bella, who have complex medical needs, will have to choose between staying home to provide care or going to work to support their whole family. And reduced funds also mean that an individual with autism could lose access to the support that they need to keep a job, pay their rent, and live independently. Cutting funding for home and community-based services is not the answer. What one might think saves money actually puts a significant financial burden on Wisconsin residents. Please support Medicaid's cost to continue the budget in its entirety. What I've learned from my almost 20 years in this service industry is that Medicaid is cost effective. Medicaid helps create jobs. Medicaid saves taxpayer dollars. Medicaid keeps people healthy, working, and independent. Medicaid also saves your constituents' lives.
Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Leahy-Hilker, Associate Vice President of Behavioral Health Services. Medicaid is a lifeline. It provides hope and it's pathway to healing. Medicaid allows people to remain in their homes and in their communities, not living in institutions, hospitals, jails, or on the streets. Medicaid funds programs that keep our clients and communities safe, allowing people to manage their mental health effectively. Medicaid rates and regular increases allow provider agencies such as CFI to cover costs that reduce taxpayer burden. We need your help to offset the gap between stagnant rates and necessary wage increases. We need your help to ensure the people who need us most get the support they need to live their best lives. Don't cut this vital lifeline for your constituents. Please support Medicaid's cost to continue budget in its entirety.
Without adequate funding, Wisconsin's residents and economy will suffer. Thank you.
Thank you. So who's up next?
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Zasha Carter, and I am the Administrative Assistant at Lumen School's St. Peter Emmanuel. More importantly, I am a proud parent of 2 scholars, a K-4 and 7th grader. I was born and raised on the northwest side of Milwaukee. I currently reside in Senator Drake's District 4. One thing that I can appreciate about our schools is we have resource support that strengthens the entire family. At St. Peter Emmanuel, we have a counselor who provides social and emotional supports to the students. Kids with these needs are often overlooked and go without the therapy they require due to financial barriers or limited availability. St. Peter Emmanuel understands how this can impact a student's ability to stay focused on learning. That's why we prioritize providing a safe, secure, and healthy environment for our students to thrive in. There are many qualities I love about our school, and one of the most notable is the strong teacher-student relationships. Before I started working here, I was and still am an active parent. My eldest child had several behavioral challenges, so it was essential for me to collaborate closely with the school and teachers to stay involved. When my youngest son, who was in K-4, was transitioning from preschool to St. Peter Emmanuel, I had concerns about how he'd adjust because he was initially hesitant. Thankfully, his primary teacher and other staff members were incredibly supportive during that time. One teacher, Miss Williams, stands out for her ability to build strong, meaningful relationships with her students. The kids here trust her, love her, and are always excited to see her. She has a natural gift for nurturing our students. Both of my children and I deeply respect and care for her. Having dedicated teachers like those at Lumen Schools make it much easier for us to stay engaged in our children's educational journey.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Asia Whitehurst, and I'm a proud mom and aunt of 3 St. Marcus scholars, my niece, my nephew, and my daughter Bella, a school that's 10 minutes from where I reside in Senator Johnson District. This is my first time being a part of St. Marcus Parent Leadership Group due to health issues, and I am beyond excited to finally speak up for my child and other scholars. From the moment my daughter could say her first words, I knew I wanted her to attend St. Marcus, not only because of their special education service and inclusive models, but because of the resources and opportunities for the scholars and their families. This isn't a school that just teaches the students and sends them home, but they care about creating a village and holding our children to higher standards. I remember my daughter was facing significant health issues that caused her to miss a lot of school. Every teacher made it a point to contact me and pray with and for my child. They worked with me to ensure we had what we needed to help improve her health and boost her immune system, as well as keeping her on track academically. Being a part of St. Marcus, both my daughter and I have been able to build meaningful relationships that I know can last a lifetime. I am able to connect with other parents and find ways that we can be a change in our scholars' education journey. I know that if we continue to work together to support the diverse needs of all students, we can ensure that we have the opportunity to succeed. St. Marcus is molding a strong, smart, independent, and very capable generation of future community leaders.
Hi, I'm Susie Welsh again, part 2. Going back to Bruce Guadalupe. One of the things that I love most about Bruce Guadalupe graduates is when they return to teach, to work in the school offices, or join the administration. Isn't this what giving back is all about? I believe all children should have access to quality schools, and we need fair funding to support high-achieving institutions like Bruce Guadalupe that provide life-changing opportunities. With adequate funding, the city can be transformed for the better. Thank you, legislators, for listening to us and providing an increase in per-pupil funding.
We ask that you continue to prioritize fair funding for all students
and work to close the remaining funding gaps this upcoming session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Hello, my name is Maya Bass, and I'm speaking on behalf of Ebenezer Child Care Center. I'm a preschool teacher and a parent. We've been serving in the community since 1968. providing quality early childhood education. We ask that you support the suggested $48 million investment in the child care industry. We have an industry-wide teacher shortage due to our inability to compete with inflation and pay our teachers livable wages. The DCF funding that we have been receiving has helped us keep tuition down and pay our teachers. When that ends, we will have to raise tuition and we most likely cap our teacher wages. We currently have 13 open teacher positions within our agency. Each one of those missing teachers represents 4 to 13 children that we cannot service, families that we cannot help. We cannot continue to support the local business community and our workforce without additional investment. During the pandemic, our industry was considered essential. You called upon us. We put on our masks and we went to work. We rose to that challenge. Now we need you. Our children and our staff and our families need this investment. We are essential. We're not going away until we have nothing more to give, but we need your help. Families need affordable care. Please do the right thing for children and vote for that additional investment. Thank you very much.
With Legal Action of Wisconsin, which provides free, high-quality civil legal aid to low-income Wisconsinites. When a client comes to us with a civil legal problem, like a senior who's been scammed, a mother trying to escape a domestic abuser, or a veteran wrongfully denied SSDI, they're not guaranteed a lawyer the way they would be if they were charged with a crime. Often these issues are complex and would take someone a very long time and multiple court visits to resolve on their own. Contrarily, when we step in, we promote court efficiency in 3 ways. 1, by keeping cases out of the court that are unlikely to succeed, by resolving disputes before they get to the court, and then by using our expertise to resolve things in court quickly and efficiently. By doing this and getting people back to work and off of expensive state services, we're not only saving taxpayer dollars, a Wisconsin study found that every dollar invested in civil legal aid returns $8.40, with $176 million in tangible impacts every year. Those impacts benefit the government, taxpayers, and local economies. We are asking for $3 million in year 1 of the biennium and $6 million in year 2 to help us serve elderly victims of crime, veterans, and folks in rural communities. 1 in 15 veterans in Wisconsin are eligible for our services. For example, one elderly disabled veteran we served, Bill, was being harassed for a debt that he didn't think he owed. In fact, we were able to discover that there were multiple erroneous reports on his credit report, and once we got these entries taken off of his report, we were able to get the collection agency to leave Bill alone. Thanks to legal aid, Bill avoided harassment and collection for erroneous debts, avoided going to court, and was able to improve his credit score. We know how valuable our work is because we see it in the faces of the 13,000 cases we serve each year, but we have to turn down 16,000 cases due to lack of capacity. Legal aid is a critical part of the Wisconsin economy and would be a smart investment for the state.
Thank you very much. We're going to pause for a little bit so we can call up some more people.
Julie Esch, Christina Hoffman, Geneva Blanks, Moms Demand Action, Nicole Etter, Paula Morgan, Nora Hitchcock, let's see here, Nikki King Nicolette, Salem School District. Looks like we have a group with Nicole Haas, Emily Peterson, Kathleen Gloff, Gloff, Lynn Ure, Citadel, Danielle Flattery, Heather Van Ron, I believe it is, WIHA, and Sylvester Jackson, I believe. And that was at 7:53.
Go ahead, sir. Hello, and thank you committee members for hosting this listening session. My name is Matt Steenstra, and I work at Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin. Our food bank provides food to 369 food pantries across 35 counties, and last year more than 2 million pounds came from local Wisconsin growers. We're the largest food bank in the state, and our food pantries struggle to get enough food to fill the need. Since the fall of '22, those pantry lines have grown more than 30%. So we ask our food pantries, who are these people coming to the pantry? It's almost entirely new families. They tell us it's working families with kids and senior citizens. And about a third of the families that attend our pantries have incomes too high to qualify for benefits. If you visit our food bank in Grand Chute or in Milwaukee, you're gonna hear what I hear, which is the phone ringing all day, calling our staff, Josie, Jesse, Angie. Food pantries are telling them that they have hundreds of people showing up that day. They wanna know if there's any additional food to provide to get to the people in line. But we can't always source food and drive it a couple hours to Florence that quickly. We connect a ton of our partners to donations from their local grocery store, but that's a hike for a lot of areas. There's a ton of places in our 35 counties where it's an hour to drive to the store, or the only place to get food is a Dollar General or a Food Mart that's really more like a convenience store or hardware store than it is a grocery store. 2 weeks ago, I got a call from a partner in Door County. They're working with an apple orchard, and they would love a way to get the extra apples to food pantries across the region this fall, but there's no way that they have to get there. We have pockets of hunger across the state, and different areas of the state have a bounty of some products and not of others. If we're gonna do our job at solving rural hunger and meeting this need for a massive increase in families, we need additional food grown as well as the ability and the capacity to get the food there. Food banks need to be able to get to the hard to reach areas, and the pantries need to be able to know that they can pick up and get it to the families in need. That's why, as a food bank employee, I'm asking the state of Wisconsin to create a new program that isn't in the current budget to provide $4 million over the biennium to provide transportation costs. Thanks.
Hi, I am Jenny Hoffman-Jonas, and I am from Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin. Thank you, all of you, for sitting here for this long day and giving us time to talk to you. I am speaking today because my biggest concern is the safety of our children and communities. I have been working to decrease gun violence in our state and in our country for the past 7 years. And one thing that has become so apparent is that community violence intervention programs really work to lower gun violence. We need to continue to fund these programs that are helping save lives. With the newly created Wisconsin Office of Violence Prevention, we have a chance to increase the impact of these community violence intervention programs. I am tired of seeing the pain of family members whose loved ones have been killed by gun violence. And I am also tired of hearing people say that nothing can be done. We know that gun deaths can be prevented, but only if we keep these proven effective programs going. Please keep this essential funding in the budget. I also have been personally affected by suicide, and I have seen the devastating impact that losing a loved one to suicide can have on a family. My brother died by suicide 2 years ago, and I know that we need to be doing all that we can to try to prevent suicide. Suicide rates remain devastating, and if we cannot do something to reverse this, then we are truly failing as a society. Suicide prevention programs need funding to be successful and to reach all of the people that desperately need it. Please keep funding for suicide prevention in our state budget. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Leopold. I'm a civil legal aid attorney with Legal Action of Wisconsin, and I'm also a constituent of Representative Rodriguez. When people think of civil legal aid, they don't often think of the work we do representing victims of crime. I have 2 quick client stories to share with you all about the important work that we're able to do. I had a client, Sue, an elderly woman from the area who purchased her home and worked hard to make sure all her mortgage payments were paid off. When she was 91 years old, she discovered a scammer had taken out a home equity line of credit and racked up over $16,000 worth of charges. Sue came to us confused, unsure what to do. We were able to work with the bank to open a fraud investigation, assist her in filing the necessary complaints, and the bank ultimately credited her account for the fraudulent transactions, which had increased to $23,000. Without our assistance, the bank may have filed a foreclosure action and Sue would have been at risk of losing her home. One benefit of civil legal aid is we are often able to assist our clients with their needs outside of the court process. One scam that we have seen affecting particularly elders in Milwaukee County concerns fraudulent deed transfers. It's a popular scam because without civil representation, it can be really difficult for an individual to go into court on their own, and it's a long, complicated process. I had a client, Pat, who worked really hard to be able to purchase his first home. He was doing what he needed to make his monthly payments when he discovered he was no longer listed as the legal owner of the home. He came to us again, confused and unsure what to do. I knew what documents needed to be filed, and we initiated a civil action to be able to declare the deed invalid and regain his ownership in the home. Without civil legal assistance, Pat would have been at risk of losing his home that he worked so hard to purchase and was hoping to pass down to his family. These are just two of the stories of the work that we're able to do in the civil legal realm, helping clients who otherwise would not have representation. Legal aid is a critical part of the Wisconsin economy and would be a smart investment for the state. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, first, thank you so much for your time today and your dedication to public service. I really appreciate it. My name is Nicole Haas, and I am the board treasurer at Salem School District in Western Kenosha County. And we are a low-funded district. So, listen, I understand how limited budgets work, how challenging it is, how many vital programs that our state budget has to support throughout the state. I also understand that a surplus managing a surplus is a delicate balance between short-term need and long-term sustainability. However, we are one of several low-funded districts with a significant budget gap, and I truly fear that math and reading scores will continue to decline in direct proportion to insufficient funding and failed referendums. With that, as you make these difficult decisions, I do want to offer our door is open for any questions, any conversation at any time. And right now, I have the honor of introducing our superintendent and a few of your future leaders. Thank you.
Hi there, I am Vicki King. I'm the superintendent of Salem School District, and I'm going to just turn it straight on over to our incredible students. We have 7th graders in our National Junior Honor Society, and they want to say a big thank you for the work that you're doing just for entire communities across Wisconsin. So I'm going to give it to them.
Hello, my name is Max Miller, and I'm a proud member of the National Junior Honor Society at Salem School. It's a privilege to be here speaking with you today. On behalf of my school and fellow students, I want to sincerely thank you for the work you have done to make every community in Wisconsin have the resources it needs to support our schools. The funding you help provide makes a difference, from the programs we're a part of to the teachers who support us every day. We know you can't hear from every student in every district, but I hope you know just how much your efforts are appreciated at Salem. Thank you again for taking your time to listen to students' voices today. It means a lot to us. Now I'll pass it over to one of my fellow NJHS members to share more about our school.
My name is Cooper Orwig. I am a 7th grader at Salem School. I am proud to be a member of the National Junior Honor Society, or NJHS, at Salem, a national organization that recognizes middle school students who demonstrate excellence in scholarship, leadership, service, character, and citizenship. It is an honor awarded to middle school students who average a 3.5 GPA. When applying to be selected to join NJHS, we fill out a resume and had to write an essay explaining why we thought we should be selected. If you get chosen to be in NJHS, you participate in a ceremony where you say a specific code that honors NJHS. Then, if you would like, you will have the opportunity to be president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, or historian. At Salem, NJHS isn't just an honor, it is a way for us to give back. We participate in a lot of community-focused events that help us grow as leaders and stay connected to the people around us.
Thank you for supporting schools like ours that give students the opportunity to learn, lead, and serve.
Hello, my name is Braylon Pira. I'm a 7th grader at Salem School District, and I'm the historian of the National Junior Honor Society. My role is to take pictures at the events that we do for our community and for the school. Some of our community events that we have participated in include Feed My Starving Children, Reach Across America for World War II and the Vietnam veterans, and volunteering at Westosha Senior Center. We also stay connected to our local community by hosting events like Parents Day Out, the annual Realtors Breakfast, Veterans Day Assembly, presenting at Salem Lakes Village Hall board meetings, and hosting monthly community business leader meetings. At school, we spread kindness by creating Veterans Day cards for the community and inspirational posters for the students. These experiences help us build character, leadership, and a strong connection to the people around us, and they're only possible because of the support and resources made available through your work on this committee. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brooklyn Maurer. I'm a 7th grader who is proud to be a Salem Falcon. These opportunities are only possible because of the work you do. By providing funding and resources to our community to support the students, thank you for investing in our future.
Thank you. Nice job. Good afternoon.
This is Geneva Blanks. In agreement with my colleague Jenny, who just spoke a few minutes ago, I too am speaking to you today to address the safety concerns gun violence has created for our children and communities, especially the prevalence of gun violence in the Black and people of color communities. I too have been working to end gun violence for the last 8 years. Approximately 2 years ago, a group of teenagers tried to rob my brother. He was shot 7 times, and he now suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. The only time he leaves his house is to get food. Upon arriving at the emergency room, it was so horrific to see the blood everywhere. A close friend of mine, a 16-year-old daughter, has attempted suicide multiple times because of the environment that she used to live in. I've seen firsthand how underserved communities that lack access to food, shelter, and clothing are disproportionately impacted by gun violence, which includes firearm suicide. I too have been impacted by suicide. I attempted suicide myself and have had family and friends who died by suicide. Like my colleague, I am so deeply saddened to continue to see loved ones in our community shaken and torn apart by gun violence. Often I see posts after posts on Facebook of mothers and fathers and family members of their loved ones whose lives was taken by gun violence, followed by a crying emoji. Every year we hear of new fatal shootings and others wounded by gun violence. I now have 3 remembrance trees full of loved ones who have died by gun violence. That's over 300 people, and not saying people, but we're saying our loved ones whose lives have been taken by gun violence. It's very hard every year when we recognize them, and I have to hang their names. My family, along with other many families, have not received justice for their loved ones' lives being taken. These personal testimonies of gun violence and social and economic disparities are the reasons why we need to keep funding in the budget for violence intervention and suicide prevention programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Julie Esch, President of the Wisconsin Public Transportation Association and Interim Director of the Milwaukee County Transit System. WIPTA represents all of Wisconsin's local bus systems, 45 shared ride taxi services, and numerous partners and stakeholders. Transit continues to be a necessary and popular way for Wisconsin citizens to get to work, school, and even for social travel. It is a critical element of the state's transportation system, regardless of the size. Now more than ever, transit infrastructure is an important prerequisite for businesses to relocate or expand in a state or given community. Businesses are constantly, regularly making requests of our systems for increased service and even dedicated routes. But under current funding levels, it's not possible to accommodate many of these additional requests, unfortunately. Additionally, in all of our communities, public transportation is crucial, as you've heard a lot today, in helping our senior citizens who wish to stay in their homes and communities. Adequate state and federal investment is indispensable to meeting the market demand for public transportation. Transit is vital to our economic growth and for delivering reliable transportation options to our urban, rural, young, and aging riders. Like all transportation infrastructure, transit requires appropriate investment to spur and maintain job growth and provide the services that are required. Without adequate investment, we risk limiting economic opportunities, restricting workforce mobility, and straining our existing infrastructure. Supporting transit is not about funding a service. It's about ensuring Wisconsin remains competitive, accessible, and thriving place to live and work. Now is the time to invest in a transportation system that meets today's needs and also builds for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Muir, and I am the co-guardian and mother of a 30-year-old son who lives in Twin Lakes. Patrick has profound autism and communication disorder. As a breast cancer survivor and a full-time caregiver to a 200-pound young man, it became clear to me that my plan to live forever was not a solid plan for Patrick's future. I began to work earnestly to get Patrick to be able to live a life without me. I am here today to advocate for continued Medicaid funding for the Iris Home and community-based waivers. Nobody ever plans on needing Medicaid. The stringent regulations and requirements for these programs are not for the faint of heart. These programs enable adults with varying disabilities the opportunity to participate and contribute to the community. Medicaid waivers are the primary funding source for those who need long-term care, enabling them to avoid much more costly institutions that are ill-equipped to handle behavioral and communication needs. Patrick attends a day program in Bristol and 14 months ago moved into a 4-person adult family home. Matthias Academy is one of the many, has been a savior for many families in Kenosha County. Without Medicaid, this program cannot survive. We are very grateful to have the current support of Medicaid waivers, which are vital for day programming and housing options in Wisconsin. These programs are a lifeline for aging and working parents. Please advocate and stand up to keep the Medicaid waiver funding at the current level, so when aging guardians can no longer provide or are no longer here, they can go in peace knowing their children will continue to be protected. Thank you so much for all being here today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Etter, and I'm the parent of 2 children in the Wauwatosa School District, the spouse of a longtime Wisconsin public school teacher, and a member of Support Our Schools Wauwatosa. My 13-year-old son, Jack, was in elementary school when he received a referral for speech therapy and got his Individualized Education Plan, or IEP. His speech impediment was starting to make him feel self-conscious at school, and we were thrilled that he was able to receive these needed therapy services during the school day. Jack's weekly visits with his wonderful speech-language pathologist made a difference to his speech and his confidence, but it came at a cost to our local school district, a cost that is not sufficiently covered by state funding. Approximately 14% of students in the Wauwatosa School District require special education services. They range from those who need speech therapy, like my son, to those who need significant support for profound special needs. Our school district is legally and morally obligated to provide special education services, but the state's abysmal reimbursement rate leads to a massive budget gap every year. That unfunded gap must come from other parts of the school district budget, which affects every student. The state's chronic underfunding of our public schools led Wauwatosa to recently pass its first operating referendum, the only way to prevent devastating cuts to our beloved teaching staff and programming. Other school districts haven't been so lucky. Earlier this year, the Wauwatosa School Board passed a resolution calling on the state legislature to raise the special education reimbursement rate to 90%. This one change would be a game changer for our district and all the districts across the state. It would eliminate the need for so many school districts to go to operating referendums. This would lower the burden on property tax owners who are forced to vote to raise our own taxes significantly just to keep the lights on at our local schools. Meanwhile, our state continues to end budget cycle after budget cycle with massive surpluses. In fact, covering 100% of special education funding statewide would take only 28% of the projected budget surplus at the end of this cycle. So we have the funds. The question is, do we have the political will? That's for you to decide. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Christina Hoffman, the Chief Customer Experience Officer for the Milwaukee County Public Transit System, also known as MCTS, or the bus. Each one of you today is impacted by public transportation. Even if you've only ridden the bus to Summerfest or the Deer District, you are one of the 23 million rides we gave last year. Not only are tourism and entertainment destinations great uses for riding transit, but the #1 reason that people use public transit is to get to work. Milwaukee County is experiencing record economic growth. Nearly 1 in 3 jobs, or over 90,000 jobs in Milwaukee, are located downtown, which is where our busiest stops are. Several corporate headquarters of major businesses like Milwaukee Tools, Fiserv, and Northwestern Mutual have moved their workforces downtown, so you can see how the need for public transit is undeniable. The bus has a direct economic impact on the health of the county, which in turn gives tax revenue back to the state to reinvest in communities across Wisconsin. We give 77,000 rides each weekday. Our routes serve 386,000 jobs and 55,000 businesses along our bus system. Will public transit be ready to meet the needs of Milwaukee County, the state's biggest economic engine, 5 or 10 years from now? The bottom line is that a well-funded public transit system helps businesses thrive. I encourage the distinguished members of the Joint Finance Committee to fund mass transit aids to fuel the investment in mobility for all who need it. Employees, employers, students, essential workers, veterans, persons with disabilities, and senior citizens. Please vote to pass the governor's proposed budget to fund mass transit aids at the 4% annual increase and give county and transit agencies around the state for the opportunity to identify and discuss regional transit agencies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi, Chairman Bourne, members of the committee. Thank you so much for being here. My name's Dan Flaherty. I'm a prosecutor in the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office. I'm also the president of the Association of State Prosecutors. Today I'm here asking this committee to consider supporting pay progression for ADAs across the state of Wisconsin. Pay progression is modest cost of living and merit-based pay increases for all assistant district attorneys. It allows district attorneys' offices in every single county in Wisconsin to continue to attract and retain the most talented attorneys to become prosecutors. We need smart, experienced, and conscientious attorneys handling these complex criminal cases. The justice system depends on it. We're talking about charging decisions, complex pretrial litigation, jury trials, and recommendations at sentencing hearings. Wisconsin deserves experienced and talented attorneys handling these types of matters. Pay progression will allow that to happen. This request is made in conjunction with the entirety of the Criminal Justice Coalition. That includes the Association of State Prosecutors, the Wisconsin District Attorneys Association, the State Public Defenders, who also deserve pay progression, the Department of Justice, and the state courts. It's a statewide request which will have a positive impact all across in every single county in Wisconsin. So please fund one full step of pay progression in 2025 as well as 2026. I'm also here to request that the budget include 28 additional ADA positions statewide. As you know, federal funding for 28 positions dries up at the end of July. That would mean that ADAs would have to be sent home, even though the numbers of cases won't go down. The state of Wisconsin can't afford to lose these ADAs. Please don't allow them to get sent home. Thanks so much. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name's Nora Hitchcock, and I'm the executive director at Our Space.
I'm advocating for the peer-run respites, the PRRs, and the peer-run centers initiatives in Wisconsin, especially the Parachute House, which is here on the governor's budget right now. The PRRs offer individual voluntary short stays. They're about 1 to 7 nights. They're facing mental health and substance abuse crisis. At the Parachute House, they are provided peer support and connected individually to resources. Our main goal is to reduce reliance on emergency services and offer timely, compassionate support to these individuals. We also run a warm line that receives about 5,500 calls last year alone, even with 988 and Uplift Wisconsin, which are also at risk of being eliminated. Wisconsin currently provides 5 peer state respites, and 1 being a veteran exclusively. The Parachute House distinguishes itself in the southeast region, which encompasses the most 8 populous counties, by offering unique support services. With the increasing challenges here with Medicaid and Medicare, reducing unnecessary costs while maintaining services, equality is crucial. A private psychiatric stay here is approximately $277 per day. Our peer respite served 1,340 individuals. If you charge that at Medicaid costs, that would have been about $12 million. Our cost is $369 per day, resulting in about an $8.5 million cut in Medicaid prices or cost. The lack of short-term stabilization services often lead to police intervention, hospitalization, relapse, and worse, suicide. And this highlights the urgent need for continued funding for the Parachute House and all peer-run respites across the state of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Finance, thank you for your time today. My name is Heather Van Roo, and I'm the board president of the Wisconsin Institute for Healthy Aging, a nonprofit working to improve the health and well-being of people as they age in Wisconsin. I'm here today to voice my support for the Healthy Aging grants outlined in the governor's budget. While Healthy Aging grants will support much of our work, the story I want to share today is about living with chronic conditions and how your support can make this less of a burden for our citizens and our state as a whole. The National Council on Aging shows that nearly 95% of older adults has at least one chronic condition such as heart disease, arthritis, or diabetes. 80% have 2 or more. The direct costs to the state Medicaid system are estimated at $1.15 billion annually. We offer the programs that are backed by evidence and proven to reduce healthcare utilization, improve outcomes, and reduce the risk of functional limitations. One of our partner organizations stated it powerfully: being able to provide these programs allows our community members to have support when struggling with a chronic condition. Wisconsin Institute for Healthy Aging programs are very important to the health and well-being of thousands of lives. It is truly a blessing to get to witness the increase in self-confidence participants obtain from attending them. Healthy Aging grants would provide backbone support for statewide evidence-based chronic disease prevention and self-management. The state investment would fund community grants to provide programming for falls prevention and chronic disease and expand access to the research and proven strategies that give older people the tools to protect their own health and wellness. 1 in 4 Wisconsinites is 60 years or older today. By 2040, it will be 1 in 3. Now is the time to support the Healthy Aging grants to preserve independence and in turn reduce the burden and cost to healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bourne and honorable committee members. I'm Steve Deal, Public Policy and Advocacy Director for NAMI Wisconsin, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We represent individuals with mental illness and their families. We ask for your support for state funding for the community support programs and for the 988 Lifeline. Please allocate $41 million for the Community Support Programs, or CSP, for people with serious mental illness. CSP is covered by Medicaid and administered by counties and tribes. CSP is based on the Assertive Community Treatment Program, which is a world-renowned program that was developed right here in Wisconsin. In 1983, the state codified CSP into statute, requiring counties within the limits of available funds to provide community-based services to individuals with serious mental illness. However, counties must come up with local levy, mostly based on property tax dollars, to cover the non-federal share of Medicaid, which leads to uneven access to CSP, especially in rural counties, and lack of resources to provide the full ACT model. State funding would promote recovery and employment and transformation of lives of people with serious mental illness and save on crisis and hospital and justice system resources. We also ask you to support the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline operated by Family Services of Northeast Wisconsin. The Lifeline is part of a nationwide network with free confidential crisis counseling 24/7 just by dialing 3 digits. Wisconsin's Lifeline answers over 8,000 calls every month, and 99% of them are resolved on the line with the counselors. For the few at imminent risk, law enforcement or emergency medical services are dispatched. Wisconsin's Lifeline was launched with federal COVID relief grants, which were abruptly ended last week, along with peer support centers and peer respite centers. Please support 988 at CSP.
Thank you. I'm going to pause for a moment so the next round of speakers can be called out.
We have a group with Jonathan Mitchell, it's the Greendale School District. Arthur Rule, it's Adam Olver, Columbia School District. Kristen Foster, Caitlin Wendler, Menominee Falls School District. Audie Cromie, Cushion Harrell, Jordan Weddy, Allis Murchison, Murchinson, Bernard Ramming, Jill Juzwitsky, Pat Kenley, Tina Quill, Quealy, David Haney, Heiny, Heather Maring Grands, Wellpoint, and William Hill. William registered at 7:55.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Paula Morgan, and I serve as the chair of the Wisconsin Public Health Council. The Public Health Council was created in 2003 by the state legislature to advise DHS, the governor, the legislature, and the public on key public health issues and to monitor progress in implementing the state's public health plan and coordination of public health emergency response. The 23-member council is made up of governor-appointed representatives from across the state, and several of them are with me today. Just like other infrastructure that we need in our state, such as roads, fire departments, schools, our public health system is necessary to prevent disease and support keeping people healthy. In fact, for every $1 invested in local public health interventions, more than $4 is saved. Local and state health departments are on the front lines in communities across the state, ensuring food safety in restaurants, clean drinking water, safe housing, and the well-being of residents. The point I want to emphasize today is that funding for public health in our state is of grave concern. The state of Wisconsin is ranked 49th out of 50 states for funding public health. On average, $124 per person is spent in the U.S. on public health services, but in Wisconsin, it's just $69 per person. Less spending results in a less healthy population. Wisconsin currently ranks 33rd out of 50 states in health outcomes. We have higher obesity, higher unsafe alcohol use, higher cardiovascular disease, and mental distress. The only dedicated state funding for required public health services at the local level is $500,000 annual GPR appropriation, specifically just for communicable disease control. That funding averages just under $6,000 for each of the 84 health departments per year to respond to and prevent the spread of serious disease such as measles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Over here.
Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Martha Rule, and I'm here with my board member, Adam. We are proud to stand before you today to testify on behalf of the Columbus School District. We join other defenders of public education in a call for full funding of Wisconsin's public schools. We're here to serve our part in our school's mission to ensure the future success of all of our students. It's a huge endeavor that takes significant resources, but it's worth it. We will share both what makes our district unique and successful and the challenges we face as we show why an increase to our special education reimbursement rate and spendable dollars is so important. In Columbus, we educate 1,100 students. Just over 160 dedicated staff members make our buildings a joyful, productive place to learn. 42% of our students ride the school bus every day to our doors. 30.4% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. 14% of our students receive special education services. Some of our students arrive each morning with everything they could ever need tucked into their backpacks. Some can't afford supplies and arrive hungry, relying on school meals. Some are raised by working parents, single parents, trusted guardians. Columbus School District welcomes every child, regardless of their situation. As a rural district, we engage our youngest learners in growing their own food through our Discovery Charter School and continue to support our farming culture with opportunities to grow food hydroponically in high school ag programs and a traditionally strong FFA program that engages our kids throughout middle and high school. To meet
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm Adam Pulver. To help meet the workforce needs of our local businesses and provide a chance to explore career choices, our district focused on career and technical education, and now nearly 40% of our juniors and seniors participate in work equivalencies like apprenticeships, certifications, and credential classes. We're especially proud of our transition house, a place for students with special needs to continue their education through age 21 with district support. With a separate residential house near our district buildings, we extend our students' education into the world of work, community, and home skills. Partnering with community businesses, we give these students the valuable opportunity to work jobs in the community, practice daily living skills, and build on the knowledge and skills from their K-12 education. These unique programs offer these students the chance to be better prepared for future success in a way that meets their needs and enriches their community, but these programs take resources to run. School revenues have not kept pace with inflation since 2009. When you refuse to allocate the appropriate resources, it impacts students. Columbus's administration has responded responsibly to these funding challenges. We've cut total expenses by 12% over the last 5 years and reduced 10 positions in the last 2 years. We've delayed important purchases and infrastructure projects that impact student safety and learning. And many of our student health services rely on community donations. But despite these efforts, operational expenses continue to rise. 3 days ago, our community passed an operational referendum accepting higher taxes to support our schools. Many voters we've talked to consider the state legislature responsible for their taxes going up. Wisconsin districts receive just a 29% reimbursement rate from the state for special education services, and in our district this translates to the largest transfer out of our general fund, nearly 22% of the operating budget, but we do it because, again, Columbus District welcomes every child regardless of their situation. We ask you to double this, acknowledge this reality and double that reimbursement to 60% and work together to increase the amount of spendable funds that public school districts receive from the state level this biennial. Thank you for your time in listening to our testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Reverend Kathleen Gloff. I am the pastor and teacher of Summers United Church of Christ and also the president of Wisdom, the Wisconsin Interfaith Community Organizing Group. In the summer of 1986, I completed an internship at Waupun Correctional Institution as a part of my Bachelor of Science degree in psychology that I was earning at UW-La Crosse. At the end of that summer, the facility was in lockdown status. So I myself know what it's like to be in the midst of a lockdown. This was not my first encounter with the prison system. My father, Arvin A.J. Call, was a correctional officer for 30 years and the first vice president of Local 18, the Correctional Officers Union. I am imploring you today to close Green Bay Correctional Institution and to refrain from building another prison in its place. This can be accomplished by increasing TAD, Treatment Alternatives and Diversions funds, in this budget. Let's invest in education, vocational training, and mental health and addiction treatments in our communities to keep people from being incarcerated to begin with. The second budgetary ask is for earned release programs to be fully funded. When those who have been incarcerated are able to access the programs that they are required to complete sooner, they will be out of the system sooner and more productive neighbors once more. A third budgetary ask is for increased funding for alternatives to revocation. Currently, there are roughly 5,000 persons who have to be reincarcerated for breaking a probationary rule, not a law. My colleague Mark Rice has highlighted this already, and if we pass this process, 5,000 citizens will be prevented from being sent back to prison, and we will save an additional $200 million in our system of corrections.
Thank you.
See you on Thursday.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Russ Jackson. I am a constituent of Senator LaTanya Johnson. Just to piggyback on what was just spoken, I am a former incarcerated individual who spent 10 years incarcerated here in the state of Wisconsin. In 2005, I was diagnosed with mental health diseases. And those diseases caused me to hurt a lot of people in my life. And in the 10 years that I spent incarcerated, after being returned to this community after 10 years with no support, with no family, I was pretty much put out there to fail. But by the grace of God, it was programs that I found and counseling that helped me become who I am today, which is the chairperson of the Micro-Transformational Justice Task Force, as well as the co-founders of the Believer for Change, who fight not only for changes in the community, but fight to prevent some of the crisis that's going on in Milwaukee right now with our youth and the lives that that's being taken by these young people because of mental health. And I know that because I am on the streets every day seeing and witnessing the mental illness that is wreaking havoc in our community. And I ask that you all really think about, this is not about parties, this is about lives. And I'm asking that you pay attention to what we're saying here today because people's lives are on stake. And we want you to support all of these programs that's preventing crime in our community because it's saving lives of our young people and those coming out of prison. We need all the help we can get. As a result of the program, I am now a homeowner, a two-business owner, and I am doing everything every day to help other people make it through the crisis that I experienced myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kristen Foster, and I'm the Chief Education Officer for Seton Catholic Schools. We are a growing family of Catholic schools, and in the upcoming school year, we will serve over 3,700 students as we operate 14 parish Catholic schools throughout Milwaukee and one in West Allis on behalf of the Archdiocese of Milwaukee. We are grateful for the belief in parental choice and for your investment through additional funding, enabling us to better serve all of our children. Parental choice has allowed 90% of our students to attend our Catholic schools using funds from one of Wisconsin's choice programs. It has allowed us to create opportunities for each child, academically and socially wrapped in God's love. This has resulted in one of our schools being the top performing school in Milwaukee for the past 2 years, with 5 more being in the top 25. Our ability to operate our parish Catholic schools in Milwaukee's urban neighborhoods has not only allowed us to invest in our children, it has allowed us to invest in our communities. We are looking forward to the continued investment in all of Wisconsin's children. Please allow me to introduce Layla, a graduate of St. Catherine's School on 51st and Center and a current sophomore at Pius High School.
Hello, I'm Layla Laws, former student of St. Catherine's K through 8th grade, class of 2023, and I am now a proud pope at Pius XI Catholic High School as a sophomore class of 2027. Throughout my time of attending St. Catherine's, it has taught me not to only have a stronger bond with Christ, but to learn how to interact with people and build relationships with people who come from all parts of the world. Seton Catholic Schools and the Choice Program has opened the door for me to look into Catholic schools like Pius and be able to attend them and achieve bigger things like college, which I plan on going to Howard University to study psychology, sociology, and law, which I wouldn't have the opportunity to do if it wasn't for the Milwaukee Parental Choice Program. Because of Seton and my mom's great decision to send me there, I am now an honor roll and ambassador for Pius and speaker for my school to help other future students that attend Seton Catholic schools. Thank you to the Wisconsin Choice for the help of setting me up for my future and for more students to come.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Joint Finance Committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Caitlin Windler, and I am proud to serve our community as the Director of Finance and Operations in the School District of Menominee Falls, a high-achieving district just down the road. Our community and board prides itself on being extremely fiscally conservative and financially responsible. Our board is adamant that we need to make our budget work without a referendum. Over the years, our board's actions reflect our stewardship of taxpayer dollars. We've reduced our number of schools and condensed our staff into fewer buildings. We've decreased staff. We've given raises at a rate of half of inflation multiple years in a row. We've created a sponsorship program to help fund projects with private dollars. Last year, our board prepaid debt, saving taxpayers over $3 million in reduced interest payments. Over and over, our board has made responsible financial decisions with the long term in mind. However, we're at the point where we've pulled all the budget levers we can, and we're still seeing multi-million-dollar deficits in future budgets. Our board, a financially responsible board, has stepped up, and now it's the state's turn to participate in the funding conversation at a larger level. Our ask is this: special education aid reimbursement of at least 60% on a sum-sufficient basis, putting enough money in the bucket, if you will, to fund that at 60%, and increases to general spendable revenue of $415 and $430 per student. These asks for increased funding won't stop our district's nature of managing taxpayer funds efficiently, but they will allow us to maintain programming, keep pace with roofs and boilers, and continue to provide a top-notch educational environment for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Geiger, and I teach physics and computer science at Greendale High School. I've been teaching for 11 years, and every spring for 11 years, I've watched educators worry about their positions as our district makes difficult staffing decisions, which often pit student need against funding viability. I've watched beloved courses and teachers be cut because of a funding crisis outside of our district's control. We are one of the hundreds of school districts who have requested an operational referendum in the past 3 years, and even though Greendale's community members passed this budgetary measure last year, we are still left trimming an already lean educational staff. As our state's funding of public education has fallen further and further behind inflation, we have been trying to accomplish more teaching and learning with less resources for the past decade and a half. In the past 2 years, the University of Wisconsin and state legislature have agreed to cooperate in building a new engineering building at UW-Madison. Next year, my high school will fail to offer our premier engineering course for the first time since it was offered 12 years ago. Instead of supporting students in pursuit of their futures and responding to the needs of industries in Wisconsin, this course was cut with many others to reduce costs in order to balance a budget dependent on insufficient funding from the state. Please fund public education, including special education, at the rates that Governor Evers has outlined in his budget proposal, and link per pupil revenue limits to inflation so that we can provide Wisconsin students with the education they deserve.
I'm Jonathan Mitchell. I'm the Director of Business Services for the Greendale School District. Greendale's public schools are well known for providing a rigorous, high-quality educational experience. More than 90% of the children in the community are students in the district, and Mr. Geiger is one of those reasons why: quality teachers. Greendale voters indicated great support for the schools by passing an operational referendum in 2024 with a nearly 60% yes vote. Part of this commitment to the schools includes the request that school administration continue to work with state legislators to find long-term solutions to the state school funding model. For the next biennium, the board is focused on these budget items: One, special education aid reimbursement of at least 60% on a sum-sufficient basis in year one of the budget, enough funding to cover 60% of the actual costs. Number two, increases to general, flexible, spendable revenue of $415 in year one and $430 in years two per student. Number three, addressing the statewide teacher pipeline challenges. Special education has historically been a 60% reimbursement threshold, and students who are part of the special needs scholarship program are reimbursed at 90%. With spendable revenues having increased less than 1% per year over the last 15 years, budget needs from a district's operational funds to cover special education's legally required programming has increased more than 6 times as quickly. This includes the increases made to state special education aid funding since 2019. Aligning to the legislature's model for indexing per student revenues with inflation is imperative to sustaining high levels of instruction and successful outcomes for the students. Wisconsin is experiencing significant challenges with teacher shortages. There are multiple ways to address the teacher pipeline needs. They include removing the restrictions on rehired annuitants and supporting pay for internships for teachers to reduce barriers for them to enter the workplace, establishing and supporting registered teacher apprenticeship programs, and establishing a state-funded scholarship program to strengthen and sustain teacher recruitment and retention in Wisconsin public schools can work to meet the concerns. The state of Wisconsin currently operates with a budget surplus. Through the revenue limit model created in 1993, new revenue authority can be distributed both through property taxes and state aid. We ask that the legislature take action to increase revenue limits, increase reimbursement of special education aid to at least 60% on a sum-sufficient basis, and support programs to improve the teacher pipeline needs. The children of Wisconsin are relying on you.
I'm Kim Amidzik, Superintendent of Greendale Schools. And as Jonathan Mitchell shared, over 90% of school-age children in our community choose Greendale schools. On behalf of those students, I want to reiterate the 2 most important requests. Increase spendable revenue limits by $415 in the first year and $430 in the second year. This is consistent with inflation and does not require additional allocations from the state. And increase special ed reimbursement to 60% of costs. The Marquette poll shows 76% of registered voters surveyed support increased funding for special education. This is a needed investment in our students and has strong support from voters. Public education continues to serve an overwhelming majority, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. William Hill, Vice President of Nextdoor, and also serve as the Deputy Director of Early Education. I'm here to speak on behalf of our partnership with WellPoint. In the field of early education, Nextdoor is a 5-star rated school and also Milwaukee's EduCare facility. I'm here to echo the sentiment of all the proponents of education that you've heard from previously today. My ask is that we continue to invest in early education. This field is not just about educating our youngest learners, but it's also about educating our parents. And that's what we do so well. The impact is a direct return on our investment. We at Nextdoor offers comprehensive wraparound services for families and our children. Our innovative proposal will link Nextdoor and WellPoint together so that therefore we're able to tap into preventative measures. Early intervention equals prevention when it comes to mental health services and a trauma-informed lens as we help support our children and our families as they navigate society. Oftentimes, families don't know they need mental health services or are even living in trauma because it becomes a norm of their day-to-day life. And again, if we're able to tap into our youngest children and help parents articulate their needs, this partnership between WellPoint and Nextdoor will continue to not only serve the almost 1,200 children that we serve now at Nextdoor, but it will expand our learning and also offer those necessary support services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Andy Cromie. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the upcoming biennium budget. I have testified before this committee several times as a K-12 school district business official. However, today I stand before you as a public school parent advocate. I have 3 children ages 9, 13, and 16, and I get the opportunity to see the effects of public education at the elementary, middle, and high school level every day through their eyes, and it is wonderful. For the purposes of today, it is my oldest child I would like to focus on. AJ is in his sophomore year and attends Franklin High School in Franklin, Wisconsin. He's not your typical high school student. He is very driven. So driven, he lives his life by the next step, the next jump ball, and the next attempt at shot or discus. He trains relentlessly, he goes to bed early, and he makes sure his schoolwork is done. He is a very strong student. As non-typical as AJ is, he is very normal in that he isn't entirely sure what he wants to do after high school. But as you know, high school is a time for exploration for students, a time to determine what interests them and what does not. And as they start identifying those interests, a time to greater explore them and see what they gravitate to. As AJ's parents, my wife and I encourage AJ to try as many different courses as possible in his freshman year and when planning for his sophomore year. It is here in these discussions that you could see his demeanor change and general disposition adjust when we get to elective courses. Courses where academics aren't prescribed, but courses where differences in students show forth. AJ has started to focus his elective opportunities in the CTE areas, specifically those around engineering and working with your hands. Courses like Project Lead the Way, auto and home maintenance, and machining, to name a few. The types of courses that many private high schools cannot provide. What I have noticed about AJ's classmates in these CTE courses, many of whom I know from working through them with youth sports, is they will leave Franklin High School ready to enter the workforce with identifiable skills that cannot be provided everywhere. For Wisconsin to prosper, we must fund public education adequately to ensure that CTE classes continue. The future of the state of Wisconsin relies heavily on industry and construction. It is public education students who are graduating from high school who are most equipped to make that immediate step into the workforce in areas that are continuing to show high demand. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to pause for just a moment while the clerk calls up another round of individuals. We have Brian Peters, Leah Simmons, Reggie Newsom, Layla Wright, Tim Youngeagle, I believe. We got a group here with the Franklin Public School, Audie Cromie, Nora Hagen Wente. We have another group with the Milwaukee Succeeds, Yema Dula Castro. Got another group, Wisconsin State Fire Chiefs, Aaron Lepetsky, Maggie Campbell, Holly Tasson, T-A-S-S-O-N-E. We have another group with Admire Tom Beal, B-E-I-L, Tyler Kelly, I believe it's Nathan Cortez, U-G-O-R-E-T-Z, Michael Byer, and Claiborne Benson. And Claiborne was registered at 8:02. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you. So my name is Bernard Raming, and I am the Regional Director for the Literacy Lab. We've been operating the Leading Men Fellowship for the past 7 years in this state. It is a data-driven organization that addresses 3 needs facing our state. So we focus on kindergarten readiness through science-based literacy interventions. We provided meaningful employment for opportunities for young men, and we've addressed a teacher shortage by introducing young men to a career in education. In terms of student growth, last fall, 78% of our students were far from kindergarten readiness in terms of the literacy scores, but by spring, that number was reduced to 42%. A major shift, but with still more work to do. In terms of our young men, 50% have continued on in education after their year as a fellow, and 100% of those guys, after they're hired, return for a second year and a third year, showing that our internship provides a great opportunity to make a decision, an informed choice, that they really stick in education as a career pathway. So these are numbers that we see year after year, and we will love to continue in this state. So thank you again for your attention, and please support the Literacy Lab in the upcoming state budget.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Allis, Program Manager for the Literacy Lab. I stand in the gap for our fellows who we hire to change the teaching pipeline to let our young men know that they are able to become great teachers here in the city of Milwaukee. Our program has changed the lives of many young men and have prevented them from being incarcerated, have prevented them from being involved in street gang activities. Our young men now, after completing our program, have furthered their education and went on to college to get teaching career, also is going back to school to have all their certifications, and now are full-time teachers in the city of Milwaukee at some of our charter and public schools. So we do thank you for this opportunity to present our program, and we ask that you will please support the Leading Man Fellowship here in the city of Milwaukee.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Peters. I work at Independence First, a center for independent living serving the 4 counties Milwaukee metro area. I have noticed a very large overlap between the priorities of the disability community and those of the aging community. This isn't a very big surprise because people often acquire disabilities as they age. I know that the state has a budget surplus, and that's a good problem to have. But I would like to remind you that part of the surplus is built on years, if not decades, of deferred funding increasing for programs and services for people who are aging and for disability community. Special education has never been funded at the level promised by the state. Centers for Independent Living have not gotten a funding increase in over 2 decades. Specialized transportation and mass transit have been shortchanged for decades. We have a huge housing shortage for people who are of extremely low income categories, as people with disabilities and many older adults tend to be. We also have a caregiver crisis that is harming many people with disabilities and older adults and their families because they cannot find the proper care that is needed in order to live and thrive in the community. It is much cheaper for most people to live in the community rather in institutional care. So it is to the state's benefit to keep people in their homes. I urge you to take a serious look at how the state has been honoring its commitment to supporting programs that help people in the communities, particularly within the disability and older adults. For many years, many of us have been told we wish we could, but we just don't have the funding. Well, now we do.
Thank you. Leah? Good afternoon. Yes. First time
here, so I'm learning how things work.
Me too.
Yeah, all right. I'm David Heine. I'm representing the Betty Brinn Children's Museum today, and there's going to be 2 of us you're going to hear from. I'm a board member. I've been affiliated with the museum for 15 years. I lived in Milwaukee for 25 years, or Milwaukee area, I should say. I work at an investment firm called Artisan Partners, and it's been a joy to study economies from around the world. And one of the things that I've learned is that the power of education is unbelievable, and it's inspiring to see all of the education speeches here today. Betty Brinn Children's Museum provides a need for education in the 0 to 8 kind of time frame, those first days of education. And what we know is that in the first 5 years of life, 90% of your brain development happens. When I had children, I made a decision to invest in education for my family, for my kids. But I also know that those early days are not a luxury for every family. At Betty Brinn, we want to democratize that, make that accessible. Tina, the CEO, can talk to you about the numbers in the community that we serve, and it's really important. The reason why we're here is because we're looking for a one-time contribution of $10 million because our lease is expiring, we're going to be moving, and what I know is it's going to take some money, and we are prepared to raise a lot of that on our own. I'm the development committee chair, and I'm confident we can do that. But I think that the state getting involved says 2 things. 1, we want to support financially, and 2, we want to support the culture of education in this state that fuels on itself. You get the multiplier effects. You get business creation. You get labor. You get tourism. And that's why we're here, and it is, again, one-time contribution. Thank you for your time. This is Tina Quealy.
Good afternoon. Hi, thank you for having me.
My name is John Pudner. I'm president of the Wisconsin Faith and Freedom Coalition, and Chris Lawrence of School Choice asked me to sign up to say why this is school choice funding is a priority for us. I was lucky to come up as a Southerner in Marquette in the 1980s when two people were elected that really put this through. Polly Williams, who was Jesse Jackson's state director at the time, and Tommy Thompson, another young upstart. I was so inspired by the bipartisan vision they put together for school choice that I was able to help with programs being put in place in Cleveland, in Georgia, in Louisiana, and they were all inspired by that example that came out of Milwaukee. And I hope you can continue that tradition with funding of school choice to the fullest. In every case, they found that an honest appraisal was funding school choice more fully actually saved money for public schools as well because of the lower cost per student. And I'll say, I loved my Catholic schools. I was one of 9 children who was put through free in Catholic schools as a kid, so I love those schools. But I love public schools too. We put our 9 children, repeating my parents' mistake, I guess, through Auburn schools, and because they had a challenge of a strong Catholic school, they rose to one of the top 100 educational programs in the country based on high school ratings. So any school choice you put in, I think is an investment that helps all schools, and ask you to consider it to the fullest. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, Joint Finance Committee. And Representative Bourne, you are my representative. Good afternoon. My name is Leah Simmons, and I'm a true-hearted Wisconsinite, born and raised. I work at Independence First for over 26 years. It is one of the 8 independent living centers in the state of Wisconsin. I am also on the Governor's State Council for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. We work with people with disabilities to be as independently and empowered as possible in the state of Wisconsin. We are a bipartisan organization. This is not about Republicans or Democrats. This is about people in our communities. We are here, often hear many people say all over, how can we in Wisconsin save money? I ask you to truly look at the 3 state-run institutions in the budget. Wisconsin budget is bleeding money to support these institutions. Currently, they are paying $179,555,100 to serve 253 people a year. For our math lovers, that's $359 million out of the governor's 2-year budget proposal. It is time to close these entities, these 3 state-run centers, and reallocate the funding to independent living centers throughout the state. We have not had an increase in funds in over 20 years, and if we reallocate that money, we would even have money left for other services. The state employees for these centers can work as personal care workers within the independent living center. Any questions, please reach out to your local independent living center. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Tina Quealy. I'm the CEO of the Betty Brant Children's Museum. Thanks for having me here today. The Betty Brant Children's Museum has been an impactful resource for children and families in Wisconsin for 30 years. Today is actually our 30th anniversary. At the Betty Brant Children's Museum, children can learn hands-on STEM experiences. They can get experience in the trades and career exploration. They learn about literacy, environmental education, and much more. We serve over 170,000 people every single year, over 1,000 different zip codes, and in 45 different counties throughout the state of Wisconsin. We're asking for one-time funding for our future home to build a world-class children's museum for the state of Wisconsin. Every dollar invested in a children's museum gives $5 back in tax revenue. The Children's Museum has never received any governmental funding, and it will be sustainable beyond this one-time capital cost. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Layla Wright, and I am the Chief Operating Officer for the YMCA of Metropolitan Milwaukee. I am here today in support on behalf of the Wisconsin YMCAs to support the initiatives of child care stabilization, the community care model for mental health, and child protection training for staff. In addition, I'd like to draw your attention to a special request for a visionary project that will strengthen our communities and create meaningful economic health and education opportunities for thousands of Wisconsin residents. This campus, a partnership with Community Smiles Dental and the YMCA of Metropolitan Milwaukee, will serve as a central hub connecting families to vital services by strategically co-locating early childhood education, dental health care, and wellness programming. We are ensuring that individuals of all ages have resources they need to thrive. The impact of this initiative on our state's economy cannot be overstated. By supporting 29,000 employees, 350 businesses and families in 75,000 households nearby, this campus will bolster Milwaukee's economic prosperity. Access to high-quality early childhood education will enable parents to rejoin the workforce, addressing labor shortages. Furthermore, this project will attract new businesses and residents to the Wisconsin Avenue corridor, enhancing the ongoing neighborhood revitalization efforts. A key feature of this initiative is the YMCA's Early Childhood Education Center, which ensures children are developmentally ready for school, reducing the need for costly remedial education in the future. Additionally, YMCA teen programming will cultivate leadership skills and character development, fostering stronger and safer schools and neighborhoods. This campus will also serve multiple generations, offering programs that promote skill building, social connection, and lifelong learning for both teens and seniors. Community Smiles Dental's first Milwaukee County clinic will provide crucial dental care for children and individuals with disabilities, ensuring that those who would otherwise go without treatment receive the care they need. By improving access to regular checkups and treatment, we're removing barriers to learning, development, and overall health. This project is more than just a local initiative, it's a model for Wisconsin by demonstrating how public-private partnership can transform community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Reggie Newsom, WellPoint Care Network President and CEO. WellPoint Care is a community-facing nonprofit human services organization. This year, we're celebrating our 175th anniversary of caring for Wisconsin children, families, and now providing services in 33 Wisconsin counties, including mental health, child welfare, foster care services for young adults who have aged out of foster care, and training, consultation, and trauma-informed care. Today, I am here to ask for your support for an initiative that brings together quality early care education with quality mental health services for young children, their parents, and caregivers. Specifically, WellPoint Care Network is asking for a capital investment of $2.4 million to renovate space on our WellPoint Care campus to create 6 early care education classrooms up to 100 children aged birth through 5, and creating easy access to our on-site mental health clinic. This initiative is a partnership between our organization and Nextdoor, who you heard from, a strong 5-star early child care education provider. WellPoint Care will renovate the space and provide evidence-based, trauma-informed care, mental health services at our on-site clinic. Nextdoor will be our collaborative partner, providing the 5-star quality early care education. This is a one-time ask, and this project is shovel-ready and renovates existing space, is therefore less expensive than new construction, and will be fully self-sustained once the renovation is completed. We envision that this model of co-location between early care education and mental health services can provide a replicable model across the state for Wisconsin. Proximity of mental health care for children reduces barriers for families, so thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, and thank you for holding this space. I'm Jill Drzwicki, the Director of Scaling Wellness in Milwaukee, or SWIM, a nonprofit serving Southeast Wisconsin. At SWIM, we do 3 things. First, we address the needs of individuals and communities impacted by trauma. Second, we strengthen Wisconsin's workforce through trauma-responsive workplace training. SWIM also serves as a training site for clinical and mental health practitioners preparing to enter our state's workforce. And finally, we build a healthier, more resilient Southeast Wisconsin by coordinating with mental health and wellness organizations. Together, we streamline service delivery, prevent duplication, and enhance efficiency. We serve individuals from across the state at our hub in Milwaukee. In partnership with the organizations co-located at SWIM, we offer programming throughout Milwaukee, Ozaukee, Waukesha, and Washington counties. In the last 3 months, we have served hundreds of individuals, primarily from southeast Wisconsin, but also ranging from Algoma to Green Bay to Viroqua. I ask you to respectfully provide $250,000 annually to SWIM so we can effectively and immediately expand access to healing resources across our state. On behalf of SWIM and all those we serve, I appreciate your generous listening, your patience, and your support for this request.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. We are members of Admire, a Milwaukee grassroots group that advocates for the reform of treatment for those with the most serious mental illnesses. I'm a parent of a son with schizophrenia. Over the years, we have depended upon every level of the mental health care system. Currently, our son receives services from Project Access, a Milwaukee community service program. Simply put, these services have saved his life, and they have allowed our family to be put back together. Funding shortages for community service programs, or CSPs, leave people who live with serious mental illnesses without the treatment programs that have been proven to be effective. Wisconsin counties are currently required to use their county dollars to cover the non-federal share of Medicaid, placing a heavy burden on county mental health care budgets, which are already minimal. We ask that you provide $41 million in the budget in order to transfer at least some of that financial burden for CSPs from the counties to the state. Community service programs bridge short-term hospitalization crisis stabilization stays and long-term treatment. They are programs that keep people from living on the streets and in jails. $41 million from the state to the counties to help pay for CSPs would free up money to bolster existing programs and begin new ones where they do not exist. This is not a red or a blue issue, it's an all of us issue. And if you can't see your way to afford the $41 million to support CSPs, then make it $51 million, $61 million, $101 million. It's never enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also with the Admire Grassroots Mental Illness Group. We advocate on behalf of parents, siblings, and spouses. I'm here to speak in favor of funding 988, the Suicide Prevention and Crisis Hotline. This has been funded with federal dollars for the past 2 years. Those dollars are going to go away, and we're looking for $12 million. My son first showed signs of mental illness at about the age of 12. He was able to attend high school most of the time, but was hospitalized 6 times. He used all his strength and energy to fit in and survive every day at school. We lived 2 blocks from high school. As he turned the corner towards our house, he was finally able to feel some relief. He could relax. Unfortunately, that produced severe disruption for our family. I was still at work, and my wife incurred the brunt of this. We called the police many times. I recall vividly the first time officers placed him in handcuffs. In his early 20s, my son became catatonic. For him, it appeared as overwhelming elation and joy. He could not respond, but he was constantly giddy. Now he's 40, it's 20 years later. He takes his meds regularly, he has a job. He still has occasions with delusions and trouble coping. He called 988 this year due to a crisis. 988 probably helped him avoid getting in a little fisticuffs at the place he's living. 988 probably kept him from being incarcerated again. So I really encourage you to include the $12 million for 988, the Suicide and Crisis Hotline.
I'm also part of the Admire group because I have a loved one with serious mental illness and has suffered homelessness, jail time, and attempted suicide. And she could only get the care she needed once she broke her bones. But she really needed the care right from the beginning when her brain was broken. So I also advocate for funding for community support programs 988 and places like the Parachute House that could have probably helped my sister if she had gone there much sooner, and other things. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm also with Admire, and I would like to also encourage you to support the community support programs. They're very vital. They keep people out of jail. 87% of those with a schizophrenia diagnosis have been incarcerated at least once. And no, time's up. Okay.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hi everyone, my name is Maggie Campbell. I work for Builder Future in Kenosha County, and I'm here to speak on early literacy and Act 20 funding. Third grade reading proficiency is one of the strongest predictors of high school graduation and career success. In Kenosha County, over half, 51% of third graders are not meeting grade level expectations in reading, according to the 2023-24 Forward exam. Despite the allocation of $50 million for literacy, this funding has yet to be released due to ongoing delays in Madison. If not released by June 30th, it will go back into the state surplus, leaving local districts without the support they need. Kenosha Unified is implementing Act 20 without sufficient state funding, forcing teachers to create supplemental materials to adapt their lessons with limited resources. This is not sustainable. To help young readers succeed, avoid a financial burden on schools, and support teachers, I urge the state to release the $50 million as soon as possible. Additionally, I ask for another $30 million to ensure proper funding for the continued implementation of Act 20 through the next 2 academic years. Reading is the foundation for opportunity, whether in school, the workplace, or life. By failing to release these funds, we risk hindering our students' ability to succeed. If we want successful businesses, strong leaders, or informed citizens, we need to prioritize literacy. Education funding is a choice, and all of you have that choice today. I ask you to consider how these funds can transform education in Wisconsin, giving our children the skills they need to thrive. Thank you.
What was your name?
Maggie Campbell.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, esteemed co-chairs and members of the Joint Finance Committee. Thank you for being here today. My name is Patrick Kennelly, and I'm a resident of Southeast Wisconsin. I'm here in support of Scaling Wellness in Milwaukee, or SWIM, a nonprofit organization whose work I have seen firsthand in my neighborhood, and I've had the privilege of supporting through my day job. SWIM fosters collaboration among organizations to strengthen Wisconsin's workforce by helping individuals address trauma, as well as equipping organizations to create trauma-responsive workplaces. In the proposed budget, there's a trauma resilience grant. I humbly request that you work to ensure this funding is included in the final budget and that it's directed explicitly to SWIM. These funds are vital for SWIM as they expand their programming to serve more individuals throughout the state and become a model for other communities to address trauma and strengthen their workforce. 6 months ago, SWIM moved into my neighborhood, transforming a vacant and blighted building into a community hub where 11 partner organizations are providing trauma and healing services. As a neighbor, I've witnessed individuals from throughout Milwaukee and the suburbs visiting SWIM to access the injury clinic for physical therapy so they can return to work. And I see physical and occupational therapists as well as clinical mental health students gaining hours so they can enter the workforce. Individuals from as far away as southeast Wisconsin or even further, La Crosse, Onalaska, Ullman, are taking advantage of the support groups being offered for individuals who are dealing with challenges that plague every community in our state. Challenges like caring for a child with mental illness, dealing with the stress and trauma of losing a child or loved one, or learning how to manage persistent pain without relying on opioids. Nonprofit and for-profit organizations are sending employees to SWIM's workforce development training to create trauma-informed workplaces to better retain. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Ugeritz, and I serve as the Secretary-Treasurer of WEAC, Wisconsin's largest labor union, which represents public educators and advocates for our students. Governor Evers' budget makes a historic investment in our students. Every educator I know supports this commitment, and while the proposal is imperfect, we stand behind it. I'm here for those public educators who are in schools right now, doing the work that we're talking about. We're here to support the long overdue investments, and we'll keep showing up until this budget is passed. With a $4 billion surplus and years of funding lagging inflation by over 20%, this moment demands action. These investments are necessary and well within reach. 2 years ago, we had a similar surplus. Still, the state failed to fund public education adequately. The result? More districts forced to pass local referenda just to stay open, while private voucher schools received record funding. Public schools now get less than 30% reimbursement for special education. Voucher schools, they get 90%. While these statistics are shocking, they're not a misstatement, they're an injustice, especially since public schools serve 95% of students with special needs. Community support through referenda has been inspiring, but it's no substitute for fair state funding. I've stood with Vote Yes groups across Wisconsin. The current funding system hurts every district eventually. It's built to reduce support year after year, never allowing schools to catch up. Educators, parents, and advocates know what's at stake. We're united in the fight for a budget that secures our students' and state's future. If you haven't joined us yet, now's the time.
My name is Holly Tassone, and I'm a proud Wisconsinite, West Allis resident, and an administrator at Notre Dame School of Milwaukee, where I witnessed firsthand the transformative power of our 5-star early childhood program that is integrated into a parental choice elementary school. My journey from my grandmother's family childcare to teaching preschool and kindergarten, and now in my administrative role, has solidified one truth. Early childhood education, or ECE as I like to call it, is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It lays the groundwork for lifelong success, closes achievement gaps, and fosters a love of learning. Yet families, such as my own, struggle to find and afford quality care, forcing parents out of the workforce, impacting our economy. We must act, and I urge you to prioritize these critical investments. First, strengthen Wisconsin Share subsidies to make ECE affordable for working families. Second, identify new revenue streams to ensure ECE educators earn a livable wage, recognizing their vital role as educators and not just babysitters. And third, acknowledge that ECE is not optional. It is a fundamental building block, just like K through 12 education. Investing in ECE isn't just a social imperative, it's an economic one. Consider these facts. ECE ensures children read and write by 3rd grade, a foundational skill for future employment. Every dollar invested in ECE yields a $4 to $9 return in increased tax revenue. ECE improves mental health, creating a more productive workforce. ECE can reduce special education costs by 14%, freeing up resources. ECE can lower crime rates, reducing economic burdens on our community. So please fund early childhood education.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Fenig. I'm here as the Lake Country Fire Chief and also on behalf of the Wisconsin State Fire Chiefs Association, the Waukesha County Fire Chiefs Association, and the Milwaukee County Fire Chiefs Association to discuss critical funding needs for two of our state's most important, essential technical emergency response teams. That is Wisconsin Task Force 1 and the Hazardous Materials Response System. The year 2024 was one of the most active on record for both teams. Each was deployed multiple times to respond to large-scale incidents, both within Wisconsin and nationally. These included support for major planned events such as the RNC and recent regional elections, where their roles were vital in ensuring public safety through a coordinated regional approach. As you know, these specialized teams are comprised of personnel from departments across the state, trained and equipped to respond to high-risk, complex emergencies, whether it's building collapse, chemical release, mass casualty. Their readiness is not optional, it's essential. On behalf of our associations, we're formally requesting that the 2025 through 7 biennial budget include the following appropriations to sustain and strengthen these critical capabilities. That is $2.5 million for the Hazardous Materials Response System and $3 million in year 1 and $1.5 in year 2 for Task Force 1.
My name is Joe Pulvermacher. I'm the fire chief for the village of Menominee Falls. I'm also the immediate past president for the Wisconsin State Fire Chiefs. I'm here talking on behalf of our president, Aaron Lipsky, who is signed in for informational purposes and has other pressing matters at this point. The requests that we just brought forward to you, these are not arbitrary. These requests are grounded in decreased funding that we're seeing at the federal level, inflationary pressure that we're seeing with our mission critical equipment and supplies, ongoing need to meet national training, equipment. All of these are based in standards that we have to meet in order to do our job effectively and remain deployable. Both Task Force 1 and Wisconsin Hazardous Materials Response require the ongoing support and investment in public safety, in statewide readiness, in highly trained personnel. We ask that the committee consider public safety during the development of the joint finance budget. It's important to note this as well. Support of funding emergency services needs to reflect a changing workforce. Although over approximately 80% of our fire departments in the state of Wisconsin are volunteer or part-time, many are having trouble meeting the capacity of their staffing requirement, which means that response is not predictable. With mission creep, we are doing more with less. Lawmakers showed us that they are committed to investing in our future by addressing shared revenue and an innovation fund. That innovation fund actually addresses consolidating resources and personnel. No better example than Task Force 1 and the Wisconsin State Hazardous Materials Response, the fact that they are able to do this job on a cooperative basis. So on behalf of the Wisconsin State Fire Chiefs, we want to thank you for your support and hope to answer any of your questions if you have them in the future.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Kelly, and I am a Policy and Engagement Associate with WAVE. I'm here today because I believe that every Wisconsinite has the right to live free from gun violence. I know I am not alone in this belief. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teens in Wisconsin. It impacts families, schools, neighborhoods all across the state, urban, rural, and everywhere in between. We know how to reduce gun violence. An effective strategy in reducing gun violence is community violence intervention. These programs are already at work in Milwaukee, Madison, Racine, and Green Bay. They're led by trusted people from the community, people who can step in to mediate conflicts, support survivors, and connect those at risk to jobs, to housing, and to hope. These programs are showing results, but they're relying on federal American Rescue Plan dollars that will run out soon. Without state support, these programs are at risk. The governor's budget proposal includes $12 million additional dollars through the new statewide Office of Violence Prevention, an office that could expand this life-saving work to smaller cities and towns that may not have the resources to build standalone CVI programs. The budget also calls for sustained funding to the Office of School Safety, which has earned its bipartisan support, providing vital services, including a 24/7 tip line to prevent school threats before they happen. These are practical, life-saving measures that are popular. The people of Wisconsin know that gun violence is a problem, and they support solutions that will keep their communities safer. The governor heard this, and the legislature should follow his lead. We cannot ignore these proven strategies any longer. We all share the right to live free from gun violence, and we know how to reduce gun violence. Now we need you to act by fully funding these initiatives. Thank you.
I was just thinking about what he's saying. I'm so geeked here today, guys. I really am, because this is my first time, and as an educator, it just reminds me of when I used to take my students, 5th and 6th graders, to Common Council with their question and issue in hand, and so I'm geeked today. My name is Linda Shackelford. I'm a retired educator, and I stand here with Milwaukee Succeeds as an advocate for early childhood education. And in my experience, I found that at the beginning of the pandemic, I asked my son to move himself and our disabled grandson out of the house so that I could convert my lower level into a learning center or child care. And the reason why I'm here, and in my observation after 4 years, I find that we all know that we have a broken educational system. And I think that we're missing the most significant gem in that equation, which is childcare. If we standardize childcare with a pre-K curriculum, and that child can start school with a stronger foundation. And I feel that we all know the research says that the first 5 years of a child is very significant, and we know that the first 3 years of a child's education is significant, as they both are indicative of that child's future and as an adult. And I love the fact that we are here because of the child. And Governor Evers set the precedent of $480 million by theming his budget the year of the child. And I think that you should match that interest or significant with $300 million investing in child care. I think that we learned mathematical equations in elementary when we have to solve for the variable. The variable is the child. And we know that all aspects are represented here with regards to the child from cradle to career. And I would just ask you, since we have these federal cuts now that's taken out our K3 and K4, reconsider. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Committee on Finance. Thank you for this opportunity today to testify in front of you. I'm the proud district administrator for Franklin Public Schools, and I stand with our Assistant Superintendent Andy Cromie today, and also our Board President Mike Sprague on behalf of education, public education across the state. You have difficult decisions ahead of you, but one thing I can say that we all have in common is that we've all had the opportunity to be educated. That's our right as a Wisconsinite, that's our right in the United States. And that starts out with our teachers to provide a high quality instruction around a viable curriculum. It's the decisions of district leaders and school board members to ensure safety and use the best of our district budget. And our state legislators, each of you, to say we are Wisconsin, we value education. We know that putting the dollars into public education affects every Wisconsinite. This is our future. These are the students that will take care of each of us as we age, that will come to our help when we have emergencies, be fixing our cars and every other aspect. We're here with two asks today. Myself in particular, two asks. The first is additional funding to put towards retaining and compensating staff. Maintaining high-quality educators requires retaining high-quality teachers and support staff. The data tells a story for the present and future of Wisconsin public schools. According to Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, teacher retention is at 46% after 5 years. Those early career teachers are who are going to carry us for the next 25 to 30 years. The median salaries and wages for these teachers has been dropping over the last decades. According to the Wisconsin Policy Forum, school systems struggle having enough available staff with experience to stabilize the educational environment and mentor the new early career educators coming in. According to Hanover research across the United States, teacher recruitment and retention was the top challenge facing districts. Researchers come together to say that the conservative estimates of the cost of replacing a teacher in the United States is anywhere from $9,000 in a rural school to upward of $21,000 in our urban schools. The monetary cost of attrition pales in comparison to the loss of human potential in hard-to-staff schools and positions. Problematic teacher retention rates are recurring in publicly funded schools. Districts partnering with each of you can directly impact our future. How do we come together to ensure our future story does not follow the patterns of that data? The second is funding for special education, our students with special needs. The current structure to fund special education does not adequately provide for public school districts. Over the past 5 fiscal years, our special education fund transfer accounts for an average of 9.28%. That will likely be around 10% this year that's moved from our general fund operating expenses. This transfer is an obligation we have for every student that comes through the doors to ensure they have a robust opportunity at our viable curriculum, a safe environment, and facilities to meet their needs. Taking away that money from those funds takes it away from raises that we can give to our staff and to give retention initiatives. We respectfully request that the state ensure that public education is more respectfully funded for students with special needs and move to a 60% reimbursement rate in the 25-27 biennial budget. I implore you to increase funding for public education so that K-12 districts can continue to hire the necessary teachers to meet all of our students' needs and fuel their passion and not have to worry about their compensation and taking care of their own families and loved ones at homes. I thank you for your time. I'm going to give the rest of our team time, but at any moment, you're welcome in Franklin Public Schools to see this great work in action.
Thank you, Dr. Bennon. I'm Mike Sprague, President of the Franklin Board of Education. We are intensely proud of our career and technical education programming. Our construction students build a home every year from start to finish with a local partner. Our Sabre manufacturing students learn to weld and operate a variety of manufacturing equipment, including a project with a NASA supplier. We certify around 50 CNAs every school year. Our automotive pathway offers success to the rigorous training, and our robotics team is across the parking lot at a competition as we speak. These programs, among others, provide our students with the opportunity to be not just college ready, but career ready upon graduation. Our community believes in this programming through roughly 2,000 community placements yearly in mentorships and internships, and in $65 million commitment of $145 million referendum to update our CTE facilities. But we need to make choices like everybody. An increase to special education funding will impact all students, as it will offset some of the... Thank you.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Dear members of the Joint Committee on Finance, my name is Taffy Foster Toney and I reside in Milwaukee County. I am an early child care ambassador with Milwaukee Succeeds. I'm asking you to support a $480 million state investment in our child care system that has been underfunded, underappreciated, and will be underwater if the state does not invest in our children. In an already struggling industry, COVID hit the child care industry hard. In response to the pandemic, the state of Wisconsin created the Child Care Counts program. These COVID relief dollars were able to keep the child care industry above water, but the industry is drowning little by little every day. The relief funds are scheduled to end in June of this year. Families continue to struggle to find and afford high-quality child care. Long wait lines can be a year or longer. Teachers are earning an average of $13 an hour. This has led to staffing shortages and teachers leaving the field. Providers have been forced to reduce class sizes, and some have even closed their doors. ECE is vital in shaping a child's brain development. 90% of child development occurs before kindergarten. According to the National Bureau of Economic Research in 2014, children who have access to high-quality child care tend to have overall enhanced educational attainment, improved career options in adulthood, higher earnings, and improved health outcomes. In Milwaukee, annual infant child care costs twice the state tuition for a 4-year public college. With a $480 million investment, you will help improve the life outcomes of many children today and strengthen the workforce and economy both and now in the future. Thank you, and I thank Senator Johnson for her support.
Thank you. Hey, we're going to call some next group up now.
Dan Ryan, City of West Allis. Brian Kennedy, Rebecca Smith, Tracy Fountain, Kimberly Esendrath, Eisendrath, Family Connection. Dr. Darrell Williams, Harriet Richards, Dana Smack, SCHMA, I believe, CK, might be, Tiffany Stark, Timothy Faust, Justin Bielinski, Bielinski, Milwaukee County Supervisor, Josh Salazar, Salazar, Citizen Action, Allie Cap, and Andrew Story, Lena Hilbler, and Faith Holly, Taffy Foster Tony, Milwaukee Succeeds, and Matt, Wisconsin Autism Provider Association.
N-E-N?
M-U-C-H-E-R.
Nennemecker?
And that was at 8:04.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora. I work at Independence First, a disability rights agency in Milwaukee. But more than professionally, I come to you personally to tell you what can and did happen as a consequence of underfunding Medicaid. I grew up in Madison, Wisconsin with a girl named Josie Wagnitz. Her mom and my mom were best friends and our families were close. This testimony is co-written by Josie's sister. Josie was diagnosed with autism when she was 3 and was immediately put in Medicaid-funded community programs. I acted as her respite care provider for years. I got to spend my days caring for my friend Josie as I took her swimming, to get brownies as her favorite cafe, and to her favorite place in the world, Target. Josie's parents assured that Josie's life was spent in her community with people that cared for her. They were deeply fearful of institutionalizing her in places known for abuse and neglect of their residents. A few years ago, Josie's behaviors began needing more support than her aging parents could give. Josie's parents searched desperately for group homes and full-time programs that could support them, but were met with months-long wait lists and a shortage of qualified caregivers. Crumbling under the weight of systematic failings and few options, Josie's mother killed Josie and then took her own life in 2023. This was the worst day of my life. The threat of federal Medicaid cuts will force Wisconsin to make hard decisions regarding Medicaid funding community services. I am pleading this committee to pass an overall increase of $4.25 billion for existing Medicaid programs as outlined in the governor's proposed budget. Medicaid programs allow persons with disabilities to live a dignified life. If these services are cut, I worry more families will be forced to make the choice.
Thank you. Welcome.
Greetings. My name is Claiborne Benson. I'm the Executive Director of Wisconsin Black Historic Society. And the governor recently visited the museum and he put us in the budget for $2 million. We have been in the budget for the 37 years we've been in existence at $85,000 for 37 years, and we've clearly outgrown that. We work with the State Historical Society in helping them to build their new exhibit. We work with other institutions throughout the state, always calling us about learning about Wisconsin's African American history, and that's our area of expertise. Over the 37 years, we've collected thousands of artifacts that UWM and Marquette students constantly call on to get help and to do research on. So we're very important to the state in terms of preserving its African American history. And so I urge the committee to pass the $2 million that the governor has put into his budget for 2025. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of Joint Finance. My name is Anna Smirchek. As a proud Wisconsin native, I'm here today to talk about a key investment that directly impacts our workforce, our small businesses, and our fiscal future, early childhood education, or as we call it, ECE. As someone who cares deeply about our community, I'm asking for a critical investment of $480 million to sustain and strengthen our child care programs. These early years are crucial to a child's development, yet too many children in Wisconsin still do not have access to high-quality programs which are proven to set them on the path to success. Right now, our early educators are stretched too thin. They're juggling classrooms full of young minds with insufficient resources. Too many are underpaid and unsupported, despite the monumental role they play in shaping our children's future. Failing to invest in ECE weakens our future prosperity, creating challenges that will impact every community and industry in Wisconsin. This isn't just a concern for families, it's a concern for us all. If we're committed to building a stronger, more prosperous state, we can ensure that every child, regardless of the background, has the opportunity to thrive. And the data is clear. High-quality ECE leads to better outcomes in school, higher graduation rates, increased workforce participation, and healthier communities. The time to act is now. Without this investment, we will face a growing crisis in our state. Programs will raise their rates, families are going to face more financial strain, and our workforce will suffer. Thank you for your attention to this important issue.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I am Harriet Richards. I will start with a quote from the Hadith, volume 73, pages 336. From the Prophet Muhammad, subhanahu Allah, peace be upon him, whoever postpones paying someone his rights while being capable of doing so has the sin of an extortionist written down for him as every day passes. Hi, everyone. I am overwhelmed with excitement to be here in front of you all and the world representing working women here in the state of Wisconsin. I am a member of 9 to 5 Wisconsin National Association of Working Women, where I am looking forward to Governor Evers' proposal of $480 million investments in child care. This is the year of the kid. Quality early learning opportunities set children up for success in school and beyond. Investing in childcare is not just the right thing to do for families, it is the smart thing to do for the future of our state and beyond. And I'll repeat, investing in childcare is not just the right thing to do for families. It is the smart thing to do for the future of our state, but this is about more than just economics. It's about our children. I'm urging this committee to act now to invest in keeping childcare facilities open, ensuring workers receive fair wages, and expanding access for families who need it the most. This is about more than just economics. This is not just a personal hardship, it's an economic issue affecting families, businesses, and entire communities. We know that without reliable, affordable childcare, parents, especially mothers, are forced to cut back on work or leave the workforce entirely. This is not just a personal hardship, it is an economic issue affecting families, businesses, and entire communities. The con effect is human trafficking across the globe. We know that without reliable, affordable childcare, parents, especially mothers, are forced to cut back on work or leave the workforce entirely. Paid family leave is a benefit that allows employees to take time off.
Thank you. Please. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dan Devine. I'm mayor of the city of West Allis, and I want to give you a warm mid-afternoon welcome. Thanks for having me. I just want to talk briefly today on two items that impact our community quite a bit. Funding for WEDC community assistance programs. As a lot of you know, West Allis has a very rich, deep industrial history, which we are proud of. However, that also left a lot of dirty dirt and cleanup needed at a lot of the sites that we're trying to redevelop. So we rely heavily on things like the Capital Catalyst Program, SAG grants to assess environmental damage, and community development impact grants. These are closing gaps on projects that otherwise may not have gotten to the finish line weren't it for the leverage of these grants. We get about $3 to $6 of return for every dollar spent using these, and they are crucial to continue the transformation of the city of West Allis. The second thing I want to talk about is related to the state fair, which I know we have a couple fellow board members up here. The fair is near and dear to the city of West Allis and near and dear to my heart, and I hope it lasts for generations here. So I want to speak in favor of the $22 million in the improvement projects on the fairgrounds. But at the same time, I want to touch on the funding of payment for municipal services, because the bottom line is the work we have to do around the perimeter of the state fair costs a lot of money with engineering, public safety, police presence, and EMS services. And if we could get something to close that gap on what we pay towards having the fair in our city and what we get in return, that would be greatly beneficial. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Committee on Finance. My name is Diana, and I'm a mother of 4 children ranging in age from 3 to 21 years old. Today, I'm here to ask you for your support in making a critical investment in Wisconsin's early childhood education sector, an investment of $480 million to be exact. There is simply not enough affordable care for children who are not of school age. It's costing individuals, businesses, and our country billions of dollars each year, and for parents in my community, the financial burden is overwhelming. The cost of infant care in Milwaukee is $15,000 a year. That's 35% of the median income. National guidelines suggest that child care should be no more than 7% of a family's income, or about $3,000. The disparity is clear and it's unsustainable. I nearly gave up on my education after learning that the cost for just 3 weeks of child care for my then 18-month-old was more than our mortgage payment, and almost the same as the cost of 1 year of in-state college tuition for my 21-year-old. But it's not just the families who are suffering. Early childhood education centers are operating at full capacity, and they desperately need more educators. The ECE workforce is undervalued, and many educators are being forced out of the field because they're not earning enough to even take care and support their own children. Investing in early childhood education can help ensure that parents across the state aren't forced to leave their professions due to lack of accessible, high quality, and affordable child care. So I ask you again to please support a $480 million investment. Let's invest in the whole child and their educators, and in the parents who need reliable, affordable child care to thrive in the workforce. I thank you for allowing me to share my story with you today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, members of the Joint Finance Committee. Welcome to the 16th Supervisory District in West Allis, Wisconsin. I am Justin Belinsky. I'm here to advocate for more county funding for Milwaukee County. We have a lot of unfunded public safety costs that no other county has. We patrol our own freeways. We're the only county that does that at a cost of about $16 million this year. We have 2 carceral facilities. We have our jail, like every county has. We also have a CRC, which has the same size budget as the entire Sheriff's Department. So right there, that's about $80 million in public safety costs Milwaukee County has, no other county has. Meanwhile, we have a $500 million backlog in parks projects and $17 million transit cliff facing us in 2 years. I don't know a single constituent that said to me, let's cut bus routes, let's cut parks to pay for public safety. What they do want is they do want us to cut down on reckless driving. If the state could provide more money than the $1 million approximately that we get now for the highway patrol, we could cut down on reckless driving while also investing more in our parks. You know, people think Milwaukee gets everything and other counties don't. We are actually in the bottom quartile of state aid per capita and tax levy per capita. So we are doing our part to be responsible. We are funding public safety. Help us continue to do that, please.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Darrell Williams, Assistant State Superintendent for the Division of Libraries and Technology with DPI. I'm joined here today with Chanel Crawford, Assistant State Superintendent for our Division of Finance and Management. Our mission at DPI is to advance equitable, transformative, and sustainable educational experiences that develop learners, schools, and libraries and communities across Wisconsin. This is a big reason why I'm here today. For too long, Wisconsin schools have faced the challenge of underfunding and insufficient resources. Our public education system has been under immense financial pressure, impacting every student and teacher. Our schools are asked to do more with less, and the struggle is felt across Wisconsin. A historic number of school districts are forced to go to referendum just to compensate for underfunding from our state. And adding to those challenges is the Trump administration reckless cuts threatening federal funding that Wisconsin relies on. We have a choice before us, and we understand what's at stake. That's why our State Superintendent, Dr. Jill Underley's budget proposal, the DPI's proposal, much of what you see in Governor Evers' budget pulls no punches. To fix the underfunding by our state legislature, we need to fix the revenue limits. They've not been tied to inflation, and we need to catch our schools up to where they need to be. Our districts, our state reimbursement rate for special education is ridiculously low, just below 30%. We must raise it to at least 60%. Also within this budget, we can make sure that our kids don't have to learn with empty stomachs while at the same time supporting local farmers. We can increase access to full-day K-4 across the state for our young learners, and we must address the mental health crisis in our schools. Of course, we have to make sure that we have the best and brightest teachers and keep them in our classrooms for years to come. I urge you to listen to the voices of our Wisconsinites. Public education is a guarantee. We must not turn our backs on that obligation. I urge you to pass Governor Evers' recommendations for K-12 education in his budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here and most of all hanging in there with us today. I'm Tracy Fountain, and I'm here on behalf of Family Connect and Care Portal. As many of you heard from Trey on Tuesday, and also that I've discussed with several members of the Joint Finance Committee, Care Portal is a technology platform that provides critical resources to families in crisis and helps keep children out of foster care. Care Portal is a proven, cost-effective, and scalable solution that allows social workers to connect families quickly with the resources they need. The #1 reason children are removed from their families is neglect due to poverty, and we want to prevent that from happening. When children enter the foster system, not only does it cost taxpayers a lot of money, but it also produces poor long-term results for youth. It has been confirmed that many of our unhoused neighbors, those who are incarcerated, and females rescued from human sex trafficking have all spent time in foster care. A trafficking survivor in Dane County has 2 children and is in desperate need of a car repair. This mom is taking steps to distance herself from toxic relationships, and she does not have any family support. Without a working vehicle, she can't get to work, she can't bring her daughter to school. However, there's Care Portal. Care Portal stepped in and fixed her car, and this is what she said. I can't express enough with words how much this has affected me in the best way possible. I'm crying my eyes out because I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. Working upstream and coming alongside vulnerable families before system involvement helps break generational cycles. This platform is active in 37 other states, and we are asking you to support our budget motion this year to pilot Care Portal in 10 counties in Wisconsin. This is an investment in a proven solution that strengthens families, engages communities, reduces foster care placements, and saves taxpayer dollars.
Yes, my name is Tiffany Stark. I'm a mental health social worker as well as a board member of Disability Rights of Wisconsin, and I am, most important, a mother of a daughter that is 24 years old with an intellectual disability. Without those services of Medicaid and IRIS she receives, she would not be able to have the life that she needs. We are talking about basic needs, and we should not be having to beg over and over for basic needs as it is a human right. My daughter goes to St. Anne's and loves going there. Without that program, I would not be able to work. And I don't know what I will do if I lose my job, who's gonna pay my bills, who's gonna watch my daughter. Something has gotta give. This has been an ongoing issue for years, and I've been fighting for 25 years, and it's exhausting. And right now, waking up with anxiety every day and going to bed, it's ridiculous. But I know we're talking about fraud and waste. I don't know if you know that in 2023, there was a couple hundred cases of fraud, and actually only 5 cases were prosecuted. And we're being suffered the consequences of losing our benefits over 5 cases. This is ridiculous. Also, moving into the mental health, well, I'm going to back up. 430,000 businesses would be impacted with the cuts to Medicaid. As a mental health social worker, very interested in mental health, Tony Evers in 2023 had a lot of bills and they were all cut by joint finance. We have a mental health crisis out here and the solution is to lock people up. And when people get locked up, they're getting back out in a worse situation than they came in, and that is not cost effective. Also, $11 billion was just cut recently, and that is impacting people's mental health that need services and need medication. Programs that are essential are being closed down, and I don't know how or what we're going to do if those services aren't available. Thank you.
Chairperson Markline and committee, it's wonderful to see you. My name is Allie Kapp. I'm a vice president with Children's Wisconsin, and I oversee our Children's Hospital in Neenah and our Northeast Regional Services. And I grew up in rural Dunn County on Medicaid as a kid myself, which helped keep me healthy while my mother worked part-time, graduated from UW Stout as the first in her family to graduate with a college degree, and my father was a small business owner. So I'm here to talk about Medicaid reimbursement and to ask you to please look at the statistics of how Medicaid really supports a healthy Wisconsin. We have about 500,000 children in Wisconsin covered by Medicaid, which is about 1/3 of Wisconsin's kids. And when we look at Medicaid, about half of the people on Medicaid are children, but children only account for about 10 to 15% of the costs of Medicaid. So it's a smart investment when we think about kids' health to really cover children. Now, in the case of Children's Wisconsin, we have 53% of the kids that we take care of on Medicaid, and we don't get reimbursed on the dollar for the services that we provide. Now, there is a solution here for us. If we think about the directed payment program, there's a federal avenue for routed money to come to us as hospitals and to increase that from 6% that we currently have as an option up from 2%. So we're here today to ask you to look at that DPP program that was established in 2009 and update it. Sustainable Medicaid reimbursement will help support children's in providing more services for kids that are needed into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Kimberly Eisendrath, and I'm also here to advocate on behalf of Family Connect and the implementation of Care Portal. Tracy just shared with you that the purpose of Care Portal is to reduce the number of children entering the foster system. However, it can also help stabilize vulnerable families and support reunification. Here are a couple requests put into Care Portal from Juneau County social workers in Senator Teston and Representative Kurt's district. A local single mom is trying to reunify with 4 of her children. She secured housing and needs household items to make it livable and welcome for her children. She's on a fixed income. She has little for natural support. This request asks for beds and furniture to help prepare this family for reunification. Another request, looking to help a set of parents prepare their home so their 3 young sons can be reunified into their care. The parents, recovering addicts, have worked very, very hard to seek treatment, obtain new employment, and secure that housing. The family does not have any of the basic necessities for a home and is seeking assistance to prepare it. These items provided demonstrate this home is prepared for unification and sped up the reunification process by 3 to 6 weeks. Juneau County social workers also shared Care Portal is an incredibly helpful and super efficient solution. We are asking for support of a budget motion to help keep our children safely out of foster care, help stabilize families in crisis, speed up unification efforts, and save taxpayer dollars by reducing expensive placements. This is not asking for government to carry the full burden. This activates the best of what our communities have to offer, people who care and that want to help. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Smith, City of Janesville Transit Director.
Public transit in all of its forms, whether it's shared ride taxi in our rural areas or local government general service, or fixed bus route systems in larger communities like Janesville, really provide accessibility, freedom, and independence to all of our community members. The number one reason individuals take a trip on public transit is to get to work. Transit truly is economic development, and we truly are, figuratively and literally, driving the economy and moving workers to their jobs. I use my voice and time today to ask you to support consistent and improved transit mass transit aids as proposed by the governor. These aids are critical to the viability of operating systems and transit systems throughout the state. Further, I also ask you support the governor's proposal to increase paratransit aids, which allows transit agencies throughout the state to provide service to some of the state's most vulnerable residents. Further, the use of the VW settlement funds over the last few years to purchase replacement fleet vehicles and transit buses has made a dramatic improvement to the age and condition of our transit fleets. I'd like to see you continue that synergy by implementing an ongoing capital assistance program. Transit truly is here for everyone, and we wish to serve everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Andre Story. I am the president of Columbia St. Mary's here in Milwaukee Hospital, and I'm here representing Essential Wisconsin. In addition to representing Essential Wisconsin, I'm also a resident of Representative Andraca's district. Here to talk about, ask for your review of the Medicaid reimbursement program as you're looking at the budget. Essential Columbia St. Mary's has been serving the state of Wisconsin since 1846 as this first private hospital. And since that time, we've been serving this community in greater Milwaukee ever since. We have established a comprehensive stroke program, one of the few burn programs in the state, fourth oldest in the country, and in doing so, we continue to serve with pride. In that pride, we have areas of focus, and some of those areas of focus has a high burden of Medicaid. In that patient population that we serve, over the last 5 years, we've delivered over 11,000 babies in our women's program, as we have one of the most advanced women's services in the city and one of the few 24/7 OB emergency departments. Of those that we delivered at our campus, 63% of those deliveries were to Medicaid patients. In addition to the emergency room work that we're doing in our OB services, 50,000 of our ED patients, of those 44% were on Medicaid. We're asking for your review of the Medicaid program to enhance reimbursement because at this point in time, we're receiving 37% less than our cost. In order to have a sustainable health system and for the rest of the state, for all the hospitals that are serving the Medicaid population, we're asking for your review in that manner. As we look to what we're doing across the state, we understand that there's a significant Medicaid shortfall, over $1 billion for all the hospitals across the state. And for Ascension specifically, it's over $196 million. My last call to everyone is we continue to look at the budget and budget proposals that are put forward through the DPP program and other measurements that we ask not for an additional expense to the state's work, but to allow us to.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hope you're feeling good, looking good. My name is Timothy Faust. I live in Milwaukee. I'm with Citizen Action of Wisconsin, and I want to talk to you about health care. Now, there's one frustratingly inescapable fact that we all got to reckon with, which is that your life can be changed so much faster than you expect, right? We're all one car accident or weird cough away from bankruptcy, and Medicaid is the bulwark that keeps us all from that edge. Medicaid kept me from bankruptcy. Back in 2012, I made $12,800 a year, got stuck with a $4,000 medical bill. Medicaid saved my life. Medicaid saves my friend Steve, who's disabled and can now lead a normal, dignified life, live with his girlfriend, and hold down a job. 91,000 Wisconsinites are denied this freedom to live safely in their bodies. Medicaid expansion Badger Care expansion is the essential program that can return to them the freedoms they were born into. We must expand Badger Care, and Governor Evers must veto any budget without it. Now, the feds say they want to cut Medicaid funding. If Medicaid funding is cut, people are going to lose their insurance, rural and low-income hospitals will close, and people will die. So we must replace any cut funding with our ample state reserves. And while I got you on the horn, let's talk about mothers. Maternal health in Milwaukee is among the worst in the country. We have deprived, abandoned, and assaulted a whole population, largely along lines of income and race, and we twist the knife by kicking low-income mothers off their insurance right after they give birth. A year of postpartum Medicaid is universally acknowledged as a basic component of improving maternal health outcomes, and it too must be expanded. Let me put it this way. My life is made better when the people around me lead better lives. Wisconsin is made richer when all Wisconsinites can lead safer, healthier lives. This healthcare infrastructure is the pillar that holds up society. We must expand, defend, and improve Medicaid.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lanya Hibbler, and I'm the manager of the Milwaukee Child Advocacy Center with Children's Wisconsin. I am here with Faith Holly Beal, the director of the Care Center in Waukesha. Child advocacy centers play a vital role in keeping children safe. We bring together law enforcement, child protective services, district attorneys, medical professionals, and mental health providers. We provide a safe, neutral, and family-friendly environment where children, teens, and families receive support and services after experiencing severe trauma, such as child abuse, physical abuse, neglect, sexual abuse, witness to domestic violence, drug endangerment, and child sex trafficking. We achieve this through comprehensive, developmentally appropriate forensic interviews that preserve a child's statement and minimizes re-traumatization by retelling their abuse over again. Our services also include compassionate advocacy and specialized medical evaluations. Together, we help families begin their healing process. In 2024, the Milwaukee Child Advocacy Center served over 2,400 children from 15 different counties. There are 16 CACs across the state of Wisconsin that provide these essential services on extremely lean budgets to serve all 72 counties. Wisconsin CACs receive $17,000 annually, which is far less than surrounding states. We are deeply grateful for the one-time funding provided by Act 241 last year. However, it expires at the end of June. This is why allocating $5 million for CACs in the budget is absolutely critical, and without it, CACs will have no choice but to limit staff, reduce services, or turn away children who desperately need our help. Today, I urge you to invest in the safety and well-being of Wisconsin's children. Thank you.
In Waukesha County, the Care Center serves approximately 300 victims of child abuse a year. Our most frequent referral is an 8-year-old girl who has reported sexual abuse by someone who is known to her. Typically, sexual abuse is reported sometime after it has occurred. The offender may tell her she won't be believed, or that perhaps she'll be put in foster care if she tells. Telling isn't easy. Child advocacy centers provide highly trained forensic interviewers who sensitively ask non-leading, legally defensible questions that gather specific information needed by law enforcement and child protective services, who can then take the next steps to ensure the safety of the child, the family, and the community. These interviews that we do are observed live by law enforcement and child protective services, recorded, and are admissible in court. The interviewer at court will defend her interview, minimizing the time the child may have to spend on the stand. Last spring, 2 siblings were interviewed at the Care Center. They had been sexually abused by a relative. The case was taken to trial. The interviewer testified, the recorded interviews were shown. The children, ages 6 and 8, each had to take the stand. Both got on the stand and answered the defense attorney's questions with, "I don't know, and I don't remember." I can only imagine how scary it is to be a child who had been violated and have to stand in front of the person who did that and try and answer questions. Case was deliberated by the jury for 10 minutes and came back with a guilty verdict thanks to the recorded forensic interview. Child advocacy centers help hold offenders accountable, resulting in safer communities. Thank you for your support with Act 241, and please continue investing in child advocacy centers throughout the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you. Before you begin, we're going to read off another group, please.
Lisa Berg, Luann McGever, M-C-G-R-E-G, I think it's C-T. Dr. Debbie Kerr, Amy Mueller, Samantha Hudson, Paulina Makevsky, M-A-K-I-E-V-S-K-Y, Rachel Kreitz, John Jankowski, J-A-N-O-W-S-K-I, Laura Gutierrez, Rebecca Folkman, Katie Schurl, S-C-H, I think it's I-E-R-L, Gerald, I think it's Hay, Independent First, West Allis, Kristen Grimes, Teresa Powell, Brian O'Connell, Reno Wright, and Jackie Anderson. And Jackie was at 808.
Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Schmock, and I serve as the coordinator of Raising Wisconsin Coalition, a cross-sector partnership of organizations that recognize childcare as essential to the well-being of Wisconsin families, communities, and economy. Our coalition represents healthcare, faith-based organizations, community action partners from diverse backgrounds, philanthropy, municipal and county associations, United Ways, state government, early care and education providers, and statewide child care organizations. We are here today with a unified voice and a clear message. Wisconsin must make a significant investment in child care in the 2025-2027 state budget. A $480 million investment is not just necessary, it is urgent. Over the past few years, we have seen what happens when childcare has public support. Pandemic-era funding allowed over 4,800 providers to stay open, ensuring care for over 312,000 children statewide. It stabilized a fragile system, but as this funding expires, we are seeing childcare programs struggle, tuition rates spike beyond what families can afford, and communities, especially rural areas, face worsening shortages. The cost of inaction is simply too high. When families can't afford or find childcare, they leave the workforce. Employers across all industries, from healthcare to education to manufacturing, feel the strain of worker shortages. Our economy takes a hit with an estimated $4.2 to $6.4 billion loss annually due to childcare challenges. Childcare is not just a family issue. It is a workforce issue, a business issue, and an economic issue. Now is the time to act. We urge you to make childcare a priority in the state budget and invest in the future of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, I'm Joshua. I'm here to represent the working class, and I'm here to make a direct statement coming from my soul. I'm here to represent the working class of the great state of Wisconsin, pushing for health care, expansion of welfare, protection of our environment, of our education. I am here to tell you that if you truly care about the constituency here in Wisconsin, about the American people, you will veto any attempt to reduce health care. I was in the foster care system growing up. Without welfare, I would not be standing here speaking to you. I'm 5 days sleep deprived because I have an illness that prevents me from sleeping. Without Medicaid, I would be dead. Look into your soul. Look into the soul of America. Are we going to become a country that only has enough freedom to enslave others with liberty and justice for none? Or will we be the country that we promised with liberty and justice for all? Governor Evers, if you hear this message, any attempt to reduce Medicaid I suggest you veto it. And for all the oppressed here among me, I want all of your voices to be heard. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
I'm Lisa Berg. I'm having trouble here. Can I just take the microphone?
No, it's deep.
Okay.
I'll just do it like this, okay?
I'm Lisa Berg. I have cerebral palsy and a heart condition, and I'm here to speak on the importance of Medicaid. No other insurer would insure me with my health conditions, so if it weren't for Medicaid, I'd be dead. I've been living independently since the 90s in my own apartment with the help of home care that's paid for by Medicaid. And at this point, I can't get myself out of bed without help. So if suddenly those services were discontinued, I'd fail very fast. And I'd end up in a nursing home. And I have enjoyed my life, and I feel I've been productive, and I want to live as long as I can and continue to be productive. And without Medicaid, I wouldn't be able to do any of that. So and there's lots of other people that are in my same situation, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Pete Kanotek. I'm a proud parent of 2 graduates of the Racine Unified School District. I'm also here to represent the Racine Community Coalition for Public Education. The coalition includes individuals and organizations dedicated to ensuring high quality and equitable public schools for all students in the Racine Unified School District. Our coalition has a few requests. An increase in the state reimbursement of district special education costs. Reimbursement should be 90% sum sufficient. When I talk to special education teachers in Racine, they tell me they have too many IEPs to manage and can't provide all services. Racine Unified needs more special ed teachers, and that's going to cost money. We also request adequate and fair state funding through raising revenue limits and adjusting for inflation. Our coalition recognizes that Wisconsin's public education financing system is broken, and it's time to fix it. The state has chosen to drive local property taxes up, as school districts are forced to hold referenda to pay for what the state budget should be providing. Now's the time for the state to take bold steps to improve those finances. Next state budget should include prioritized state aid for programs that provide for English language learning, mental health support, students in poverty, school nutrition, and early childhood and pre-K education. We also request a dismantling of the state's private school voucher programs and accountability for all public tax dollars that are going to private voucher schools. Parents, students, and community members in Racine know that diverting public tax dollars to private school vouchers is a harmful and growing part of the funding system. The Racine Community Coalition for Public Education respectfully urges the Joint Finance Committee to fulfill our requests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It feels like evening, right? Thank you for your service today. I'm Dr. Deb Kerr, the proud superintendent of the St. Francis Public School District on the south side of Milwaukee. St. Francis Public School uniquely serves 1,100 students, 4K through 12th grade. We are 50% economically disadvantaged. 50% of our students come from diverse backgrounds, and more than 50% of our students enroll in our school through open enrollment with representing 60 different metro schools in Milwaukee. So we are the public school of choice on the south side. We are here to talk to you about consideration for reimbursement for special education, solutions to the teacher shortage, and the repeal of the September 1st start date. We serve over 15% of our kids in special education. Last year, we had to transfer over $2 million from our general fund just to meet our budget needs. And if you think about it, for those school districts who have carefully managed their budgets, we have a balanced budget, so that reimbursement would reduce the taxpayers' levy in the long run, so it would be a win-win for everybody.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Penvos. I'm the Director of Innovation and Learning for the St. Francis Public School District.
Our state faces severe shortages of qualified teachers. One key reason is that schools struggle to offer competitive wages compared to other professions. According to the September 2024 Economic Policy Institute report, the pay gap between teachers and other college graduates reached 26.6% in 2023. This growing disparity discourages talented individuals from pursuing teaching careers. So much so that I hesitated to encourage my own son to enter the field. While Wisconsin has eased licensure requirements in an attempt to fill vacancies, this has not improved candidate quality. Instead, increased funding is essential to offer competitive salaries that attract and retain high-quality educators, ensuring students receive the education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Luann McGregor, and I am on the IRIS program, and I am very, very concerned about the Medicaid, and all I hear up here today is that they can't have things cut. But I receive only 4 hours a day of care, and I'm doing fine. But if Medicaid is cut, then I go into a nursing home that you all know costs way more money, and they put you in a bed that we cannot turn over on because there's a law that says we can't have bars on the side of our bed. So they would take the bars out, and our beds are too small. They do provide 3 meals a day, but they provide 1 shower. 1 shower a week I would receive. I would receive 3 meals a day, and I'd also live on $80 a month. I would have to buy my clothes, my food, my clothes, my extra food that I'd want that the nursing home doesn't provide. And all I'm saying is I like living independently. I have a great social life. I have a great apartment. It's super accessible. If we were taken out of those apartments, it's a total waste to build accessible apartments for people that won't be able to stay there because we can't get 4 hours a day care. And my aides receive $20 for each hour. That's not very much compared to what a nursing home would charge for a year. And if tomorrow I lost my caregivers, I would end up in a nursing home. I am 67 years old and will someday end up either in a group home or a nursing home, but today is not the day.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Folkman. I'm endorsed by the Wisconsin Alliance for Infant Mental Health as an infant family specialist. I'm a service coordinator for Penfield Children's Center Birth to 3 program, and I'm here to ask you to support increased funding for Birth to 3. Early intervention significantly improves outcomes for children with developmental delays by addressing issues early on, helping them reach their full potential, and reduce the need for more intensive support later in life by providing speech, occupational, physical therapies, as well as education services. Early intervention also helps families as a whole. Mothers of low birth weight premature infants who received early intervention services scored significantly higher on the scales of maternal self-confidence and maternal role satisfaction. Our parent coaching approach empowers the parent and gives them the tools to help their children reach their goals. Our team gets to know their families and their hearts for their children. We do so much more than just provide therapies for children. We get to celebrate in victories, support during challenges, and assist with the transition to whatever the parents want to see for their child after age 3. Just recently, I was at a home visit for a little boy, and we always ask the parents, what are your goals for your child? And Dad said, I want Henry to be the best Henry that he is able to be. We are asking for a $10 million increase in the general purpose revenue for Birth to 3 starting in 2026. Please help us help these children be the best that they can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Mueller, and I am a resident of Waukesha County, and I'm a Wisconsin Master Naturalist. I'm also a volunteer for the Sierra Club, as well as Wisconsin Green Fire. There are 2 very important points in the governor's budget that I would like to ask for your support for the benefit of our Wisconsin farmers and for our beloved wildlife. First, please support the proposed $3.5 million for wolf monitoring and farmers experiencing wolf-related conflict. This will help farmers experiencing conflict implement non-lethal preventative solutions, such as predator-proof fencing, which has been implemented with 100% effectiveness in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. Also, after speaking to the Wisconsin DNR, these funds are more needed now than ever because the USDA federal grants that had previously helped with this work are now frozen or cut entirely. Second, I'm asking that you support the proposed $3.75 million for Wisconsin farmers to prevent crop damage from cranes. This proactive program will provide farmers funding and better access to corn specially coated with an organic chemical that makes it undesirable for cranes to eat. You may hear that creating a recreational fall sandhill crane hunt is a way to help farmers. However, there is no evidence, not a single study, nor data from any other state that proves a fall hunt would reduce crop damage experienced in the spring. In closing, it is more critical than ever that our state step up and support our vulnerable farmers experiencing federal cuts and reduced profit margins. We need to acknowledge that both wolves and cranes provide economic and ecological benefits to our state. Let's evolve how we think for a smarter and more sustainable coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Kreitz, and I'm a family caregiver to my 22-year-old son, who is an individual with autism and a number of complex health care and disability-related needs. I live in the 19th Assembly District and the 7th State Senate District. I'm here to urge the Finance Committee to prioritize Medicaid funding for our state's long-term care programs, in particular home and community-based service programs, HCBS, in the state budget. HCBS long-term care programs, including those you've heard some other folks talk about today, IRIS, the Children's Long-Term Support Program, and Family Care, enable 80,000 of Wisconsin's disabled individuals and low-income elders to receive care and disability services in the community, most often in their homes. My son is one of those individuals, and the alternative to that is institutional care. In this way, HCBS long-term care Medicaid programs function as institution diversion programs for individuals who would otherwise spend years or perhaps even a lifetime in a nursing home, a hospital, or a state center for the developmentally disabled. These programs are cost-effective. They cost approximately $4,500 per individual per month to support them in the home and in the community, as opposed to 10 times that in an institutional setting. These are also economic drivers for the state. In 2023, of the $11 billion in Medicaid funding that was added to the Wisconsin economy, more than 30,000 Wisconsin businesses were reimbursed for long-term care services. And a full 1/3 of these were focused on providing home and community-based services.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Anderson, and I'm the Executive Director at Feeding Wisconsin. We are the state association of the 6 regional Feeding America partner food banks, providing emergency food to over 1,000 food pantries throughout the state. In Wisconsin, 1 in 10 adults and 1 in 6 children are considered food insecure. There are food insecure folks in every single one of your districts. In partnership with Hunger Task Force, one of our budget asks is to ask for $2 million over the biennium to provide grants of up to $50,000 each to food assistance organizations to pay for transportation and distribution costs. These grants could be used when a local grocery store, farm, or restaurant has a surplus of donations available for distribution. But transportation resources limit the ability of food assistance organizations to get these products distributed. This new program is intended to bridge those kinds of gaps. This request is not in the governor's budget, and we suggest that the program be run through DATCAP, similar to previous food assistance grant programs.
Good afternoon. My name is Reno Wright, and I am the Advocacy Director at Hunger Task Force. We, along with Feeding Wisconsin, would also like to ask that you support our request for funding for a local food purchasing grant in the amount of $30 million in this state budget. This food security grant program will allow anti-hunger organizations to purchase and distribute more Wisconsin-grown, nutritious foods to our communities while benefiting local farmers and producers throughout the state. This is a win-win for local producers, the state's economy, and food insecure Wisconsinites. At a time when Wisconsin farmers and producers and the state's agricultural industry are in dire need of assistance, the state budget presents an opportunity for members of the legislature to lend much needed support to ensure that no farm or business is in a position of market uncertainty. The food purchased through this initiative will be put into the food bank pipeline and serve to stabilize Wisconsin's market and feed vulnerable citizens in our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Samantha Hudson. I work with Independence First, the region's independent living center serving people with disabilities in Milwaukee, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington counties. I'm here to talk about personal care services that keep people with disabilities living with dignity in their homes and out of costly institutions.
Can we get
I'm
as
asking
close
for your
as
support of
possible?
a 48% increase to the Medicaid personal care rate. The
Will
MAPC
this
reimbursement
work for you?
rate is currently at
Okay, so we're gonna
$24.52,
do it
but the true
once
cost
you
of providing this
speak,
service
I'll
is
tip it, okay?
$36.52. With the current rate, personal care agencies are not able to pay caregivers a fair wage or compete with places like Quick Trip or Amazon, and this contributes to the national caregiver shortage crisis. Caregivers are providing physically and emotionally strenuous care and deserve commensurate compensation. Currently, personal care assessments are an unfunded requirement of agencies. The complete assessment process takes at least 10 hours to complete, and I'm asking that you establish a personal care assessment rate of $369.67 to cover these costs. Living at home is not only where people want to be, but it is significantly more cost-effective for taxpayers. The most important thing that I'd like for you to understand is that in addition to being preferred, personal care is the most fiscally responsible care option. Nursing homes are more than 2 times the cost of personal care, and state facilities more than 10 times the cost. Personal care costs about $130 a day, nursing homes $340 a day, and state institutions over $1,500 per day. Additionally, patients who discharge to nursing homes are 22% more likely to be readmitted to hospitals within 30 days than those discharged to care in the community, compounding costs to the state. People with disabilities have better outcomes at a substantially lower cost when care is provided in the home. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Mark Lyon, Representative Bourne, and members of the Joint Finance Committee. My name is Laura Gutierrez, and as the CEO of the United Community Center, a nonprofit serving the South Side of Milwaukee community for over 55 years, I want to sincerely thank you for your past support of children and families in our community. I also want to acknowledge our other partners that were here in the room, City Forward Collective, who is paving the way for K-12 education, and our other early child care organizations. Today, I am here to advocate for working families and our youngest learners. I'm here for Mario, who couldn't join me today and who isn't even quite old enough to talk in this photo, but who enrolled at UCC in our Early Learning Academy at 6 weeks old. He learned to walk, talk, and become kindergarten ready with us. Through our successful early child care education program, he is now in 2nd grade and is scoring 13 points higher on academic assessments than his peers who didn't have access to high-quality early child care education. UCC is one of the largest nonprofit providers of early childhood education in Milwaukee, serving more than 450 kiddos, and it still isn't enough. We have a wait list of more than 150 babies and toddlers waiting for a spot. Kids like Mario, working moms and dads who are looking for a stable, high-quality, safe location to nurture, care, and teach their child while they work to support their family. In the upcoming budget, I hope you will consider funding the creation of more high-quality early childhood seats to allow more children access to the transformational programs that Mario and his family benefited from. UCC has a plan to create more seats. With your help, we are asking for a one-time $6 million ask to create a new facility that will house over 240 children. Your investment in the growth of new early childhood education seats, it's not just about education. It strengthens our workforce and economy. Businesses benefit from a stable workforce, and every dollar invested in early childhood education. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Is it my turn? Yep. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kelly Santee. The Irish program helps me stay independent. If you take my independence away, you will take my hands, feet, legs, all of the above away. I will have a wheelchair, but I won't have other supports I need. I live independently in an apartment in West Allis. I spent 9 months in a nursing home, and I did not like it there. When you think about the budget, make sure you consider that the nursing home is not an option for me. I love the Irish program because I feel I'm in control of my own decisions. Please don't trap me. Thank you. Have a good evening. I know it's been a long day. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and committee members. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. My name is Polina Makiewski, and I'm honored to be here representing Penfield Children's Center as president and CEO. Penfield is a Milwaukee-based nonprofit organization committed to ensuring children have positive early experiences from pregnancy through age 5 when the foundations for lifelong development are established. Penfield has been the leading provider of birth to 3 early intervention services in Wisconsin since the program was founded with the passage of the Individuals for Disabilities and Education Act in 1975. I'm here today to urge you to support a $10 million annual increase in GPR for birth to 3 in Wisconsin starting in 2026. Penfield serves 1,200 children through the Birth to 3 program every year with developmental delays and disabilities, providing essential therapies that set them on a path to success. But like other providers throughout the entire state, we're struggling to meet growing demand. Since 2020, statewide birth to 3 enrollment has increased by 19%, yet state funding has remained flat. As a result, counties bear an unsustainable financial burden, provider networks are shrinking, and families face barriers to accessing timely services. Birth to 3 is a federal entitlement and state mandated program, and providers cannot turn away families. To meet the demands of the program, Penfield has had to cover an annual funding gap of over $500,000 a year through fundraising and our reserves. Here in Milwaukee County, over the last decade, 75% of the providers have left the program due to the unsustainable funding model. This is a statewide issue with counties all throughout Wisconsin struggling to meet the growing demand for services. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Grimes, and I'm speaking on behalf of Vivint Health. We provide high-quality, integrated HIV healthcare, social services, and prevention. We are Wisconsin's largest HIV provider with more than 5,200 people served each year. We additionally serve 860 people with pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP. PrEP is the medication that someone can take to protect themselves from HIV infection. Social and economic issues combined with homelessness, poverty, food insecurity, and lack of healthcare access keep people from living their healthiest lives. Vivint Health delivers critical prevention and social services to these communities at 10 locations throughout the state. We respectfully request the following: an annual investment of $1.7 million in Ryan White GPR-based funding, an annual investment of $500,000 in Mike Johnson GPR grant funding. People living with HIV who receive Ryan White funded services are far more likely to stay in care, allowing them to live longer lives and prevent the virus from being passed to others. This funding will ensure continued access to care for thousands of people living with HIV in Wisconsin who rely on Vivint Health and other HIV providers throughout the state. Mike Johnson funding will ensure access to PrEP for more than 1,000 individuals who are vulnerable to HIV, saving the state of an average of more than $500,000 in lifetime healthcare costs for each prevented case of HIV. On behalf of Vivint Health, we urge you to invest in these critical programs that ensure people live longer and healthier lives and save Wisconsin long-term healthcare costs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thanks for letting us have this opportunity today. My name is Katie Sherrill. I'm from the town of Clayton near Neenah. I'm here on behalf of my son Jim, who's 33. He has multiple disabilities and has been on Medicaid and used programs all his life. There's over 20 of them and Jim's used most of them. With the probable massive cuts coming soon from the national level out of the Energy Committee, my husband Dan and I are very concerned. Currently, 60% of funds for Wisconsin's Medicaid comes from the federal government, so any cuts there will have a significant impact in Wisconsin. And we wonder, will you guys cover the gap of less funding, or will services be drastically cut or worse, eliminated? How will students in the public school get their national mandated free appropriate public education without full funding from the state and also Medicaid reimbursements? My son's currently in the IRIS program and it covers his day program, and he's a volunteer. He plays one-handed by ear piano and goes out in the community and does sing-alongs. That's through supports with IRIS. Lastly, as an active member of Wisconsin United to Amend, I would like to point out that much in every budget is probably affected in some fashion by big money in politics. I encourage you to share this information. I'll get to all the members of the committee, because 179 municipalities in Wisconsin since 2011 have passed resolutions in red, blue, purple areas stating they don't believe big money belongs in our government. Everybody complains about big money in politics, but we need action from those that can actually make the change, our state and federal legislators. Let Wisconsin call for that amendment to be the 24th state to do so, or let the people in Wisconsin vote on a state referendum. Thank you today.
Thank you. Before we begin, sir, we're going to read off another group of people. Thank you.
We have a group of Kenosha United, Todd Price, Jeff Wise, and Sandra Laundrie. Angel Johnson, State Public Defender. Peter Koronsky, K-O-N-E-A-Z-N-Y, I believe it is. Bernard Raring, I think it's R-A-H-N-I-G. The Literacy Lab, sorry. Kate Easton, Dan Rogers, Chris Lawrence, Julia Elberth, Caroline Black, might be Blash, I don't know if that's a C or an H or a K and H. Christine Sulners, S-U-L-E-R-N, Chris Bauer, Bob Lucio, L-E-I-S-C-H-O-W, I believe that is. Dennis Kroski, Bianca Hill, Olivia Garman, Ari Lo Unges, U-N-G-E-S, and Barbie Jackson. And that was at 8:19.
Please.
Good afternoon. I am Brian O'Connell. I'm a member of the Racine Unified School District Board and chair of the board's Legislative Committee. I urge you to increase funding for special education. This is a priority endorsed by our entire board. It is also an issue on which I speak from personal experience. My son was a special needs child. He struggled with reading, he received an IEP, and with the help that followed, he graduated on time and ultimately earned a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. I say this as evidence that our investment in special education pays dividends. Students who receive help now when they're young become contributors to society when older. They are less likely to need our help in the future. Wisconsin has underinvested in special education. You've left it to the local districts to respond, and we have. This year, Racine is transferring $34 million from our general fund to special education. But that is $34 million that is not available to support the needs of our other students. You have forced us into a lose-lose, zero-sum game, but you can now repair that situation by increasing reimbursement to 60% of actual cost, some sufficient. And while you're at it, the Racine School Board requests that you increase spendable aid by $415 per pupil in year 1 of the budget and $430 per pupil in year 2. You may have heard that on Tuesday, Racine voters approved a referendum. But you should also know that that referendum will only allow us to maintain programs. It only gives us a temporary breathing room in the face of continuing inflation. Now is the time for the legislature to join with Racine's local voters and put our district and all school districts on firmer financial footing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Powell, and I'm a resident of West Allis. Today I'm asking that you prioritize Alzheimer's and dementia in the state budget by strengthening Wisconsin's dementia crisis response system. Over 110,900 Wisconsinites aged 65 years and older are living with dementia, and that number is growing. 90% of individuals with dementia experience behavioral or neuropsychiatric symptoms that impact their quality of life and the well-being of their caretakers. These symptoms can lead to dangerous situations such as wandering, aggression, or refusal of care, leaving families and caregivers to navigate crises without adequate resources. This leaves families trapped in cycles of crisis gaps in care that disproportionately affect Wisconsin's most vulnerable populations. To strengthen our dementia crisis response system, I am requesting funding for 3 investments. The first is to expand dementia crisis stabilization units by providing $1 million to establish 3 additional units across the state. These small 5-bed facilities offer 28-day stabilization stays for individuals with dementia in crisis. Not only do they deliver medical evaluations and tailored behavior support plans, but they also train caregivers and connect them with local resources for long-term support. Second, please provide $1 million to fund 10 dementia-specific adult protective services positions statewide. Dementia is a factor in nearly 1 in 4 elder abuse cases in Wisconsin, so dedicated APS positions and dementia-specific training will improve response, address caregiver stress, and prevent crises before they escalate, and keep vulnerable individuals safe in their communities. Lastly, I ask that you would reestablish the Dementia Crisis Innovation Grant Program in the amount of $250,000 so that counties can develop and scale local community-based solutions. These strategic investments are urgently needed to expand dementia crisis care, support caregivers, protect vulnerable adults, and empower local cost-effective solutions across the state.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Hello, and thank you for being here today. My name is Caroline Black, and I'm a proud Milwaukeean working to decrease food insecurity with Feeding America Eastern Wisconsin. I have been managing procurement and partnerships on the flagship Tribal Elder Food Box program for the last 4 years. The Tribal Elder Food Box program is a food distribution program that provides tribal elders aged 55 and over from all 11 federally recognized tribes in Wisconsin, as well as elders in Milwaukee, Green Bay, and Madison, with locally grown and produced nutritious foods. The program has expanded rapidly since its founding in 2021, nearly tripling the number of distributed food boxes from 10,800 in 2021 to 31,515 last year. The program is fiscally and operationally run by our food banks, and we partner directly with tribes through the Great Lakes Intertribal Food Coalition. Wisconsin is a state built on agriculture, and the program provides a reliable market as well as wholesale readiness training to over 75 local Wisconsin producers. The program is incredibly important to tribal elder recipients. We know it positively impacts their health outcomes amidst rising costs of healthy foods and disproportionately rising rates of diabetes in tribal and rural communities. One elder wrote, "It's like Christmas, fresh food and it's healthy. Sometimes it comes when we run out of food and when we have no money. And we've been told it's like getting a box of love." In addition to positively impacting elders, the program creates economic opportunity that amounted to over $2.1 million in 2024 for 75 local Wisconsin farming businesses. Producers are told us that the program offers support, information, and a predictable market. Nothing else has allowed them to grow their businesses in this way, and it's a stable source of income. It's a truly impactful program to not only tribal communities, but dozens and dozens of Wisconsin farmers. I ask you to continue to support funding for the Wisconsin's Tribal Elder Community Food Box Program by providing $4 million over the 2025-2027 budget from Tribal Gaming Program revenue. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Bauer, and I am a constituent of Rob Hutton and Robin Viney. I have been heavily involved in my public schools since my children joined them, and I have since come to understand the dire situation they are in. I have been and am involved with the Wisconsin Public Education Network and the PTA. I was the treasurer of the pro-public school funding referendum campaign, Yes to TOSA Kids, and now I am a newly elected but not yet installed school board member of Wauwatosa. I am speaking for myself on a bipartisan topic, and I'm trying to help you, my dear elected officials, to appeal to Wisconsinites of all political stripes. Let me begin with three truths. One, you have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution of Wisconsin. That includes the Supreme Court decision that states students have a fundamental right to an equal opportunity for a sound education. Two, every single one of you have at least one school district in your region that has passed an operational referendum to keep their schools open and provide that education. Three, the Supreme Court results this past week affirmed that Wisconsinites value fair and competitive legislative maps. My message to you is thus: red and blue Wisconsinites are literally voting to raise their own taxes to fund public schools. These people hate that fact that they are being put into this situation, so don't ignore this voting bloc. If you do, your majority and your seats are at risk. Adequately funding public education is the easiest way for you to mollify your constituents and maybe retain your seats. Here's what our public schools need. Public school revenue limits need to be reattached to inflation. These revenue limits need to be increased across the board by $1,500 per student. Special education reimbursement needs to be increased by 90%, some sufficient. Now I know I'm asking for a lot, and I won't get all of it, that's fine. But this is the magnitude of the need our public schools are facing. Evers' budget is a deal for you to reach across the aisle.
Good afternoon. My name is Angel Johnson. I am with the State Public Defender's Office. I am a regional attorney manager for Milwaukee. I am asking for you to increase the SPD private bar rate for serious felony cases by $25. When we cannot find private bar attorneys for our appointments, our clients suffer. They sit in custody for weeks and months without counsel, and cases cannot be moved forward in the legal system. I want to give you a recent example. In early February, I took a man through his initial appearance. It's the first appearance in a criminal case. It was a serious sexual assault case, and per the complaint, he had confessed, showed remorse when he was speaking to law enforcement for his actions, and had basically told them, "I want to get punished for my behavior as soon as possible." I wanted to keep that case as a staff attorney at the Public Defender's Office, but he was a conflict for me and a conflict for my office. When I met him, he was in custody, and he was only recently this week given an attorney, a private bar attorney. It took 7 weeks to secure that private bar attorney due to the seriousness of that case. And this hurts me as a human, and one example of many that I have experienced over the last few years. This has a larger impact on the legal system. It delays the processing of cases. The counties have to pay for the costs of housing people that are incarcerated, and others in the system cannot do their jobs if we cannot appoint defense attorneys. We want an efficient legal system that the community can trust, and we need the resources to do so. I am sincerely thankful for the increase to the private bar reimbursement rate in the budget last year, the last 2 years. It really helped our agency and our clients. We are still, thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Alberth, and I'm here today both as a private citizen and as co-chair of the Early Career Professional section of the Wisconsin Public Health Association. I hold a master's in public health from UW-Madison and currently work in the field of public health. I have the experience of leading a quality improvement project focused on strengthening partnerships between preceptors and field experience programs to grow and retain a strong, skilled public health workforce across Wisconsin. We know that community health is directly tied to the strength of our public health workforce. When local health departments don't have the funding to hire and keep qualified staff, communities lose access to vital prevention services, whether it's maternal and child health programs, disease prevention, or emergency response. A fully staffed, well-trained public health workforce is foundational to healthy, thriving communities. Yet, here in Wisconsin, local health departments have been chronically underfunded. They're often forced to piece together limited local tax dollars and fragmented federal grants to provide essential services. This creates deep inequities when funding is left to local investment. Your zip code can determine the quality of public health services you receive and ultimately your health outcomes, including how long and how well you live. Currently, Wisconsin ranks among the lowest in the nation for public health investment. We spend just $19 per person compared to $80 per person in Minnesota. The only dedicated state funding for essential public health services is a $500,000 appropriation for communicable disease control, which is divided across 84 local health departments, and that's less than $6,000 per department. That's why the Wisconsin Public Health Association is urging this committee to allocate $50 million annually to local health departments in the 2025 to 2027 state budget. This funding must supplement and not replace existing local investments and should be distributed equitably in partnership with local health departments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bob Leishaw, and I'm the Health Commissioner of the Southwest Suburban Health Department, which provides local public health services to approximately 100,000 people in the city of West Allis, city of Greenfield, and the village of West Milwaukee. The programs and the services we provide to the communities we support include, but is not limited to, immunizations to the underserved and undervaccinated, naloxone training and distribution, communicable disease follow-up and case management, opioid-related fatality reviews and collaborative work to reduce overdoses, suicide prevention training, retail food establishment licensing and inspections, community-based health education events like Falls Prevention Stepping On program for seniors, lead screening, and working with homeowners to assure a lead-safe environment for children, emergency preparedness, planning and response, as well as installing and checking car seats. Just to name a few of the various activities that a local health department is responsible for. I am here today to urge you and your colleagues in the Wisconsin State Legislature to prioritize increased funding for local public health programs and services. Wisconsin consistently ranks among the worst states in the nation for state-supported public health funding, leaving our communities vulnerable to preventable diseases, mental health crises, and other serious health challenges. The only dedicated state funding for required public health services at the local level is a $500,000 annual GPR appropriation for communicable disease control, which when divided among all local health departments statewide amounts to an average of only $6,000 per health department per year to respond to and prevent the spread of serious diseases such as tuberculosis, measles, and pertussis. Underfunding public health has serious consequences. When compared to national rates, Wisconsin residents are at increased risk for poor health outcomes such as chronic diseases, suicide deaths, and alcohol-involved deaths that can be attributed to the increased risk of poor health behaviors such as excessive alcohol consumption, high school smoking, physical inactivity, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Krowski, and I am a parent and director from Milwaukee. I serve on many committees and boards in Wisconsin, and there's a common theme I hear. We need the state to invest in early childhood, out-of-school programming, and mental health services. Besides having my children in quality early childhood programs, I've worked in the field for over 20 years. After the last few years of struggling to meet family and staff needs, it's been almost impossible to continue to operate a child care business. Families are exhausted trying to find affordable quality care, while teachers are exhausted providing services to children who need more support than ever at low wages. In the classroom, we're seeing more children that are in need of mental health support, but those waiting lists are so long that it could take months to a year to receive. Due to financial and staffing challenges in the early childhood field, I made the decision to leave the field this month. Going out of the field, I am still struggling with the childcare shortage as I'm trying to find that out-of-school care for my child so I can continue to work and my husband can continue to work. And also now seeing my employees not be able to put their newborn baby in a childcare center that has over a year waiting list that was just born. I ask today that we invest in early childhood, out-of-school and mental health programs for our children, families in the workforce as we need it. The return investment on early childhood is proven. It'll benefit our community, our businesses, and the families that we serve. So to invest in Wisconsin, we need you guys to invest in the early childhood programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Attorney Olivia Garman. I work in the Public Defender's Office in the Milwaukee Appellate Office, and I'm here to discuss the issues facing the Milwaukee Public Defender's Office in general. In the last budget, our office received a significant pay increase to retain and recruit attorney staff members. That pay, however, is woefully insignificant when compared to the pay of our private sector counterparts. Just 1 year out of law school, after I had passed the bar, joined the Public Defender's Office, my salary compared to my private practice counterparts was sad, quite frankly. And that's why I left the Public Defender's Office, to go to those greener pastures in the private sector and to earn more money. And it was only with the last budget where you guys gave us a pay increase that allowed us to work these jobs and to help our communities in ways that benefit everyone in the community, so that we don't have to leave that important job and go into the private sector. When an attorney leaves the agency, those cases have to be reabsorbed. And just as Angel Johnson spoke about the man who didn't get an attorney for 7 weeks after his initial appearance, once a staff attorney leaves, those same challenges exist in getting representation for that client. Retaining and recruiting high-quality legal representation for the Public Defender's Office is imperative not just for the constitutionally mandated representation that individuals are entitled to, but also for community protection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Dennis Grajewski. I'm the Executive Director of the Wisconsin Association of Free and Charitable Clinics. I'm here today to testify on behalf of our 89 free and charitable clinics that serve indigent, uninsured, and those in need throughout Wisconsin. Our 89 clinics provide medical, dental, behavioral health, and pharmaceutical services to about 120,000 Wisconsinites annually. We're not FQHCs. We receive no federal funding. We raise most of our monies through local charities and local donations and all. And our key to success is our volunteer network. We have over 4,200 providers that provide services to all these patients as volunteers in the clinics. Very generous group. They're giving back to their communities, and we really appreciate the services that they provide. I'm here today in that Wisconsin has 2 grants that they provide the clinics. One is the FCC grant for the free clinics. The other is a dental access grant. They amount to about $3.95 million annually, and it really helps the clinics, stabilizes them, lets them continue to provide services. We're getting overrun right now. The volume increases are 10, 15% a year. We're having a hard time keeping up with the medical, not only the dental, and we have 5 and 6 month waiting lists. So we'll be coming back asking for additional monies, and we thank you for what you've done or given already, and we hope that you'll consider some additional. Now let me just introduce one of the clinic directors to talk briefly about the clinic.
Hello everyone, Art Cerna, CEO of City on the Hill in Milwaukee. We're one of these clinics. We serve over 1,000 uninsured, underinsured Wisconsinites at our clinic in Milwaukee, the near west side of Milwaukee. Let me just tell you what one of our patients, Kirby, he's 62, walks every day to manage diabetes and worked 31 years before the plant closed. Is that time? Okay. Can I?
For the YMCA for over 23 years. I also chair the Milwaukee Child Care Alliance. I serve Milwaukee, Wauwatosa, Elm Grove, Brookfield, and the greater communities, specifically in child care, out of school time, and early childhood education. I lead operations in 6 locations, support 4K classrooms, and multiple day camps. In my career, I continue to see the struggle of child care in our families and in our industry grow. Specifically affordability to parents, staff recruitment retention, and the greater needs of mental health continue to be magnified each and every day. One of the parents in our Elmbrook School District shared this with me recently. It's simple. Without the YMCA before and after school care and 4K early learning education program, we'd have to hire a nanny or leave the workforce. Based on income, we'd have to leave the workforce. Yes, even in well-funded communities, this continues to be an issue, exacerbated even further in rural areas and urban areas. Rates continue to go up, and that limits our ability to meet the needs of these families. We are here today to speak on investment in the $480 million requested for childcare, including early childhood education and out of school time. Investing in staffing so we can work to meet the needs of the families. We are the workforce behind the workforce, and we will stall if we don't have an opportunity to make changes soon. Investing in mental health, I continue to see more students struggle as they enter school, and principals are seeing the same thing and are hearing the same thing. We're asking that you continue support of the 53206 initiative. The childcare industry is at a tipping point. Sustained funding needs to be permanently invested to stabilize this industry. This is violence prevention, community health, and economic growth for all. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Ari, and I want you all to imagine that you are in the 2nd grade, and suddenly your parents are taken away from you. What will you do the next day at school? Will you be sitting in your chair quietly, not able to focus? Will you be jumping on top of bookcases and throwing baskets everywhere? This is the story I'm going to tell. As a substitute teacher, I see children every day struggling after one or both parents are sent to prison. I believe every child deserves easy access to loving, stable caregivers. One of my students has a father who is addicted to drugs, and he was sent back to prison on a convictionless revocation. Her overwhelmed mother lost her job, then her housing, and eventually custody of her kids. My student had screaming fits in class. She wasn't ready to learn, and our understaffed school couldn't meet her deep need for love and belonging. Her pain affected the whole classroom. We shouldn't build more prisons that tear adults from their families and communities. We need programs that keep parents home, playing with their kids, helping with homework, and working the jobs that keep our society running and pay the rent. I ask you to keep prison construction out of the budget and instead invest in treatment alternatives and diversion programs. Please also accept the lines in the proposed budget which expand workforce training and substance use treatment for people with 48 months or less remaining on nonviolent sentences. I leave you with this thought. How can students learn when their classmate is yelling, climbing cabinets, and throwing baskets across the room? Our kids need their adults. You can help keep families together. Don't build more prisons. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you begin, we're going to call another group, please.
Julie Bleefnick, Kevin Carr, Donald Dell, D-I-E-H-L, Ann Becker, Isaiah Obi, Monica George, Eric Fanning, Monty Osterman Chair, Jessica Hughes, Von Colts with Port Washington, Saukville School District, also Stephanie Trigstead, Amy Erb, I believe it's J-I-R-O-V-E-C, Rita Westney, W-I-E-S-N-E-S-K-I, Thomas Strachey, S-T-A-W-I-E-K-I, Linda Shackelford, and Diana Rico. And that was at 8:35.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Barbie Jackson, the Vice President of the Moses Affiliate of Wisdom and a 58-year resident of Madison. Thank you kindly for this opportunity to speak with you today. Lamonte is one of 4 siblings I have mentored since 2008, when he was 5 years old. These children in need of protective services were fostered and then adopted after the termination of their parental rights. Lamonte and his siblings had individual education plans for speech and reading. 8 children with CHIPS findings lived together in their single-parent foster home. They suffered many traumas during their childhood. Despite these challenges, thanks to support he received at school, Lamonte eventually graduated at the height of the COVID pandemic. He was the sole recipient of a $10,000 Herb Cole grant and is now successfully pursuing a degree in finance at UW-Milwaukee and expects to graduate next year. This is just one success story of a young person who benefited from special education funding in our public schools, without which he would likely have failed to thrive in school and in life. The Wisconsin Policy Forum found that public school districts around the state held a record number of referenda in 2024 to fund public education. Voters approved 169 ballot questions, authorizing $4.4 billion in new funding for their schools, a direct tax on themselves. Increases in inflation have outpaced increases in Wisconsin's per pupil revenue limits, which restrict how much money districts can raise through property taxes and state aid. I'm requesting you to restore the state's 60% reimbursement and for special education and raise these revenue limits. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Bianca Hill, founder and brand ambassador for Ban the D Word, daycare. A brand designed for child care advocates, professionals, children, families, and everyone that supports the child care profession and acknowledges the important work that we do. I'm sharing with you the challenges that we are up against if there continues to be no dedicated line item in Wisconsin's state budget for ECE. As a full-time grandparent of 2 children under the age of 5 and a child care director, I urge you to support the budget request for $480 million to be put into the state's budget as an investment in early child care. As it stands, Wisconsin is one of only 4 states in the nation that does not directly invest in their early child care system. And I'm not referencing the federal funds that are matched through the CDBG grant. By establishing a dedicated ECE line item in the budget, we can ensure consistent and strategic investments in expanding access to affordable, high-quality childcare for all children, increasing wages and retention for childcare professionals, supporting working families and strengthening our workforce. The return on investment for high-quality early childcare, for high-quality education is undeniable. Studies have consistently shown that for every $1 invested in ECE, there is a return of $7 to $13 through better education. Through better education outcomes, reduced needs for social services, lower crime rate, and increased lifetime earnings. Investing early leads to long life benefits, and not only for children, but the society as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Don Deal, and I'm a U.S. Air Force Cold War veteran from Kenosha. Thank you for allowing me to speak to and advocate for a couple of budget proposals that will benefit veterans. First, briefly, I'd like to address the allocation of funds to the UW-Madison MIA Recovery and Identification Project. Honestly, this one is pretty much a no-brainer. The work that they do is amazing and has pretty much set the standard for these types of recovery efforts across our nation and across the world. And quite frankly, we owe it to these service members that paid the ultimate price and didn't return home for us to recover, identify, and return those remains to us and especially to their families. That leads me to veterans that have also paid a price for their service to our country. What does it mean to have a VA disability rating? It means that in the service to our country, to our freedom, they gave us a piece of their bodies, a piece of their minds. You only get a VA rating by having a provable service-connected disability, something that we live with every day of our lives. These affect all aspects of our lives, including our ability to afford housing, and for us and our families. We owe it to these veterans to help them in any and all ways that we can. By lowering the tax credit from 100% threshold to 70% threshold or lower, we will help them to buy a home, keep their home, and in a lot of cases, help them to move back to Wisconsin, as is the case with my son, an Afghan combat veteran.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ann Becker. I'm the Vice President at Penfield Children's Center, which is a leading provider of birth to 3 services in Wisconsin since 1974. I'm here to urge you to increase funding by $10 million in Wisconsin's early intervention program in the next state budget. Birth to 3 is a lifeline for families, providing early intervention services that help with developmental delays, building critical skills when their brains are most adaptable. Research consistently shows that early intervention leads to better long-term outcomes. We know this works. Wisconsin's data shows that over 60% of children receiving early intervention make substantial progress in key developmental areas. Right now, there are too many families waiting for services or going without due to flat funding. In Milwaukee County alone, the number of service providers delivering birth to 3 services has dropped 75% over the last decade due to the financial strain. Only 3 agencies in Milwaukee County remain that provide these critical services to the county's very youngest citizens. Investing in birth to 3 is both fiscally responsible and morally sound decision. I urge you to prioritize Wisconsin's youngest children by supporting the $10 million annual increase in general purpose revenue for birth to 3 starting in 2026. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Joint Financial Committee. I am Monica George. I currently reside in Madison, Senator Kelda Roy's District 26, and I'm a proud parent of 3 scholars attending One City schools. Parent engagement is central to our school's 2-generational model, and I'm proud to actively be involved in supporting our community. As a parent, I've served in various roles such as parent partner of our FAST program, parent council member, and a participant in the Parent Voice Advocacy Group. One City schools foster strong parent involvement by providing numerous opportunities for families to engage in their children's education. The school's extended 8-hour learning plays a vital role in offering individualized attention and structured environment where students can grow academically, socially, and emotionally. Our holistic approach, which addresses the whole child, has been instrumental to my child's progress and has created a transformative model of public education. This model not only supports academic achievement, but it also nurtures students' well-being, setting them up for a long-term success. When my eldest child joined One City schools, she faced significant struggles in math due to a learning disability. But she flourished, and she improved so much to she was in the 2nd grade level in math in the 6th grade and improved to the 8th grade math level. Thanks to the school's comprehensive support and extended learning day. More than just academics, One City has helped her grow emotionally and socially. She's developed a deep passion for special education and dreams of returning to One City as a teacher one day. Hearing her speak love and pride about her school for the first time was incredibly moving. It's a true reflection of the positive, transformative impact One City has made on her life. Their mission to seed a new model of public education as a demonstration school is working. That's why I'm here today, to thank the legislators for listening to us and providing an increase to pure pupil funding. And I ask that you continue to prioritize fair funding for all students and work to close the remaining funding gaps this upcoming session. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening and thank you. My name is Jessica Jacobs and I'm an advocate and a community organizer for Free Movement. I'm speaking on behalf of Julie Bleefnick, who is our operations coordinator for Free. I'm here to tell you about Shawnee Reed and Brittany Dosher, 2 women who lost their lives in Tita Correctional just a few weeks ago. They were young mothers in their 30s completing drug treatment at the prison due to being revoked. Instead, they left in caskets. Their deaths were preventable. They were the result of untreated respiratory illness and occurred weeks after symptoms were reported. Medical care is not free for incarcerated people. There is a $7.50 copay, one of the highest in the nation. Prison wages are between 5 and 45 cents an hour, so that $7.50 copay is equivalent to a $500 medical copay in the community. And in prison, the quality of care rarely includes an exam, only a brief conversation and the suggestion to drink more water. I know because I spent most of my 20s and half of my 30s incarcerated because of mental health and substance abuse issues, along with the truth in sentencing laws. I lived, and so haven't other women that have lived through this, and one of whom was denied proper care for a whole year before being diagnosed with terminal cancer and given 6 months to live. That's what her $7.50 got her. We could end copays in our prisons by expanding Medicaid to the incarcerated population or by adjusting the corrections budget to include the cost of copays. Or we could stop overcrowding our prisons with people who need treatment by expanding funding for treatment and diversion programs. This would save the lives of women like Brittany and Shawnee, whose short prison sentences needlessly became death sentences. I encourage you to address these issues in the budget so parents and children can stop burying their incarcerated loved ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Early morning, April 4, shot rings out in the Memphis sky. 57 years ago today, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. I'd like to ask if we could pause for a moment of silence in his honor. Thank you. Hello, I'm Eric Fanning of Wauwatosa, and I'd like to personally thank this committee for inching closer to Wisconsin's largest city and economic engine. Oak Creek, Waukesha, and now West Allis have recently been hosts. I hope that someday this committee might deem Milwaukee worthy. Honoring Dr. King's memory, I'm here to speak about something this committee can do using just a fraction of this budget to help improve the lives of Black Wisconsinites. According to numerous studies and the testimony of countless Black residents, Wisconsin receives a failing grade for protecting Black children, graduating its Black students, and providing health care, public transportation, and jobs for its Black residents. Especially disappointing is that Wisconsin's infant and maternal death rates among Black residents are approximately 3 times that of white infants and mothers. This is nothing new, yet I've seen very little from this legislative body indicating that you're concerned about this. The Speaker's refusal to bring up a bill to extend postpartum health coverage is just one example. So why is that? I see 2 possibilities. Either the majority party does not care what happens to Black people, or you don't understand their unique life experiences, challenges, and outcome. Given those 2 regrettable options, I desperately hope the latter is the answer. That said, I'm here with an opportunity to change this. Inspired by the Special Committee on State-Tribal Relations, I'm imploring this body to find the resources to create and fully fund a Special Committee on State and African American Resident Relations for the purpose of helping this legislature better understand and better serve its Black constituents. It should be led by Black community, business, and academic leaders from around the state and assigned to legislators from each party. I sincerely hope you consider this request, as I will continue to push for this until somebody in Madison takes me seriously. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll see you all at the protest tomorrow.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isaiah Obi. I currently reside in Senator Roy's district. I'm a proud parent of Zion, a K-5 scholar at One City Schools. Just want to take a second to say thank you all so much for being here. I'm exhausted, so I know y'all gotta be tired. So I just really appreciate you all listening. One City offers many qualities that I admire as a parent, particularly the strong student-teacher relationships and the extended 8-hour learning days. These values echo those championed by my grandmother, Representative Annette Polly Williams, who at the time of her retirement held the record for the longest serving woman and African American in the Wisconsin State Legislature. In 1989, she crossed party lines to advocate for education reforms that transformed access to high-quality education in Wisconsin, paving the way for schools like One City Public Schools to provide critical resources and academic support for our most underserved and vulnerable children. One City focuses on student outcomes by upholding high standards and offering EL project-based learning and literacy initiatives. When my son Zion started school, he struggled a lot with separation anxiety. For weeks, drop-offs were filled with tears as he pleaded for us to stay. But then, as my parents would say, One City didn't just show up, but they showed out. Every staff member embraced Zion with patience, kindness, and consistent communication. They never made him feel like a burden and often sent photos of him playing with his classmates, reassuring to his mom and I that he was safe. Each morning, staff greet Zion and his classmates by name, creating an environment full of high expectations and excitement for learning. This individualized care has helped him transform his learning experience from that of surviving to thriving. I can see my grandmother's legacy in action every single day, and I am so proud and honored to be able to say that. Her work has made it possible for Zion and every child at One City Public Schools to have this kind of support and high-quality education.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Klotz. This is Stephanie Trigstad, and we're from Port Washington Saukville School District. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for considering the needs of the Port Washington Saukville School District. We are here in support of Southeastern Wisconsin Schools Alliance request for 2 key proposals. First, an increase in special education funding to cover at least 60% reimbursement in years 1 and 2, with a long-term goal of reaching 90. And second, an increase in the revenue limit by $415, and in year 1 and in year 2, $430 to keep pace with inflation. These changes would provide school districts like PWSSD with more stable, flexible, and spending revenue. Special educational services require a significant transfer from our general fund, straining our overall budget. With over $800,000 in additional special ed funding, we would be able to reduce this transfer, freeing up resources for other critical needs, such as facility improvements and program enhancements. This increase would also contribute to a long-term financial stability, allowing us to better plan and invest in maintaining our facilities. This stability is especially important as we celebrate the passage of a referendum earlier this week, which allows us to build a new elementary school. In addition to the new elementary school, this week's referendum also asked voters for a $13.6 million for deferred maintenance. Increasing special education reimbursement will help us establish more. Thank you very much.
Your name? Oh. Ma'am? You guys didn't, you're not a group, so you still have 2 minutes if you want to talk. You'll be next. I'm gonna name off, they'll go be next, go, and then you, okay?
Thank you.
You bet. We have Claire Keoenig, Rick Schultz, Ted Craig, Elizabeth Sheehan, Maureen Cashin-Bolog, Aaron Nuris, I believe it's N-U-R-R-I-S, Anita Garrett, Rebecca Burda, B-U-R-D-A, Caitlin Burda, I think it is, B-U-R-D-A, Barry Brusket, I think it's B-R-U-C-E-T-Z, let's see, Kevin Schaefer. Looks like we have a group with WAFCC, Dennis S-K-R-O-J, I think it's O-W-L-E-X. Audra Mitchell. Maurice Wince, I think it's W-I-N-C-E. Mary Coretti, C-E-R-R-E-T-T-I. And Anna Schmurker, S-M-E-R-H-E-K. Milwaukee Succeeds. That was at 8:53.
All right, good afternoon.
Thank you, committee, and thank you to my representative, Greta Neubauer, for being here today. I am Monty Osterman, Wisconsin Land and Water Conservation Association Board Chair, the Wisconsin Director for the National Association of Conservation Districts, and the Racine County Land and Water Conservation Committee Chair also. Our county land and water conservation staff are the boots on the ground technical experts who help landowners and farmers achieve their resource management goals while meeting baseline conservation standards. Our state is nationally recognized as an innovative leader putting conservation practices on the ground so that our natural resources can be used in a responsible, common sense manner. I am here to ask committee members to provide the necessary $20.2 million in annual base funding to support county conservation departments through the DATCAP budget. This funding is statutory and is needed because county staff carry out many state agriculture and resource management programs to preserve farmland, reduce non-point pollution, limit the spread of invasive species, mitigate hazards, and many more mandated services. Base funding is important because conservation is a trust-based business, and only by building relationships with the landowners can county conservation staff meet their needs through customized programs, resources, and funding support. We thank you for your consideration today and for your support of county conservation in past budgets. Please build on that legacy. Support statutory obligation of $22.2 million in annual base funding, which is more important now than ever. Living with federal funding uncertainty puts conservation under threat. So there's more pressure on our state resources to provide the high level of service that our constituents deserve. We find ourselves in the 20th year of a funding deficit represented in this chart, which you have in your packets. You can see how woefully short for 20 years the funding has been. Thank you very much. Please support.
Good afternoon. Today I'm here to advocate for increased funding for the Birth to 3 program. My name is Amy Erbjerovic. I'm an occupational therapist with Penfield Children's Center and have been serving families in their homes through the Birth to 3 program throughout Milwaukee County for 15 years. I have seen firsthand how the Birth to 3 program impacts the lives of children and families across Wisconsin. The Birth to 3 program supports infants and toddlers who are diagnosed with or at risk for developmental delays and their families. We support parents and caregivers with building knowledge and confidence to support their children to meet their milestones and achieve their individualized family goals. But this is only one piece of what Birth to 3 providers do during their sessions with families. Birth to 3 providers identify and connect families with resources such as housing, employment, and mental health services to maintain the health and stability of the family as a whole. Birth to 3 is an essential service provided at some of the most critical years for infants and toddlers. Their experiences in the first 3 years of life are crucial for brain development, attachment, and social attunement that lay the foundation for future success. The demand for these services have continued to grow, but funding has not kept pace. We are asking that the state provide a $10 million annual increase in funding to the Birth to 3 program to support counties around Wisconsin to continue to provide high-quality services to families in need. Investing in the Birth to 3 program means investing in healthier, stronger families, because when our children thrive, our communities thrive. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Trigstad with Yvonne Platz from the Port Washington Saukville School District. I'm going to just finish off what Yvonne didn't get to finish. So the stability of the increased funding is especially important as we celebrate the passage of a referendum earlier this week, which allows us to build a new elementary school. In addition to the elementary school, this week's referendum also asked voters for $13.6 million in deferred maintenance. Increases in special education reimbursement will help us establish a more sustainable long-term maintenance plan with available spendable dollars, all while attracting and retaining high-quality staff. In summary, both the special education funding increase and the revenue limit increase would help us provide PWSSD with the financial flexibility needed to serve our students effectively, invest in necessary facilities, and maintain a high standard of education without over-relying on referendum funding. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Hughes, and I am here today representing Progressive Community Health Centers. Like most federally qualified health centers and lookalikes, Progressive exists to provide high-quality, affordable, and culturally competent health care to all, regardless of their ability to pay. Today, we suggest increasing funding for Community Health Center State Grant by $2.5 million per year and updating Section 250.15 to include funding for lookalike designees. We are also proposing a new appropriation for our 7 regional nonprofit area health education centers, also known as AHECs, $100,000 each, totaling $700,000 annually to support training our future healthcare professionals. Lastly, we recommend expanding matching funds eligibility under the State Health Professions Loan Assistance Program by including behavioral health and substance use disorder treatment professionals, as well as dental therapists. We also propose doubling the state commitment from $450,000 to $900,000 annually for that assistance program. These proposals are not just numbers. They represent a commitment to building a stronger, more resilient healthcare infrastructure that meets the evolving needs of our communities. I appreciate your attention and support as we work together toward a healthier future for all.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Rebecca Berta, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker here in Wisconsin. I work with individuals of all ages in person, as well as with Mantra Health, a digital mental health platform that provides virtual services as well as a 24/7 crisis line to students on the UW campuses. Suicide is tragically the second leading cause of death for college students. In 2024, 4 students at UW River Falls died by suicide within a 3-month period. And from 2000 to 2021, there was a 38% increase in suicide deaths, with Wisconsin experiencing 905 suicide deaths in 2021. A recent report highlighted that 70% of college students have struggled with mental health issues since starting college, yet only 37% sought campus mental health services available to them. These challenges not only jeopardize the well-being of our students, but also hinder their academic performance and retention, posing significant concerns for our educational institutions. Research shows that emotional stress and mental health issues are now the top reasons why students consider dropping out of college, indicating the mental health crisis also has serious implications for the future of Wisconsin's workforce. As a therapist with Mantra Health, I have the unique opportunity to provide therapy to college students on UW campuses. I have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of accessible mental health services. Our platform collaborates closely with campuses to bridge the gap between students and the support they urgently need. By offering services that extend beyond traditional hours, we meet students where they are, balancing coursework, jobs, and life's many responsibilities. The governor's budget recognized the gravity of Wisconsin's mental health crisis, proposing $11 million annual investment to enhance mental health access on college campuses. This funding is poised to not only improve access, but also bolster outcomes by enabling students to remain enrolled and succeed academically. The allocation aims to support vital on-the-ground programs, including the hiring of additional staff and the expansion of outreach initiatives. Furthermore, it supports continued partnerships with organizations like Mantra, ensuring that students can seamlessly connect with the care they need without navigating an often overwhelming.
Good afternoon. Thank you, co-chairs and members of Joint Finance. My name is Claire Koenig, and I represent Visit Milwaukee and the Milwaukee area's $6 billion tourism economy. I'm here to voice our strong support for the proposed budget for the Department of Tourism, as well as thanking all of you for all you've done for tourism so far. In 2023, tourism in Wisconsin generated $25 billion, supported over 178,000 jobs, and delivered $1.6 billion in state and local taxes. Tourism marketing is one of the state's smartest investments, driving measurable returns and benefiting communities statewide. Other states are outspending Wisconsin in our most important markets like Chicago and the Twin Cities, making this investment critical to maintaining our competitive edge. We have seen firsthand the benefits of collaborating with the state to promote these key markets. When we learned Travel Wisconsin was investing more in the Twin Cities, we did as well and are thrilled to say they're now one of Milwaukee's top origin markets. We are seeing the same effect in 2 Iowa markets, including Cedar Rapids, whose residents now outspend Chicago visitors in Milwaukee. Their dollars clearly make ours go farther. In addition to this, we hope you'll support the proposal to continue the Event Opportunity Fund, which will continue to allow groups like ours to bid on and host major events. And a $10 million film tax credit would attract productions that generate local spending, create jobs, and elevate Wisconsin's image nationwide. We have also seen this impact firsthand. Viewers of the Wisconsin season of Top Chef booked $1.6 million in hotels and flights alone to Milwaukee, surpassing the state's total collective investment in just 6 months since the show kicked off. That impact wouldn't have been possible for any of the communities featured in the show without the support of the state. The Department of Tourism is lean, disciplined, and data-driven, and their advertising works thanks to your support. Thank you again for all you do for our state and for hosting this hearing today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Sheehan, and I'm the Vice President of Operations at Community Smiles Dental, where I've worked for the last 8 years. Community Smiles Dental is a nonprofit organization. We are primarily a dental home for children that have Medicaid insurance. Today, we have 2 clinic locations in Waukesha County that serve patients from 14 counties in southeastern Wisconsin. In 2024, we served 4,400 individuals and over 12,000 appointments. Both of our clinics have wait lists of children and families who are waiting for an appointment to receive care at one of our clinics. Today, I'm here to draw your attention to a non-state agency request that Governor Evers included in the State Building Commission section of the budget. Number 88 is the YMCA of Metropolitan Milwaukee and Community Smiles Dental are seeking $6 million in support from the state to fund a wellness campus in Milwaukee. The wellness campus will house Community Smiles Dental's third clinic location and the YMCA umbrella hub arrangement. This campus will positively impact economic development and workforce growth, create access to dental care, improve education and access to early childhood education, serve all generations through teen and senior programs, and address health disparities through collaborative programming across partners in the building. The other budget-related item that I'm here to provide testimony in support of is increasing the general purpose revenue for grants to low-income dental clinics. With the future of Medicaid in question, Wisconsin's free and charitable clinics will be looking for funding elsewhere. Despite not knowing what the future of Medicaid is, Community Smiles Dental is trying to grow our organization to meet the ongoing dental needs of our communities that we serve. Thank you for your time today and your attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Respected members of the Joint Committee on Finance, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Caitlin Berta, and I'm a sophomore at Wilmot Union High School. As you all know, Medicaid is a resource for many individuals and families, including mine. Several of my friends rely on Medicaid for many things, including access to health care for their physical and mental health. My household uses Medicaid funding for our foster children for their medical care, mental health therapy, and autism supports. My grandma is the legal guardian for my 2 adult cousins that have autism, and their home also relies on Medicaid funding for their physical health, mental health, and IRIS supports. They use IRIS funding to support their day-to-day living. Through this funding, they have job coaches to help them work in the community, day programming, respite, etc., which give them opportunities to contribute and socialize. As a person who has experienced and witnessed the benefits of Medicaid funding for low-income families and individuals with disabilities, I urge you to maintain these important programs and not make cuts that would reduce the services available. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Anita Garrett. I am a grandparent of 5 and a parent with 3 children attending NPS schools. I am here today because my family, like many others, is struggling with food insecurity. The rising cost of groceries, electric, and rent has made it harder and harder to provide enough food for my kids. Breakfast and lunch at school are not just important, they are needed for my family. My children depend on these meals to stay focused and ready to learn. Without them, they struggle. If they miss the bus and don't get breakfast, I get a call from the school because they're acting out. And it's no surprise, how can a child sit in school all day and concentrate when they are hungry? Proper nutrition is crucial for learning, and without it, our kids are being set up for failure. I urge you to understand how personal and urgent this is. All kids matter. They are our future, and we need to be assured that they have the nutrition necessary to succeed. School meals help families like mine make it through tough times. Please protect and expand these programs so that no child has to go hungry. I urge this committee to approve that $147.7 million in FY for the 2026 to 2027 to ensure that, along with existing federal funds, Wisconsin schools will receive enough school meal funding to reimburse schools at the free meal reimbursement rate for each meal served, and that all kids matter. Protect our food banks also too, because we depend on the food banks, like I said before, with the hard times that are happening now. Me, myself, and the community and many others are depending on the food pantries to help us. We appreciate the SNAP. And the reason why I receive SNAP because I'm disabled. I'm disabled and I'm on a fixed income, and my son deceased, and that's how I got guardianship over my grandkids.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Before we begin, we're going to read off the next group, please.
Joe Sexauer, S-E-X-A-U-E-R. Joyce Mallory. Kyle Close. Yukanda Anderson. Shannon Fire, F-E-Y-F-E-I-A. Sadie Hoffman. John Bush, I think it's B-U-S-B. Beth Mortel, M-O-R-T-L, Katie Colden, Brooke Leeser, I think it's L-E-C-C-E-R, Erica Fowers, Chad Sampson, Kim Mitch, Ingrid Walker Henry, Sarah Hall, Andrew Golden, George Affett, A-F-F-E-L-D-T, Richard Sankrich, S-A-N-K-O-V, I think it's S-H, Christina Hoffman, Jason Belongi.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Mary Soretti, and I am testifying in my role as Advocacy Specialist on the Children and Youth Team for Disability Rights Wisconsin. DRW is a private nonprofit organization that protects the rights of people with disabilities across Wisconsin. Wisconsin was ahead of the country as a whole in promising public education to all our students, but now in 2025 we have fallen shockingly short when it comes to funding that promise for public education, leaving districts struggling to cover the difference and support their students. DRW is receiving more special education calls every year from increasingly desperate families with increasingly dire situations. When there's not enough money, class sizes go up, teachers are pulled in too many directions to address the needs, qualified teachers aren't willing to work in those conditions for the money, districts struggle to hire aides, and students with disabilities get undersupported, resented, blamed, and expelled in increasing numbers. Mental health support is another increasingly challenging element for our students and schools. Wisconsin's 2023 Youth Risk Behavior Survey reported negative trends in our schools in every category regarding mental health and suicide, as well as in whether students get the help that they need. Only 32.1% of the current year's disability-related school funding needs are covered by Wisconsin, leaving local levies to cover more than $1.25 billion statewide every year. That gap is a major force driving the record number of referendums. Let me say loud and clear, this is not the fault of our kids and their needs. This is an ongoing failure on the part of the state to meet the promise. Disability Rights Wisconsin believes that it would only be fair for the state to fund special education in public schools at 90%, which is the level to which we fund the special needs scholarships at private schools where the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act does not even apply. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hanging in there with us. My name is Yolanda Anderson. I'm a licensed social worker for the state of Wisconsin. I am a client services specialist for the Milwaukee Trial Office of the State Public Defender, and I stand to speak in favor of the governor's budget. As a part of the role of a CSS, this is to support the litigation team in finding and supporting mitigating information on behalf of our clients, providing a written or visual holistic representation of the people that we defend, and connecting our clients to supportive and/or rehabilitative services. To aid the efficient running of our criminal court system, it takes support staff, CSS, investigators, paralegals, and legal secretaries to undergird the litigation process. We do background work that our hardworking and also understaffed attorneys need to represent our clients well. The Public Defender Office has 39 offices that serve 72 counties of this state. We have requested 44 additional support staff to be allocated to offices where the need is greatest. For instance, we only have one CSS in a region that serves 7 counties. In another region, we have 10 counties that have 2 CSS. Some regions are only served by one investigator, and there are offices that don't have paralegals at all. Legal secretaries do the legwork of case logging and processing hours of a variety of kinds of discovery, but without enough of them, there is often a lag in what can be processed, which may lead to delays in the system overall. The work of all these positions to locate and analyze evidence, to provide trial support, and to handle background administrative tasks is essential to the due process that is afforded by our Constitution. We ask for an increase in this support, which can only work to help the system become more efficient. I'm speaking in support of the governor's budget, and I ask you to support that increase in the positions that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Markline, and thank you, Committee Clerk, for pronouncing my name right. My name is Joe Suxauer, and I represent public school educators with Racine Educators United. I'm also a proud parent of a Milwaukee's public school student. Racine and Milwaukee were forced to a referendum because of a systematic underfunding at the state level. Public education is the cornerstone of democracy and a strong economy, and now both are under attack. I suggest a 100% SPED reimbursement rate, not a 60%, not a 90%, but a 100% reimbursement rate. Why shortchange public school teachers to pick up the tab? There's two main problems with public education currently. Currently, the public education budget hasn't kept up with inflation in a generation, and Republicans and Governor Evers took the cap off of vouchers, which is unfunded and will cause cuts. Who can afford two duplicative education systems? It's irresponsible, fiscally, and unfunded. Racine Public Schools, despite these handicaps, have increased scores in math and English, and that needs to be built upon. Any budget that doesn't show sign of an increase in public education should be rejected and vetoed by the governor. This country faces a Sputnik moment, another Sputnik moment, both economically and technologically. China has surpassed us in PhDs in pure science research. Sputnik caused massive increases in all public education, K through 12 and university. This is needed for democracy, and this is also needed for our economy. Foundational disinvestment will continue to lose educators and will shake the bulwark of our very proud WRS, which is currently top 10 in the pension systems, and will hurt not only public educators, but firefighters, police, and legislators and others who will receive pennies on the dollar if you continue to disinvest in public education educators in the WRS system, who will then not be able to fully fund current police, fire, legislators, and educators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir?
Hello, my name is Kyle Clower, and I'm with Serve Wisconsin, which is the Wisconsin National Community Service Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the proposal in the executive budget to create a scholarship for AmeriCorps members attending college in Wisconsin following their service in our great state. Providing reading and math tutoring, helping students apply to and graduate from college, providing assistance to individuals in recovery from substance abuse, helping people access medical care and health programming, providing therapeutic recreation to individuals with disabilities and to veterans, assisting homeless and runaway youth, building homes for low-income families, removing invasive species and building trails for people to experience the beauty of nature in our state, helping nonprofits and local health departments boost their capacity to serve the public. These are just some of the things that AmeriCorps members do as part of their service here in Wisconsin. The service done by AmeriCorps members not only makes a tangible difference for people and communities across our state, but it also provides these members with the opportunity to grow and develop their skills in a variety of professional fields. This experience often comes in career areas for which Wisconsin is going to continue to need dedicated individuals. Education, medicine, construction. We've heard this from many people testifying today. Multiple states already recognize the value of having AmeriCorps members serve and attend schools in their states, and they encourage this by providing scholarships, tuition waivers, and other tuition adjustments, ranging from West Virginia to California, from Nebraska to Maryland to Arizona. Creating the proposed scholarship in this budget would similarly encourage and support these individuals as they continue their workforce development journey at colleges and technical schools here in Wisconsin. The scholarship could help increase the number of Wisconsinites who serve in AmeriCorps and then go to school here in the state, as well as attract more qualified people from out of state to come to Wisconsin to serve and then go to school. Providing this support will help them continue their professional journeys and lives here in our state, where they've created roots and connections during their service in higher education. Thank you for your consideration and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Andrew Golden. I am the managing partner of a nonprofit law firm called Central Wisconsin Community Law. I'm here today to speak in support of increasing the state public defender private bar rate by $25 per hour, specifically for the most serious types of cases, classes A, B, and C felonies. This provision would benefit law firms like mine, which are not-for-profit law firms that are committed to taking a large quantity of SPD cases. It would directly increase my firm's resources, which would in turn be reinvested into the private bar system. Now, Central Wisconsin Community Law is a 501c3 nonprofit law firm that litigates both adult and juvenile criminal cases. We're one of the only nonprofit law firms in the state doing criminal work. Our firm currently employs 8 attorneys, and we currently handle, on average, 1,500 to 2,000 public defender cases per year. The vast majority of our income is based on public defender appointments. We receive no grants and no external funding. We accept appointments in all case types, and we routinely both attend and train others at state public defender trainings. We are deeply committed to serving those in need, and we follow the mantra of the first state public defender and former dean of Marquette Law School, Howard Eisenberg, who said, "Do well by doing good." An increase in the private bar rate for most serious cases from $100 to $125 an hour would be invaluable in expanding our services to the indigent. We currently operate offices in 2 locations, and increased resources would allow us to expand to other parts of the state to address shortfalls in so-called legal representation deserts. Further, additional resources would let my firm invest in training and other assets that would allow my staff to practice more efficiently and take more complex cases. Finally, this increase would allow us to help recruit and train more attorneys to take these cases, which will reduce the backlog of unrepresented cases across the state. For these reasons, an increase in the private bar rate will help my firm help more indigent clients, and I ask that you support this increase. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Joyce Mallory. I'm here on behalf of Heroes for Healthcare to ask you to invest in the Wisconsin Military Medical Personnel Program, which you passed in 2022. The program was not, didn't include funding. Heroes has been able to patch together some funding to get the program off the ground. The program, if you don't recall, waived license requirements for Army medics, Navy and Coast Guard corpsmen, and medical technicians from the Air Force. We've been lucky enough to be able to recruit from Naval Base Great Lakes, and we currently have about 6 corpsmen working in in hospitals here in southwest Wisconsin area. They work as LPN techs, and they get paid an average of $25 to $30 an hour. They are all enrolled in school pursuing nursing degrees. It was designed to help address some of the workforce shortages. We're asking you to make an investment in this innovative pathway. Wisconsin is the 2nd state in the country to have this program. The other one is in Virginia. We've been able to recruit. We've been in the Midwest. We asked you to support this at $300,000 over the 2-year biennial period. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Shanna Seifert, and I'm the Director of Birth to 3 and Therapy Services at Penfield Children's Center. I'm here today to request an increase in state funding to the Birth to 3 program. I bring a unique perspective to this conversation as a former provider, a parent, and now a program leader. I began my career as an early interventionist in Birth to 3, supporting families during some of their most challenging and vulnerable times. To earn a family's trust and to walk alongside them on their journey is truly a privilege. My understanding of the impact of this program has deepened in a profoundly personal way when my middle child was born. At 10 months old, my son began receiving therapy services, and suddenly my professional world became very personal. I experienced the warm, steady support that Birth to 3 wraps around families. Because of those critical services, I was prepared to advocate for my son as he transitioned to school, and more importantly, he was prepared. Today, he's an inquisitive 6th grader, thriving in ways I once hoped for, but never took for granted. But now, as a program leader, it's disheartening to witness the mounting challenges in our system. During my time in the field, Milwaukee County has lost 75% of its provider network, and the remaining agencies are struggling to meet the needs of the community. It's becoming harder to fill open positions, and the shrinking workforce is pushing our incredibly dedicated staff to their limits. Birth to 3 is one of the most effective high-return investments our state can make, but it only works when there are people in place to deliver it and when our families can access it without delay. This program has shaped my career and supported my family. I know what it means to families across Wisconsin, and I know what's at stake if we fail to act. And for those reasons, I urge you to support a $10 million annual increase in general purpose revenue for the Birth to 3 program starting in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Markline and colleagues. Thanks for spending so much time listening to us today. My name is Rick Sankovitz. I'm a retired circuit court judge. I was appointed by Governor Thompson and served for 22 years. Every year in Wisconsin, 500,000 households face a serious legal problem and cannot afford a lawyer. Veterans, the elderly, victims of domestic violence, families in rural areas that are described as a legal desert. The legislature should put funding in this year's budget to address these serious needs, and here's 4 good reasons. First of all, the problem is giant, as that statistic, 500,000 households, demonstrates. Secondly, this investment that the legislature makes will pay dividends. You heard from other speakers who talked about the $8 return on every dollar we spend on legal assistance. How's that possible? One way is this. Legal service organizations in the state help Wisconsin residents secure federal benefits, veterans benefits, health benefits, and other benefits that otherwise would go back to the Treasury if it wasn't for that legal help. That money comes back to Wisconsin. Third, we are falling behind our neighbors. If you live in the Driftless area, if you live in the North Woods, if you live in Indian Head, you can just look across the border and see that if you have a legal problem and can't afford a lawyer, the state will help you find one and fund that assistance. But not here. Those states spend millions in GPR funding on legal assistance, but Wisconsin spends 0. Even deep red states like Texas spend millions on legal assistance, and we spend none. Finally, your partners are doing their share. The state Supreme Court recently doubled the mandatory fee that lawyers pay to support civil legal assistance. It will become the highest fee in the nation. But the court and lawyers cannot do it by themselves. They need the legislature's help, and we ask for that help today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ingrid Walker Henry, and I'm here representing the 5,700 public education workers in Milwaukee Public Schools. In the recent election for superintendent of public schools, the private, unaccountable charter and voucher lobby joined the Republican Party of Wisconsin to spend millions of dollars trying to elect a former private voucher lobbyist over an incumbent who has unapologetically stood up for Wisconsin's public schools. They went all in on school choice, that message, and Wisconsin instead elected the pro-public schools candidate. The voters of Wisconsin made 2 things clear this week, things that the Joint Finance Committee should hear and honor. The first, you must close the special education funding gap between private voucher schools and public schools. Private, unaccountable voucher schools receive 90% reimbursement for their special education costs. Transparent, accountable public schools that accept all children are reimbursed at about 30%. Someone has to answer the question, why is this okay? Superintendent Underly ran on matching the minimum 90% reimbursement that private schools receive. The governor's budget only asks for 60%. This committee should start with the initial commitment to pass the governor's 60% proposal and increase this to 90% in the next budget. You must listen to the voters and fund our public schools. There were 89 referendums on the ballot on Tuesday. This trend has continued ballooning for years. This trend will only continue if the legislature, if Wisconsin keeps failing to fund public education. Our students and our schools cannot continue to operate on referendum after referendum just to keep the lights on. We deserve better.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brooke Legler, and I am here on behalf of Wisconsin Early Childhood Action Needed. So I am here today under no illusion that this body, this committee, will actually do anything. I know from the last budget cycle, childcare was a #2 issue, and this committee chose to do nothing. Well, I shouldn't say nothing. You proposed about 6 junk bills, and I'm looking at you, Heard, when I say that, because having 16-year-olds run a classroom is not okay. Adding more children to a teacher that's making $13 is not okay. That reduces safety and quality. We are in a child care crisis, and Wisconsin spends $0 in the state line budget, nothing. Instead, you put your money towards our correction systems to a tune of $3 billion. So instead of supporting our youngest, most vulnerable populations, you prefer to put money in punishing those children when they grow up. And incidentally, children are the largest demographic in Wisconsin living in poverty. And that is absolutely a choice that this panel has made, to keep children in poverty, to have children with food scared. So to put it bluntly, I find the majority on this panel to be piss poor morally. Republicans, you want to follow Voss, the guy who refused to vote on the postpartum Medicaid, take the expansion, or you support a president that literally has told you he will assault women. Your choices are an assault on women and children.
Hello, my name is Jason Belaungy. And I'm the Executive Director of Access to Independence. Access to Independence is the independent living center that serves all of Columbia, Dane, Dodge, and Greene counties, and includes cities, villages, and townships within Representative Bourne's Assembly District and Senator Mark Klein's and Roy's Senate districts. I'm also a constituent for Senator Mark Klein's district. I'm here today to express support for a budget amendment for the next biennial state budget that would provide a much-needed funding increase for Wisconsin's 8 independent living centers, also known as ILCs. The Independent Living Network in Wisconsin is a tremendous resource for all people with disabilities and of all ages. Through testimony provided today, and that you will hear at other budget hearings around the state, the value of all 8 centers as the only disability-led organizations that cover the entire state of Wisconsin should be clear. What makes us disability-led is that no less than 51% of all staff and our boards of directors are people with disabilities. In fact, I myself am a person with ADHD. The array of quality services from the ILCs are consistently provided across all of Wisconsin's 72 counties. The 8 ILCs collectively served over 26,000 people last year through services such as information and resources, skills training, peer support, housing assistance, assistive technology, accessibility consultation, and much more. Of those 26,000 individuals, independent living centers also assisted over 900 people with getting out or staying out of costly institutions and hospitals. Those efforts led to a savings for Medicaid of just over $27 million. The state of Wisconsin has not increased funding for the 8 ILCs since 1999. Demands for services have increased, as have costs. A budget amendment that increases state funding by only $2.6 million annually will get all 8 ILCs up to a funding level needed to better serve their communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Lisa Kingery, and I'm a public health dietitian and CEO of Food Right, a nonprofit that promotes lifelong health for kids by transforming how they eat and connect with food through fun, hands-on culinary nutrition education in the classroom. For more than 10 years, my staff and I have been teaching Milwaukee Public School kids how to cook in the classroom. One thing is clear, kids are hungry for real food. Whether we make Tex-Mex veggie fajitas or Japanese okonomiyaki, my students eat every bite because scratch-cooked meals made with fresh, wholesome ingredients taste good. But too often the meals that we cook in class are the best quality foods that they'll get all day, maybe even all week, and that includes their cafeteria at school. Every child in Wisconsin should have access to fresh, healthy, delicious foods served in the school cafeteria, because a well-fed child is a happy child, is a healthy child, is a child able to learn, able to thrive. Yet Wisconsin's school meal reimbursement rate is failing our kids. The state is supposed to provide 15 cents per meal, But in 2024, schools received an average of only 12 cents per meal. That's not enough. Without proper funding, schools struggle to offer scratch-cooked whole food meals, and kids end up with lower quality options. I urge this committee to provide $147.7 million in the budget to ensure that that schools are reimbursed at the free meal reimbursement rate for each meal served. And I challenge you to go one step further. Link the increased reimbursement to purchasing Wisconsin-grown foods. So we're not just feeding kids well, but we're also supporting our local farmers and economy. Other states have done this successfully. Wisconsin can do it too. Investing in school meals means investing not only in our children's health and education, but also in our farmers and local economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just hold me up there. We're going to read so thank you for your patience. It was so close.
I thought I was the last one.
Ryder, Sue Allen Grapp, I think it's G-R-A-U-P, Chris Gallagher, Kelly Santee, I think it's Nicole Fenwick, Chris Goshwitter, G-U-T-S-C-H-E-N-R-I-T-T-E-R, Thomas Mueller, Jacqueline Boylan, Paul Greener, Lisa Kinger, Sherry, I think it's C-O-Y-K-E-N-D-A-L-L, Amy Vassy, Brett Cleveland, Mike Ridgman, Darcy Warner, Valerie Macmillan, Pastor Don Rogers, Jenna Hollingsworth, Dan Schultz, Jeff Laval, Jonathan R-U-P-P-R-E-C-H-T, John Raymond, Sarah Dalen, D-A-L-E, I think it's N-D-E-N, Peter Wilson, Jason Tadlock, Emily Tyner, T-Y-N-E-R, Kat Calls, K-L-A-W-E-S, Brittany Lee, Carol Fields, Crystal Keller, Latoya Woods, Ellen Kamitsky, Asia Wintworth, W-H-I-T-H-W-I-S-T, Katie Dillon, John Skadbeck, S-K-A-L-B-E-C-K, Rachel Schuster, S-C-H-L-U-E-T-E-R, Susan Kavley, C-O-N-V-E-L-Y, Marge Kitchens, Kim Anderson, Matt Stroutmatter, I think it's S-T-R-O-T-T-M-A-T-E-R, S. Yankton, Y-E-L-T-O-N, Dr. Joel Gravel, Ian Hughes, Isaiah Gersh, Megan Volkening, V-O-L-K-E-N-I-N-G, Renee Becker-Blon, Adam Hurst, John Tooley, I think it's O-H-Y. Maxwell Roy. John Skalbeck. Brian Lewis. Michelle Brodus, B-R-O-A-D-D-U-S. Femi, A-K-I-N-M-O-L-A-D-U-N. Marie Robson. Dee Dee Williams. Jessica Mallory, M-O-L-O-N-E-Y. Denise, I think it's J-A-N-O-Z-Y. Margie Lowe. Good.
All righty. Thank you. Are you well rested?
I want to thank you and the entire joint committee for your patience. In June of 1968, I graduated from the University in Madison, and on the same day was commissioned an ensign in the U.S. Naval Reserve. My time in the Navy brought me in much greater contact than I'd ever had before with people from all 50 states. What I learned was that Wisconsin had some wonderful assets, particularly our education system and our environment. And I want to second all of the people who have talked about the needs in K-12 to change the funding formula, to account for inflation, and especially for special ed. I also care about the University of Wisconsin. My undergraduate was at Madison, my master's was at Eau Claire. What I worry about in particular, because they take so long and cost so much money, is the buildings and the changes there. And any of you who serve on the State Building Commission can be a big help there. The environment, for me, goes back to 1910 when my Affeld grandparents honeymooned in the North Woods. And we've had family ties up there for well over a century now. I hope that you will fully authorize and fund the Knowles-Nelson Program for Public Lands. I also give tours at 10 Chimneys, the historic home of Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, and we need more arts funding. Perhaps the sales tax, which comes from concerts and theater tickets, could go to the Arts Board as it once did. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name was called. I'm Joyce Boyland, and I'll begin by ad-libbing a little. Do you know why people have abortions? It's because it's too hard to make ends meet, and people don't know what will happen if their unborn baby has a disability. I, myself, am a proud product of public schools who is happy to pay taxes, and I'm also a proud choice and charter parent whose kids learned independence by busing and biking to school. I'm a proud aunt of a nephew who's high-functioning because of the special ed professionals in all his schools. And I'm a proud neighbor of Milwaukee's own R1 Research University and a teacher of first-gen college students who flourish and contribute to Wisconsin far more than the paltry undergraduate research funds that the state has invested in them. I was a colleague of a free market businessman from Hillsdale who took the bus to work every day because it just made sense. I'm a devoted visitor of my aging cousin, whom it would be much easier to visit with a regional transit authority and better passenger rail. I'm a frankly desperate friend of a churchmate who moved into my house due to early dementia and who would otherwise be homeless, who now needs to enroll in Medicaid and family care because we can no longer meet his needs. I'm a forlorn friend of young professionals who left Wisconsin because they saw Wisconsin prioritizing tax refunds over transit funding. I'm here on behalf of my friends, my students, my cousin, my children, who all for good reasons don't drive. Full funding for transit and trails is what allowed my kids to learn independence, my kids, students to afford college, my church trying to live in the community, not institutionalized as long as he has. Evidence shows that every dollar invested in public transportation pays for itself 5 times over. I don't vote along party lines, and neither should you. Please save Wisconsinites some money by restoring full funding for general transportation aids, especially transit aids, as an investment in Wisconsin that will pay for itself many times over. I don't want a tax refund. I want a state worth living in, where budget savings going to tax refunds don't pressure people into abortions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity and your wherewithal today to everybody up there. My name is Chris Gitchenritter. I am the Director of Land Conservation Law Program at Gathering Waters. I am also, my children represent the 5th generation of our family farm in Waukesha County. Already said thank you, got that. The Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program has been instrumental in enhancing public access to Wisconsin's natural spaces, fostering recreational opportunities, and promoting mental well-being among our residents. 99% of Wisconsinites live within 5 miles of a Knowles Nelson funded project, ensuring that nearly every citizen has access to parks, trails, public hunting, and waterways that support physical and mental health. Polling confirms that 80% of Wisconsin's residents support a fully funded Knowles Nelson program, and that includes 80% of self-identified MAGA and MAHA voters. The economic impact of these investments is undeniable. In 2024, outdoor recreation contributed $11.2 billion to Wisconsin's economy, marking a 9.4% increase from the previous years and surpassing the national growth rate. The surge in outdoor activities during COVID-19 pandemic underscored the essential role of these spaces in maintaining public health and community well-being. Furthermore, the Purchase of Agricultural Conservation Easement Program, PACE program, a $15 million line item in the governor's budget. Wisconsin's agricultural landscape is undergoing significant challenges. As of January 24, the state has 5,348 dairy farms, down from 16,886 in 2002. One of the most vulnerable moments in a farm's viability is during succession from one generation to the next. My own family nearly lost our 4th generation farm during that succession. I ask you to fund that PACE program to help families like mine. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Jen Hollingsworth, and I work for Hebron Housing Services. We're located in the city of Waukesha and service primarily Waukesha County. Hebron provides emergency shelter, resources, and support to men, women, and families with children experiencing homelessness. In addition to our emergency shelters, Hebron has several housing programs that connect the most vulnerable in our community to services and rent assistance. Hebron is also one of 4 agencies in the state of Wisconsin to provide financial support to those experiencing homelessness and have a substance use disorder, specifically opioid use disorder, and we provide financial assistance with their sober living expense. Today I'm here to advocate for continued funding to support those in our community who experience homelessness. I believe we can all agree no one likes to see people living on the streets. When the community sees homeless individuals in their areas, it can ignite different emotions, but the most concerning are fear and anger. They feel fear because they are concerned for their and their family's safety. They question, who is this person? Where did they come from, and are they dangerous? Anger because they do not want to have to deal or see with an unsightly person or persons. This community also bogs down other valuable resources like law enforcement to manage problems that are not actually criminal in nature. With affordable housing becoming increasingly more difficult to attain, programs supported by the Homeless Prevention, the State Shelter Subsidy Grant, and housing assistance are vital, necessary, and worthy of more funding. The monies allocated to these programs saves lives. I've been working as a case manager for 14 plus years and can attest programs like Hebron's work. I personally have been able to see the results of communities and homeless service providers working together to support individuals when they are at their lowest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, co-chairs, members of the committee. Appreciate your stamina with us here today. My name is Brett Cleveland. I'm the Mission Advancement Executive for the Door County YMCA. I'm here on behalf of all children, families, and employers, both in my community and across the state of Wisconsin. who rely on stable, affordable, and accessible out-of-school time programs to keep our community strong and our economy thriving. I'd like to share an individual story from our community that really illustrates the importance of these programs and why we support the governor's budget proposal. This past summer, we welcomed a young girl who had just been placed with her grandparents by Child Protective Services. The grandparents knew that she was in need of some connection with her peers, but weren't sure that they could afford camp. Thanks to out-of-school time funding, we provided a scholarship to this individual that made it possible. That same funding allows us to hire and retain high-quality staff, ensuring that she had the support she needed throughout the summer. By the end of the summer, her transformation was undeniable. She found connection, stability, and hope at the Y. Her grandparents told us that going to summer camp was even more impactful than the therapy that she had also been going through. In Door County, the Y is a critical part of the child care system. Every school day, we serve about 100 children, and throughout the state, that's about 43,000 children that the YMCA's serve through before and after school programs and early childhood education. These programs aren't just convenient, they're vital. They support a child's development and give working parents the ability to stay in the workforce, helping local businesses and our economy grow. Yet despite their importance, out-of-school time programs are under immense pressure. I urge you all to consider the governor's proposal and support funding out-of-school time initiatives. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Darcy Warren. I'm a mom, wife, small business owner, and volunteer for the Wisconsin Public Health Association. I've worked in public health over 20 years. I'm here to urge you to increase local public health funding by at least $50 million annually. Every dollar invested in prevention saves $4 in later costs, an incredible return. But Wisconsin ranks among the lowest in the nation for public health funding, spending half of what Illinois, Michigan, and Iowa allocate per person and only a quarter of what Minnesota invests. Here's just one example of our dire need: excessive alcohol consumption, increasing incidents of domestic violence, suicide attempts, and car accidents. I started my consulting firm to support community health coalitions, but also to provide me flexibility to focus on my family and my personal health. You see, my ACEs score is 6, which means I experienced significant childhood trauma. People with ACEs scores of 4 or more face increased risks for depression, suicide, heart disease, and addiction. As a mom, I needed to heal to break the cycle of family dysfunction. Now I live in Whitefish Bay, where our neighbors' wealth provides our children with excellent schools, very safe neighborhoods, but just 2 miles away is the zip code 53206, where families face joblessness, poverty, and the highest incarceration rate in the country. Wisconsin has the widest racial achievement gap in the nation in reading and math, and Black babies are 3 times more likely to die in their first year than white babies. Now, as a mom who experienced 6 ACEs and a longtime public health professional, I know these disparities aren't personal or family problems. They're systemic failures requiring government action. You have the power to make a difference. Please increase flexible local public health funding by at least $50 million a year. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, I'm Jeff Lavelle from ZerLK Water Solutions. ZerLK is headquartered here in Milwaukee. And I'm here today to talk about providing clean, safe drinking water to kids in our schools throughout the state. I'm here to talk about the health crisis that is facing our students with respect to the problem of lead in drinking water and the detrimental effects that lead has on children. And I'm here to talk about the opportunity that the state of Wisconsin has to lead the nation in solving this problem and providing clean, safe drinking water to kids throughout the state. And we can do that by allocating $37 million towards point-of-use filtration in schools throughout the state. It is worth noting that there are 2 proposed pieces of legislation that have been introduced, House Bill 129 and Senate Bill 104, that provide point-of-use filtration in schools. And so when we talk about lead, we know that it has detrimental impacts on children, lower IQs, behavioral problems, learning disabilities, including ADHD, among other things.
And when we talk about lead remediation, a lot of the effort focuses on lead line replacements. But what we know about that is it's very expensive, it's very time consuming. We're talking decades to complete, and it's not as effective as point of use filtration. So I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, why would we want to unnecessarily expose an entire generation of children to lead in their drinking water when there is a known, effective, cost-efficient, and immediate solution available today? And therefore, I'm asking the state to allocate $37 million towards point-of-use filtration to solve this problem and to provide clean, safe drinking water for kids throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for your attention. My name is Dr. Ellen Comiskey. I have lived and worked in Waukesha. I've practiced medicine there for 27 years. I've seen thousands of patients over the years whose health, both physical and mental, would be improved by increased physical activity. Movement is medicine. It's vital for citizens to have safe and accessible places to ride a bicycle or take a walk in nature. It's important that we enable young people to build healthy habits from a young age. Kids and adults need safe environments and roads on which to ride. In addition to health benefits, there are also economic benefits of supporting improved bicycle and other outdoor recreation. My husband and I are active cyclists and hikers. We encounter fellow cyclists and hikers throughout this state who have come to our state. They spend money in communities throughout the state. Investments in natural areas, parks, and bicycling infrastructure benefits the citizens of our state in several ways, and thus, for the benefit of the citizens and the economy of our state, I respectfully ask that the 2025-2027 biennial budget do three things. Include the suggested $60 million over the biennium for traffic calming grants to improve road safety. Number two, reauthorize the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund to provide funding for parks and trails and conserved areas across the state. And thirdly, use all available federal transportation alternatives or TAP funding, as it is the largest dedicated source of federal funds for trails, walking, and biking. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. My name is Valerie McMillan, and it's my privilege to serve as the Executive Director of Nourish MKE, a network of 4 food pantries in the city of Milwaukee. Last year, we had nearly 60,000 site visits where our neighbors are allowed to shop for free, nutritious groceries. Food is a human right, and we work tirelessly to feed as many people in our community as possible, and the need for our services has grown exponentially in this decade. Our food centers do so much more than provide free groceries. They are spaces for us to build communities that thrive. Each year, we receive around 1 million pounds of food from our local food banks, Hunger Task Force and Feeding America. These incredible organizations are currently under threat of losing critical resources due to cruel and inhumane federal cuts that will cost the lives of our friends and neighbors. We know that when basic needs are not met in our communities, they cannot thrive. The food we receive is not just about satiating hunger. Food is a powerful tool we use to forge relationships with our neighbors that are built on trust. One thing we have learned in our work is that poverty is not the absence of stuff, but the absence of hope. Leveraging food to build community brings hope into people's lives and offers them a seat at the table to work with their neighbors and build a future we all want to live in, where everyone has enough. When I was a child, my mother worked 3 jobs, so growing up in poverty, my most important meal was my free school lunch. Having nothing for breakfast, I remember sitting in class watching the seconds tick away until I could quiet my growling stomach and mind. My mom was too proud to go on food stamps, but she wasn't too proud to shop at a food pantry. At the food pantry, we could volunteer and work for the food we took home. In our food centers today, we offer opportunities for our guests to volunteer and help our work. In fact, about 30% of the 1,400 volunteers who served with us last year were the neighbors who were shopping for groceries in the food centers. This is not an accident. It's how we build dignity and respect in the communities we create together.
I implore you to support funding for food purchasing and distribution grants to support Wisconsin farmers and food banks that we rely on to do the work of building resilient and thriving communities. Thank you.
Hello. Do you know what keeps me up at night? It's knowing that baby Z here, at 3 months old, was separated from his mother last month because she was incarcerated, despite that direct violation of Wisconsin state law. My name is Crystal Keller, and I'm here today as a formerly incarcerated person, a former state employee, someone who was pardoned by the governor a few years ago, and now someone who works for a nonprofit in reentry services helping individuals that are coming home from incarceration. Wisconsin law statute 301.049 has been clear since 1991. Eligible incarcerated mothers and their babies must stay housed together until the child turns 1. It's called the Mother Young Child Care Program. But for over 30 years, the Department of Corrections has not once ever offered this program to an incarcerated woman. Because of that, last year, the ACLU of Wisconsin sued the DOC in Dane County. And just February of this year, the Dane County Court agreed that DOC needs to offer this program immediately. So I ask, if the law says mothers and babies should stay together, why are they still being torn apart? In the budget proposal, it suggested that the John Burke Correctional Center in Waupun be converted to a female institution, adding 300 beds for females. I see no other reference to female facilities in the budget proposal for 2025 to 2027. Is this where DOC will house women with their babies to comply with state law? I hope the committee funds the updates needed to bring the DOC into full compliance. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Kuykendall, and I am the Clerk of Circuit Court for Washington County, and I'm here to ask for your support in supporting the local courts. Currently, the total cost for Wisconsin counties to run all circuit courts is $237 million. At the same time, court support funding from the state to the counties is $28 million. 12% of the actual cost to run the local courts. The circuit court system is intended to be a state-county partnership. The state's fiscal responsibility includes judges, court reporters, CCAP equipment, and the circuit court cost appropriation. The county is fiscally responsible for a majority of all the other court costs, included but limited to bailiffs, court security, courthouse building and maintenance, phones, utilities, clerk of courts, register and probate, salaries, staff, benefits, and so forth. Over the last 10 years, the increase of the county's portion to run the courts has nearly 6 times higher than the increase of the circuit court appropriations. Provided to cover the cost of the county now pays more than $150 million more than the state in this unbalanced court system. I am asking that this committee support the local courts by funding $70 million to help offset the cost and bring this more to a partnership than a burden on the local counties. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Jonathan Ruprecht. I represent the growing opposition to an unbelievable proposal from the DOT to eliminate the Stadium Freeway in Milwaukee and replace it with city streets. You're not from Milwaukee, all of you. The Stadium Freeway is the only midtown connection between the north side and the south side, and it's used by thousands of people daily. They have justified this supposedly by 2 things. They would reconnect neighborhoods, which is just not the case, never was, never could be. And they say, well, the freeway's getting old, so you gotta, in their case, tear it down and replace it with a city street. It makes no sense. It would seem it's their job to maintain it and fix it. I've talked to the people on the DOT, I've talked to both project managers, and that's all they come up with. They hold neighborhood meetings, and they present very impressive diagrams and charts and maps, and everybody says, wow, but then I'm there and I hand the people my handout explaining these problems, and they all come to me, thank you, please represent us, that's why I'm here. They are requesting $20 million in your budget for studies, environmental studies, which of course are not necessary if you're not going to do it, and it shouldn't be done. It would just increase, it would add six to 8 traffic signals between North Avenue and the stadium, which is now a freeway, and they would have to fill in the big trench there with tons of dirt to take forever. So I just ask you, please, to stop this before it starts. Please do not fund their request for studies, much less let it get stopped before it gets started. I've left all the information, details, and my contact information in the packet for all of you out there. I'm told it'll be given to you. I'll be happy to answer further questions, but this would be a kind of an insult to the drivers, hurting traffic flow instead of helping it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for staying past 5 o'clock so I could speak. So, my name is Kim Anderson. I'm a licensed social worker, and I care deeply about our Wisconsin children. And I'm here today to advocate for Governor Evers' Healthy Meals, Healthy Kids program, specifically the inclusion of supplemental nutrition aid within the state budget proposal of about $147 million. This aid is critical to ensure that all students receive breakfast and lunch at no cost. As Governor Evers stated in his 2025 State of the State address, he said when children are in school, they should be focused on learning and not their growling stomachs. We have a fundamental responsibility to equip them for success by guaranteeing their nutritional needs are met. Children cannot achieve their full potential in the classroom when they are experiencing food insecurity. Providing them with adequate nourishment at school is an investment in the future leaders of our state. Extensive research demonstrates a direct correlation between student nutrition and academic performance. When students are not hungry, we've been observed a decrease in behavioral issues and an enhancement in learning and academic achievement. Furthermore, universal free meals mitigate childhood hunger and food insecurity, eliminate the stigma associated with school meals, and eradicate the practice of lunch shaming. This policy also alleviates lunch debt for families and streamlines meal service, which allows students more time to eat and promotes healthier eating habits, as the meals are designed to meet rigorous nutritional standards. The statistics are alarming. The CDC's 2023 Youth Risk Behavior Survey revealed that 1 in 4 Wisconsin students experience hunger. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joe Gravel. I'm a practicing family physician and chair of the Department of Family and Community Medicine at the Medical College of Wisconsin. I'm here to speak on behalf of MCW regarding the need for increased funding for our family medicine residency programs. I'd like to start first by thanking all of you for your strong support of our family medicine residency programs. The support from the state allows us to do much more across the whole state of Wisconsin than we would otherwise be able to do. However, Wisconsin continues to face a severe shortage of primary care physicians, particularly in rural areas, and our residency programs work to train physicians to meet that need. We train over 100 resident physicians, approximately 35 a year, at 6 different locations in southeast and northeast Wisconsin. Within the city of Milwaukee, we operate the Northside Family Medicine Residency Program, which is located at Outreach Community Health Center, and the Southside Residency, which is located at Forest Home Health Center. We also have programs in Appleton, Green Bay, and Menominee Falls. So increased investments will allow for the following 4 things. 1, residency rotations in northwest Wisconsin. Closure of the hospital in Eau Claire has left a significant void in the northwest part of the state. We propose reestablishing residency rotations in this area to ensure medical expertise is distributed evenly across the state. 2, training in addiction medicine. We propose providing training for primary care addiction medicine clinicians to address severe substance use disorder crisis comprehensively. 3 is integrating mental health care in primary care. We propose to provide advanced psychiatric care and behavioral health integration into primary care, addressing the critical mental health needs of our state. And 4 is to stabilize our existing programs. Additional funds will ensure continuing training in our outpatient settings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for the extra time to give all of us a chance tonight. My name is Matt Sturtmatter. I'm Sheboygan County's Health and Human Services Director, and I'm also the president of the Wisconsin County Human Service Association. So thank you for the opportunity to talk today, and please know that the previous investments you've made in county-run human services have led to many positive outcomes for Wisconsin residents. I have 3 requests to briefly touch on. The first is to increase state human service aids annually. Despite rising need and cost, there's been little or no growth of the core state aids that we receive to do the services we're mandated to provide. For example, the basic county allocation, BCA is our main allocation, has not been increased in almost 30 years. Wisconsin counties receive no built-in budget increases to deliver our state mandated services. Secondly, enhanced crisis system funding. Wisconsin counties are mandated to provide emergency mental health and substance use services 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. In 2022, $98 million of service was delivered, $47 million covered by federal Medicaid, $41 million by counties, and only $10 million from the state. Counties need enhanced state funding to develop sufficient and consistent statewide response capacity. And third, youth corrections cap. Counties are required to pay for juveniles that are placed in state facilities and youth corrections to keep incentive for counties to have them at home and in their communities. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that the state-run facility rate has quadrupled over the past 10 years, and the Department of Corrections currently is proposing a 79% increase, an additional $1,100 per day in the next state budget. This would have a devastating impact on county budgets, and services would definitely be reduced. So please cap the juvenile corrections rate at the current rate of $1,268 a day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for staying past 5 so we can all talk. My name is Margot Kirchner, and I urge you to fund the Wisconsin Judicial Council. The legislature created the council in 1951 to observe, study, and recommend to the legislature and Supreme Court improvements to the rules of pleading, practice, and procedure. These rules govern the operation of Wisconsin courts and the delivery of justice for businesses, individuals, and government. They make the courts run. No other agency is charged with this work. As provided in WisStat 75813, this council is a state agency with 21 members from all 3 branches of government, the 2 law schools, the state bar, and the public. Current members include Senator Wangard, Representative Tussler, and Justice Hagedorn, among others. I am one of the state bar representatives on the council. This is the most nonpartisan body I've ever seen in government. The nonpartisan nature and the viewpoints of such a variety of members are true strengths. Examples of recent work include last year's law allowing declarations under penalty of perjury in civil litigation to be used instead of affidavits, meaning attorneys and clients do not need to find a notary public for certain time crunch document filings. Current projects include the first major review of the state's rules of evidence in 50 years, improvements to preliminary injunction rules, and studying the use of interpreters in municipal courts. In 2023, Chief Justice Ziegler wrote that the Wisconsin Supreme Court believes that the Judicial Council's work is beneficial to the legislature and valuable to the general public. The Council's efforts have helped to increase efficiencies and provide results for users of the justice system. 75813 permits the Council to appoint a nonpartisan attorney to provide staff services. However, since 2017, the Council has received 0 in the budget, meaning it cannot hire someone to fill the position. The lack of funding dramatically impairs and delays the Council's work. The Council timely submitted a budget request for GPR funding of just $280,000 over the 2 years to cover the staff attorney position and operations expenses. I ask you to add it to the budget. Governor Evers left it off. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Isha Girish, and I'm a junior at Brookfield East High School and a student in First Wisconsin Robotics. First for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology is a global nonprofit that prepares students for the future by engaging them in hands-on STEM learning through 4 programs: First LEGO League Explore and Challenge, First Tech Challenge, First Robotics Competition. These programs reach students from kindergarten through 12th grade, offering real-world engineering experiences in a team-based setting. Across Wisconsin, hundreds of teams are building more than robots. They are building critical skills in problem-solving, leadership, and collaboration. FIRST programs are student-led, mentor-supported, and rooted in the values of inclusion and innovation. They are proven to increase interest in STEM careers and improve outcomes for students of all backgrounds. As captain of my FTC team, I lead my peers in designing, building, and programming a competitive robot, but the most valuable lessons are beyond the technical ones. I've learned how to manage my team under the pressure of competition, communicate clearly across diverse audiences, and guide a team towards a shared goal. Whether coordinating outreach events, mentoring younger teams, or presenting to judges, FIRST has given me the opportunity to grow as a leader. These experiences directly prepare me for a future in a fast-moving collaborative workplace, whether in STEM or any professional field, where adaptability, critical thinking, and teamwork are essential. FIRST is not just a club. It is a workforce development pipeline and a platform for students to become innovators and leaders. By supporting this program, you are investing in the future of Wisconsin, in students like myself who are ready to contribute, lead, and solve real-world problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Megan Volkening, and I'm a junior studying mechanical engineering at UW-Madison. I can say with certainty that without the FIRST robotics program, I would not be where I am today. When I joined FIRST LEGO League back in middle school, I had no plans to pursue STEM. I just thought it would be a fun activity to do with some friends. But within months, I fell in love with the robotics program. More than anything, I gained confidence to believe that I could become an engineer. Since then, I have developed vast skills in technical areas, leadership, public speaking, teamwork, and project management, all skills I use on a daily basis. Another large part of the FIRST program is working alongside professional mentors from some of Wisconsin's biggest tech companies. After connecting with various engineers from Milwaukee Tool through FIRST, I had the amazing opportunity to intern with them last summer. And through my advocacy work for robotics, I gained a passion for law, leading to my upcoming internship as a patent agent with Foley & Lardner. Because of FIRST, I chose to study STEM in Wisconsin. I began building my career here, and I plan to stay here in the state of Wisconsin in a STEM-focused career. FIRST didn't just teach me how to build robots. It helped me build my future here in the state of Wisconsin. And I'm not alone. Countless students across Wisconsin have chosen careers in STEM because of their participation in the program. The more students who are provided the opportunity to participate in FIRST, the more we can grow Wisconsin's future STEM workforce.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. As you've heard here today, there's a few things our state needs, and you have both the opportunity and the challenge of figuring out how everything comes together. And so I wish you the best of luck on that. But here's what I'd like you to consider as you're building the budget. Wisconsin needs to expand our tech workforce. We need to retain students in the state, and we need to attract innovative companies to Wisconsin. You're looking for a local grown workforce made up of dynamic problem solvers with strong tech skills. And that's what I have 2 conference halls down here at the State Fairgrounds, where over 1,000 students are competing this weekend with 5-foot-tall, 120-pound robots at the Wisconsin Regional presented by GE Healthcare. I work for FIRST Wisconsin, a nonprofit that makes transformative STEM experiences accessible to all Wisconsin students at any point from kindergarten through 12th grade, regardless of their geographic location or zip code. We have less than 0.5% of the K-12 students participating in this program in Wisconsin. We have the data that says FIRST works, and 83% of FIRST students go into a STEM career. If you provide $4.5 million biannually for the Robotics League participation grants, by 2032, you would support 8,408 students, K through 12, across the state, which would translate to 6,979 future STEM workforce employees. Alternatively, we can, thank you.
Thank you. Before you start, we've got a few more registrations we're going to read, and then we'll catch you.
Abby Huber, Joe Fitzgerald, Elizabeth, last name's E-R-M-E-N-C, and then Mary, the last name's M-C-E-L-W-E-E. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Maxwell Roy, the public grant writer for Sojourner Family Peace Center, domestic violence nonprofit service provider in Milwaukee, providing services to those in the greater Milwaukee area. Domestic violence remains one of the most critical public safety and public health issues in our state. Lives are lost, harm is caused, and the cycles of DV continue. Last year, 34 lives were lost to domestic violence in Milwaukee County alone. Domestic violence costs Milwaukee County an estimated $113 million annually and $657 million at a statewide level. We urge you to support the DOJ's $66 million request to backfill funding cuts like the federal VOCA losses and also invest in housing and shelter stabilization, legal and court-based advocacy, trauma-informed services for families and children, and workforce retention and development for those working with survivors of domestic violence. We ask the state of Wisconsin to step in and step up where federal support is failing and becoming increasingly uncertain. In 2024, Sojourner served 9,457 clients, which included 15,439 shelter bed nights to 342 residents fleeing domestic violence, 12,348 emergency hotline calls, and 5,804 restraining orders filed. Our domestic violence high-risk team reviewed 1,579 high-risk cases in partnership with law enforcement and Milwaukee County DA, and that is only a fraction of what we can get to because of capacity. Our CDAP program is embedded in districts, police districts all across the county, serving 3,339 survivors last year. Federal VOCA funding dropped in the state of Wisconsin from $40 million to $13 million. Our VOCA grant went from $899,000 to $114,000. Fortunately, Wisconsin Act 41 provided us $262,000, but that ends in June. And a recent year grant mark that was supposed to go through the appropriations bill at the federal level was scrapped due to the stopgap budget. Without support from Wisconsin, these programs are at risk. Thank you.
Good evening.
My name is Dee Dee Williams. I'm the Executive Director for Reach Out and Read Wisconsin, and I come to you on behalf of over 2,000 medical clinicians, 148,000 families. Reach Out and Read is central to the support of our primary care clinicians in helping to provide guidance, modeling, and coaching around reading as part of a regular checkup for families of young children. Our training and technical assistance supports physicians, physician assistants, and nurse practitioners in building not only early literacy, but strong, stable, and nurturing relationships that help to mitigate those factors around adverse childhood experiences. We bring hope. Healthy outcomes come from positive early experiences. Reach Out and Read Wisconsin is the statewide affiliate of the renowned national evidence-based program that is the only early literacy-based program that is endorsed by the Academy of Pediatrics. We're looking to you for your support in Governor Evers' budget with the increase of $1 million. With this funding, it will help us in assisting our sustainability and supported projected program expansion. Currently, we serve 1 in 3 children under the age of 5. Our goal is to reach 1 in 2 by the year 2030. With this budget request, we believe that we should be able to reach not only our 60 counties, but extend to all 72 counties. We have information that we have shared with you all. We always welcome you to come to one of our clinics and do a tour to see how this program not only impacts the families we serve, but it also helps with clinic morale. During COVID, when most clinics were having burnout, they were concerned about how can we provide care to our families. This was a time where we saw our greatest increase of site expansion because we found our providers, our clinicians, and our staff contacting us saying, what can we do? When we implemented and used this book during our developmental surveillance and well child visits, it increased our morale. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. My name is Katarina Claus, and I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am here today to talk to you about April 15th. And no, it's not because I hate paying taxes. April 15th is the day in Wisconsin when thousands of folks will have their electric and heat shut off because our moratorium on utility shutoffs end. Thousands of people in Wisconsin struggle to pay high energy bills because they have drafty homes. As a kid, I remember my mom would shove blankets and sheets and anything she could under our doors, in our windows, other things like that, because I grew up in a home that didn't have reliable insulation. Every year in Wisconsin, there are people that freeze to death in their homes. It is abhorrent that we have seniors in Wisconsin deciding to pay their utility bill, get medicine or food. And this is a problem that doesn't have to happen. In the governor's budget, there is something called on-bill financing, which basically means a homeowner can take out a bill through their utility provider for upgrades to their homes that will lower their utility bills. That could be insulating a home, solar panels, HVAC upgrades, even removing lead lateral lines has been seen before. And the upgrades that we're talking about would be repaid on the bill with the savings. I have known folks where their utility bill is higher than their mortgage because the home is so drafty and they can't afford to upgrade it. And so on-bill financing is one easy way we can mandate that those folks, our low-income folks, our seniors, specifically our rural folks, can get the help that they need. I remember as a child, our neighbor, Miriam, had duct tape on her walls. I thought she was decorating with it. It was another way she was trying to save money within her leaky homes. On-bill financing will create thousands of green jobs. It'll help our environment so we're literally not heating the outdoors, and it'll help our low-income folks so we have less utility shutoffs. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm the director of the Wisconsin County Human Services Association, and I appreciate the chance to talk about some of our human service priorities. First is mental health, that we'd like to see the state provide full funding for the crisis and CSP benefits. You've heard from other speakers about the importance of the community support program, but crisis intervention services are equally important so that counties have the resources to respond when people are in their moments of crisis. The current reliance on the county property tax results in wide variation across the state on those services, and there are 7 counties where they don't have the local match to provide those services at all. So providing additional the state funding would help equalize the availability of those services. Second is the Birth to 3 program. You also heard about speakers talk about the importance of that. Wisconsin is one of only 3 states in the country that relies primarily on the county property tax as the mechanism to fund birth to 3 services. So we'd like to see the state, additional state funding to increase the state share, and also going forward, since it is an entitlement, to treat that as a reestimate, so the amount of state funding is reviewed each biennium. Lastly, in the area of adult protective services, we have a rapidly growing aging population in the state, and there's more and more people that will need help from county human service departments to help them sort out what they can do when they're not able to live at home anymore. There was additional money that was provided in the last budget, but even with that increase, there's a great need for additional funding in adult protective services. For many counties, the adult protective service allocation doesn't even cover 1 staff person. So we'd like to see additional funding for adult protective services. So appreciate the chance to talk to the committee. I know it's been a long day for you, but people really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you face to face.
Hi, my name is Margie Lowe, and I'm a grandmother with 8 grandchildren, and I'm in Menominee Falls. Governor Evers declared 2025 the year of the child. I think every year should be the year of the child. They are our future, and every dollar spent towards their education brings immense payback to Wisconsin. I'm disappointed and even angry at the state and federal approach to education funding. I recently found out that the federal government, while promising to cover 50% of special education needs, in reality only provides 19%, which leads to shortfalls in school budgets. But for the here and now, as you move forward with the current budget, I must point out one old issue that needs immediate attention. To be specific, the $49 million promised to our schools for the literacy programs. 2 years ago it was promised. This is unacceptable. You dear legislatures are behaving like children. Arguing about the semantics of how the money is to be applied is childish. The clock is running out. If this money is not given to the literacy programs by June 1st, it goes into the general fund. That's unacceptable. That money was designated and belongs to our children. This must be distributed immediately. It was promised. Schools already invested in staff and material. They're waiting to be reimbursed. This failure on your part has impacted the need for multiple school referendums. These promised funds need to go directly to our public schools only, not charter schools, not private schools. Our public schools are already required to provide special services to the private schools, and the state covers special education needs to charter schools at 90%. This is
Hello, thank you all for being here and for letting everyone speak today. I appreciate the extra time. My name is Elizabeth B.J. Ermantz, and I am representing the Wauwatosa Commission for Persons with Disabilities, as well as the Wisconsin Council for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Our top priority, like so many today, is fully fund Medicaid, please, because it truly is a matter of life or no life worth living. Especially, we must make sure that paratransit is available throughout the state so that people can get to medical appointments, to work, to education, and wherever they need to go. If a person misses 3 medical appointments, they are kicked out of that clinic and cannot return. They have to find somewhere else to go. And that is happening a lot in the greater Milwaukee area, if not beyond. Regular transit also needs additional funding because we need systems that will allow their buses to actually connect instead of just missing people. I advocate also for the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing to expand their service fund, which offers and pays for captions as well as ASL interpretation. We'd also need 60% funding for our special education students, desperately, because the money has to come from somewhere and it comes from the general fund, which is bad for everyone.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Fami Akimoladun. I organize with a grassroots movement called the Wisconsin Purpose Campaign. I'm also a national organizer, so I work full-time as a national organizer. And I'm here today because the people will always be heard. The truth we tell is that on this day, April 4th, which was mentioned earlier, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated for walking hand in hand with the poor and the dispossessed in this country. And the Purpose Campaign was a direct movement of why Dr. King was assassinated. And when I think about this fight to end poverty and the attack on the poor, we must see that the powerful seats, specifically the Joint Finance Committee, we simply have to decide to implement good policy. And what is good policy? It is Medicaid expansion or Medicare expansion, this opportunity to provide a preventative approach to healthcare that allows 90,000 people to get the care that they need. I live with sickle cell disease, specifically sickle cell SS, and many people in the sickle cell community depend on Medicaid. It is a gross disservice to see this not in the past budgets, and we know for a fact that direct ties of not passing Medicaid expansion impacts rural communities and clinics, and we see closures happening because of that. What is good policy? It is a healthcare coverage for a year and really forever to mothers after they give birth. We know that this is direct ties to saving lives. Do we want to save lives? This is a good budget. What is a good policy? Wisconsin has a state minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. The MIT calculator calls for a $25 an hour. So please provide living wages to Wisconsin.
Hi, everybody.
You're standing between us and fish fry.
I can't do that. I'm on my way too. Maybe I'll see you there. Thank you so much, everybody, for sticking around. I always seem to be last every time I come to one of these things, but I appreciate it. My name is Mary McElwee, and I live in Wauwatosa. I'm an occupational therapist in the Wauwatosa School District, and I'm very proud of that and proud of working there, and I've been there for over 20 years. Anyway, I'm here today in support of Governor Evers' budget to increase the spending for public education across the state, as well as special education for our public schools. I'm sure that you are all aware that our funding for our public schools has not kept up with inflation in as many years as I know, and we see it every day. More and more schools, and probably in your communities as well, have had to go to referendums in order to keep schools open for operations, for facilities, and it's just becoming more and more common. And I really don't think that our school funding is supposed to be funded by referendums. And I try to tell my friends and my family and everybody I know that that's really not the way we're supposed to be funding schools these days, right? But it seems like more and more school districts across Wisconsin have to go to referendums just to keep the lights on. So I'm really just here to plead with you to increase our spending to at least get it up to where it should be. You know, Wauwatosa, we've had a couple of referendums within the last 5 years. Another one was just passed this past fall. And even with that money, we just found out that we're still going to have layoffs for the fall, and including people at our administrative building, as well as some positions that are face-to-face with students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, we're anybody else? I want to thank law enforcement for being here today, the sergeant staff, the committee clerk, and thank you committee members for your service today. The committee's adjourned.